Chapter 24:17. Whoosh. He did not take it head on. Instead, he used the demigods and dodged to the distance. The space where he was originally standing was shattered. He had no choice. The power of the third heaven was too terrifying. Humph, let's see how long you can hide. Jiuxiao Seiko sneered. After displaying the sixth layer of heaven, he became incomparably confident. At this moment, he looked forward with killing intent in his eyes. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me and the nine heavens' holy ground. What immortal palace? In my eyes, it's nothing. You can't compare to my nine heavens' holy ground. Now you can die. Jiuxiao Seiko seized an opportunity. He used the third heaven to completely seal off the area. This time, Lin Xian could not escape. You can't escape. I'll let you know what a true peerless superpower is. Seeing this, Jiuxiao Seiko's face was extremely ferocious. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms. The third heaven quickly pressed down, completely shattering the sky. Everyone exclaimed. They knew that Lin Xian would not be able to block it. Lin Xian was also shocked. He realized that the third heaven was indeed terrifying. It was far beyond his imagination. However, he was not afraid. He had just cultivated the five elements sword. It was just the right time to use it. He swung his sword, sweeping in all directions. Whoosh! Blue sword light shone. Suddenly, seawater surged around Lin Xian and spread in all directions. More and more, as if it was going to cover the entire sky. This is ocean. No, this is sword chi. Heavens, his sword technique has reached such a level. Many experts below exclaimed. On the Black Demon ship, the elders of the Immortal Palace also looked serious. This seemed to be the sword of water of the five elements sword. In such a short time, the palace master could cultivate to such a level. His talent was too heaven-defying. Yes, this was indeed the sword of water. The terrifying heaven sword technique combined with the great dragon sword soul was unparalleled. It was as if there were 10,000 beasts galloping in the sky, making rumbling sounds. This was the sound of the seawater colliding with the three heavens. The seawater continued to gush out, enveloping Lin Xian and spreading in all directions, resisting the terrifying third layer of heaven. The three layers of heaven were extremely terrifying. They formed a triangle and resembled three heavenly blades as they slashed towards Lin Xian. However, at this moment, it encountered great resistance from the seawater. They cut through the seawater, but they were surrounded by seawater instead. For a moment, there was a stalemate in the air. In the end, the speed of the three heavens became slower and slower. Finally, they came to a complete stop, surrounded by the endless sea water. It was blocked. He actually managed to block it. At this moment, the holy sons and holy daughters cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that the terrifying third heaven would be blocked by the sea water. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that the sword of water was indeed powerful. It contained an incomparably soft power that could dissolve everything. Damn it, how is this possible? When the people of Nine Heaven's holy ground saw this, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was a great divine ability of their holy land. How could it be broken so easily? On the other side, the Five Elements Palace snorted. What's the use of blocking it? He can't fight back anyway. In the end, he would still be killed by Jiuxiao Seiko. Yes, that's right. He can only protect himself. Compared to our bodies, he's too weak. The people of Nine Heaven's holy ground gritted their teeth. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. They were wrong. In the sky, Jiuxiao Seiko's face darkened when he saw that his attack was blocked. However, he soon increased the intensity of his attack. Kid, I don't believe that you can last forever. As long as I cut through your seawater, let's see what you can do to resist. Jiuxiao Seiko's voice was cold as the light on his body became even brighter. Lin Xian was surrounded by the endless sea water, but the corners of his lips curled into a smile. In the next moment, he waved his sword again and slashed out. Whoosh! The sea water rippled as an invisible force spread out. However, it didn't have any effect. This scene stunned Jioxiao Seiko. He then laughed out loud. Is this your attack? It seems that you don't have much strength left to fight back. If that's the case, go to hell. Speaking of this, the third heaven in front of him launched another fierce attack. The sea water in the sky surged and splashed as if the Milky Way from the 9 heavens was pouring down. However, while he was attacking, the third heaven beside Jioxiao Seiko changed. In the third heaven, countless green lights suddenly appeared and turned into trees and vines, spreading out in all directions. Soon, a forest was formed and spread to the other 2 heavens. What's going on? What is this? Why is there a forest in the third heaven? Shouldn't it be the starry sky? The martial artists who were watching the battle were all stunned. They knew that the 9th heaven's superpower was a kind of superpower that simulated the starry sky. It was extremely terrifying. But now, there was a forest growing on it. They couldn't believe it. The people from the 9 heavens' holy ground also screamed. Jioxiao Seiko's pupils shrank. Damn it, what's going on? He was more frightened than these people because he realized that these trees were absorbing the power of the third heaven. The light of the third heaven became dimmer and dimmer. The power in his body was also rapidly draining away. Damn it, it's the opponent's superpower! Seeing this, Jioxiao Seiko roared. Destroy! The third heaven beside him exploded with endless light, cutting off all the forest. However, the broken forest trees grew again and turned into towering trees, absorbing the energy crazily. In an instant, the space around Jioxiao Seiko was completely surrounded by the forest. It's the kid's superpower! At this moment, everyone understood what was going on, and they all cried out in surprise. The other saints and saintesses were also shocked. The people from the 5 Elements Palace looked even worse. Is this the power of wood? This kid can already use the power of the 5 elements. Could it be that he was a martial artist of the 5 Elements system? This stunned them. Because the 5 Elements Palace cultivated the superpower of the 5 elements. They didn't expect the other party to know a similar superpower of the 5 Elements Palace. Damn it, our saint isn't here. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to restrain him. In terms of superpower of the 5 elements, our saint is definitely the best. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that there were so many people, we would have asked our elders to take action. We would have killed him with one slap. These people gritted their teeth, but the people around them exclaimed. Jioxiao Seiko was even more furious. He naturally also realized that this was the power of wood. In the next moment, he coldly snorted and waved his hand. A sky full of flames rushed out from her body and swept in all directions. They formed a flaming divine eagle. Chapter 24:18. Sure enough, when the rain of the forest met the fire, it burned fiercely. The sky was dyed red by the fire. When the green trees turned to ashes, the flaming godly eagle also disappeared. Seeing this, Jioxiao Seiko laughed loudly. Did you see that? Your attack is nothing in front of me. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Damn it, what's with that expression? Seeing the other party's mockery, Jioxiao Seiko's face darkened. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. That was because he felt that the surrounding trees that had turned to ashes were once again fluctuating with green light. Then, they quickly turned into towering trees, and the vines grew again. My power of wood is endless. You've underestimated it. Now go to hell. At this point, Lin Xian shouted coldly and increased his strength. Sure enough, the trees grew crazily. Countless trees grew from a few meters to a few hundred meters, a few thousand meters, and even 10,000 meters. It was a terrifying scene. It was as if a forest had appeared in the sky. Moreover, it was still growing. Of course, the energy needed for this growth was collected from the third heaven. Therefore, the third heaven around Jioxiao Seiko became incomparably dim. What was even more terrifying was that Jioxiao Seiko felt that the power in his body was quickly draining away. Ah! Damn it! He roared and removed the third heaven around him to prevent the energy from draining away. Boom! A set of armor appeared on his body and supported his defense. He did not believe that these trees could still grow on his body. A flaming armor appeared on Jyoshio Seiko's body. It burned fiercely and blocked all the trees that rushed over. Seeing that the power of wood was suppressed, Jyoshio Seiko breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the front again. His body flashed, and he rushed over. At the same time, the third heaven in front of him was like a heavenly blade, mercilessly cutting the sea water apart. Great! Jyoshio Seiko was going to counterattack. Below, the people of 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground cheered. However, at this moment, everyone exclaimed again. Because in the sky, among the countless forests, a golden light suddenly appeared. Boom! A golden sword suddenly flew out. Like a golden lightning, it streaked across the sky and hit Jyoshio Seiko fiercely. Not good! Feeling the terrifying power behind him, Jyoshio Seiko's face changed. In the next moment, the light on his body suddenly erupted, forming 9 light shields that surrounded him. Clang! The golden sword collided with one of the light shields and made a shocking sound. Crack! The light shield shattered, and the golden sword slammed into the Saint of the 9th Firmament. However, the 9th Firmament Saint was wearing armor, so he was not pierced. His body, Jyoshio Seiko, his body, Jyoshio with the sword. He even vomited a mouthful of blood. Not good. Jyoshio Seiko is injured. Everything happened too quickly. Before anyone could exclaim, Jyoshio Seiko had fallen into the sea. In the next moment, he was surrounded by the merciless sea water. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes were cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword instantly exploded. The unparalleled power turned into a giant dragon and slashed down. Sky shattering! The sword hit Jyoshio Seiko's body, creating a deafening sound. The surrounding space and endless seawater were shattered, forming a vacuum zone. Jyoshio Seiko was like a meteor, plunging into the ground. The space he was in immediately collapsed. Whoosh! Boom! The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Damn it, how did this happen? The people of 5 Elements Palace were gloomy. The martial artists of 9 Heavens Sacred Ground screamed. Holy Sun! They could not believe that their holy son had actually been chopped down by someone with a single sword strike. Ah! Damn brat, I'm going to kill you! In front of them, countless rays of light surged. Jyoshio Seiko rushed out from the deep pit. His face was ferocious. The armor on his body was shattered, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was about to explode in anger. However, in the next moment, what welcomed him was a terrifying giant foot. In the sky, Lin Xian snorted and stomped his foot. Boom! A giant rock foot pressed down from the sky. It was like an ancient demon mountain, shattering the void and completely enveloping Jyoshio Seiko. Boom! Jyoshio Seiko flew into the air and was stomped down. Boom! His body landed on the ground again. Not only that, but the giant foot had also turned into a giant mountain and pressed down heavily. At this moment, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. Many people even touched their faces unconsciously. If they were to be stomped by that foot, they would definitely be severely injured. More importantly, they would be embarrassed. A holy son was stomped down in front of everyone. This was definitely a great humiliation. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. The holy sons and holy daughters also looked serious. On the Black Demon ship, the immortal palace martial artists cheered. Great, the palace master is mighty. Jyoshio Seiko? Now you know how powerful we are. That's right, the 9 Heavens holy ground wants to fight against the immortal palace? You're too far away. Voices came from the Black Demon ship, making everyone's scalp tingle. The people of the 9 Heavens holy ground were ashen-faced. They rushed up crazily. However, just as they moved, the giant rock foot shattered. Then, Jyoshio Seiko flew into the air with disheveled hair. He opened his eyes and formed a few hundred meters of light, shattering the rock in front of him. The aura on his body was monstrous. He turned into the nine heavens' immortal king, standing in the void. Damn brat, I want you dead. He was crazy. Because he had never been humiliated like this before. He was actually stomped down. How was he going to show his face in the future? He had to kill Lin Xian to wash away his humiliation. Kill! In the next moment, he rushed out like a madman. A blue bead appeared in his hand, emitting a mysterious power. Feeling the power, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He naturally felt a terrifying power from it. It seemed that his opponent had used his trump card. However, he would not continue to fight with his opponent. Heavenly secret divine eyes, soul ignition. Ah! Jioshio Seiko screamed as he flew halfway. His entire body rolled in the air, looking very miserable. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Damn it, what happened? Soul attack, it's definitely a soul attack. This brat is a soul expert. At this moment, the holy sons and holy daughters' eyelids twitched wildly. Fortunately, they had seen the Twin Kings battle earlier, so they put on their jade pendants in advance. However, Jioshio Seiko had just arrived and did not know the Twin Kings' situation. Therefore, his soul was directly hit. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian slashed out a sky full of sword light. All of them landed on Jioshio Seiko's body, sending him flying and vomiting blood. Holy Sun! Chapter 24:19 Saint. This time, the people of Nine Heavens' sacred ground could not take it anymore. They rushed into the sky and caught Jioshio Seiko. Damn it, let's go! Jioshio Seiko's face was pale as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists of Nine Heavens' sacred ground were shocked. They did not expect that their bodies were about to leave. It seemed that they were severely injured. In the next moment, they gritted their teeth and roared. Damn kid, I'll remember you! Immortal Palace, right? Nine Heavens' sacred ground will never let this go! With that, they gathered around the saint of the Jiushao clouds and quickly rose into the air and flew into the distance. They ran away? These people actually ran away. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. It seemed that Jioshio Seiko had been defeated. In the next moment, they looked at Lin Xian and gasped. This person had actually defeated the saint of the Nine Firmament. It was truly unbelievable. Because they did not expect this result at all. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with horror. The saints and saintesses were facing a formidable enemy. This was definitely a powerful enemy. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. A large palm glowing with 5 colored lights slammed down viciously. This palm appeared very suddenly. There was no warning at all. When it appeared, it was less than 200 meters away from Lin Xian. The space around Lin Xian shattered in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. He could feel a powerful aura. In the next moment, the dragon sword realm instantly enveloped him. At the same time, rays of sword chi rushed into the sky and collided with the 5-colored palm. Ka! However, it was useless. The sword chi that filled the sky was shattered by the palm. The 5-colored palm carried the 5 types of energy of wood, water, fire, and earth. It completely merged together and slammed down. This was definitely a terrifying palm strike from a terrifying expert. Lin Xian's face was grave. He roared and was about to use his trump card to resist. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the black demon ship. One of the elders instantly took out a black ancient mirror, which emitted a black light. Whoosh! The black light was like a bolt of black lightning. It tore through the void and struck the 5-colored palm, piercing through it. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the 5-colored palm disappeared, leaving behind only a trace of blood in the sky. Below, among the people from the 5 Elements Palace, an old man let out a muffled groan and withdrew his palm. His palm had been pierced through and was dripping with blood. His aged eyes looked to the sky, his face filled with fear. There was actually someone who could injure him with a single strike. Who was it? This happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the five-colored hand in the sky had already disappeared. Then they cried out in surprise. Someone actually wanted to kill him. Furthermore, looking at the five-colored palms, could it be that the Five Elements Palace was about to make a move? In the next moment, countless gazes looked in the direction of the Five Elements Palace. Sure enough, they saw an old man with bleeding palms in the crowd. It's him. That seemed to be the elder of the Five Elements Palace. That was an expert of the older generation. He was extremely terrifying. If that slap landed, even a saint would be severely injured. Yes, they didn't expect the elder of the Five Elements Palace to actually make a move, and he was even injured. What was that black light? It seemed like there were also exceptional experts in Immortal Palace. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. On the black ship, the elder rose into the air and snorted coldly. Five Elements Palace, you guys sure have guts. You actually dare to make a move against my Immortal Palace's master. Do you not want to live anymore? This elder's aura was extremely powerful. There was even a black mirror floating above his head. That mirror was very simple and unadorned. It was hexagonal, and one could tell at a glance that it was an antique. At this moment, tens of thousands of black rays of light descended, shattering the void. This scene was extremely terrifying and shocking. However, what made everyone even more shocked was the elder's words. What did he say? Immortal Palace's master? Heavens, that youth was actually Immortal Palace's master? They didn't dare believe it. From the looks of it, although they had never heard of Immortal Palace, their strength was definitely not weak. They were at least at the level of a peerless sect. Such a force had a young man as its master? They were dumbfounded. However, it seemed like it was true. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed. Among them, many people had envy in their eyes. His identity had probably surpassed that of a saint or a saintess. No wonder he could win Murong Qingqing's heart. This kid had a great background. The faces of the people of the Five Elements Palace were extremely gloomy. They didn't expect their sneak attack to fail, and they were caught red-handed. For a moment, they fell silent. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' face was gloomy, and the people of the Tuoba family were even more solemn. On the other hand, the crown prince of the Tai dynasty was screaming crazily. Palace Master? Damn it, when did this kid become the Palace Master? Wasn't he a rogue cultivator? These people were indeed stunned. Previously, when they joined forces with countless experts to hunt down the other party, no powerful figure jumped out from behind the other party. However, only a few months had passed, and the other party already had a force comparable to an unparalleled sect behind him. This caught the Crown Prince and the others off guard. Damn it, this won't do. We have to quickly contact the people of the War Tribe and kill him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill him in the future. Everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's identity and strength. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Damn the Five Elements Palace, how dare they sneak attack him? It was unforgivable. The next moment, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. Attack! Order received. On the Black Demon ship, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail and instantly controlled the Black Demon ship. Buzz! A shocking black beam of light flew down from the sky, and its target was the people of the Five Elements Palace. What? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the other party to attack so decisively. Hurry up and leave! Countless people rose into the air and flew quickly to both sides. They wanted to leave the Five Elements Palace. The faces of the people of the Five Elements Palace turned green. Fuck, isn't it just a sneak attack? Damn it, how dare you launch such a fierce attack? The next moment, they also fled frantically. The elders' faces were also gloomy. They shouted loudly, Hurry up and defend! The next moment, they opened their mouths and spat out shields, bronze pagodas, and formations to form countless defenses. At the same time, they retreated frantically. Boom! The black beam of light collided with these defenses, causing a shocking collision. A huge energy wave spread out in all directions. The ground cracked, the sky shattered, and the mountain peaks were instantly flattened. Everyone retreated in fear until they were tens of thousands of miles away. In front of them, the black light exploded, forming a black mushroom cloud that shot into the sky. Bang! 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 In the storm that filled the sky, countless figures were sent flying backward, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Some even exploded into blood mist. Chapter 24:20. Whoosh! A 5 elements mountain rushed out of the body of a peerless expert, blocking the path ahead. A 5-colored sword light formed under the feet of an elder, bringing all the people of the 5 elements palace with him, and instantly disappearing into the sky. Damned brat, just you wait. This matter isn't over. The people of the 5 elements palace only left behind these words, leaving behind a large amount of blood and corpses. Humph, you ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have killed all of you the next time. Lin Xian looked into the distance and coldly snorted. The other party had actually dared to sneak attack him. They were truly reckless. He decided that if he saw the people of the 5 elements palace again, he wouldn't let any of them off. In the sky, the terrifying energy storm disappeared, and a terrifying black hole appeared in front of them. It was so deep that one couldn't see its bottom. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The 5 elements palace had also been beaten away. This brat was too terrifying. Arrogant. As soon as he appeared, he confronted 2 holy lands. This left everyone speechless. Moreover, from the looks of it, the people of the 5 elements palace had suffered heavy injuries. Many of their disciples had even been killed. This was definitely a shocking matter. Whoosh! While everyone was in a daze, a golden Taoist robe appeared in the sky and gently fluttered in the wind. The remnant energy storm in the surroundings dissipated. Then, a voice sounded from the savage beasts below. Everyone, we came here to explore the ancient tomb. Why is there a need to fight? This was an expert from the Wavering Light Holy Land. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected the big shot of the Wavering Light Holy Land to speak up. It wasn't just the Wavering Light Holy Land. In the sky, an elder of the Yi family also spoke up. That's right. I feel that it's time to start cracking the ancient tomb. Yes. An old lady from the Jade Lake Holy Land nodded. She agreed. The eyes of the All Beginnings Holy Land's elder flickered. At this moment, the experts of various great clans rushed over. Lin Xian and the others also focused their attention. I feel that we should first work together to break the seal outside. After entering the ancient tomb, we can compete with our own strength. What do you think? Good. Good. Everyone agreed. After all, fighting outside wouldn't bring them any benefits. Moreover, this was the ancient tomb of a sage. The seal should be extremely terrifying. It was more reliable to work together to break the seal. Good. Since that's the case, let's discuss it. The elder of the Yi family walked out. Many disciples of the Yi family followed him. On the other side, the elder from the Wavering Light Holy Land also rose into the air. People from the other clans and holy lands were all rushing over. For a moment, countless rays of light shone in the sky. This place was the Grand Xia Empire. Most likely, the royal clan of Grand Xia would be the first to investigate this place. Why don't you share the information with us? How about we come up with a countermeasure? Hearing this, many people turned their heads and looked in the same direction. There were many people there wearing yellow robes with fierce flood dragons embroidered on them. One of them was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was very handsome and wore a long white robe, which made him look like an immortal. He was a prince of the great Xia dynasty. There were many elders of the royal family by his side. At this moment, a gray-haired imperial family elder heard this and flew into the sky. He said loudly, "Gentlemen, we have indeed carried out a great deal of investigation. This saint's tomb was very big. Currently, it was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. However, according to our estimates, the entire tomb must be several million li long. So big! Everyone was shocked, but after thinking about it, they understood. After all, this was the tomb of a saint. From the hundreds of thousands of miles that we have discovered so far, we have found 3 places to enter. However, there are too many array formations and seals inside. We can't get through them alone. According to our observations and speculations, one of the 3 places is the weakest. Even so, it will take 100 Grand Masters who are proficient in array formations to work together for a month to tear the array formation apart. Hearing this, everyone gasped. It was indeed the tomb of a saint. It was too terrifying. Without further ado, let's begin. After hearing this, the Yi family elders' eyes flickered. Soon, the various great sage lands, great sects, and families all sent out their array formation grandmasters to prepare and work together to break the array formation. Lin Xian also sent out 2 grandmasters. One was elderly, and the other was a middle-aged deacon. Of course, that didn't mean that they only had 2 people, but they didn't need to reveal all their trump cards. The other sacred lands and great sects should have done the same. After all, each faction sent out 1 or 2 grandmasters. When they worked together, it would be a very terrifying group. They should be able to break it. The great Xia dynasty elders said that they needed 100 people, but there were a total of 150 grandmasters gathered. It seemed that everyone wanted to break it as soon as possible. Seeing this, the great Xia dynasty elder nodded and said, "Everyone, please follow me." Whoosh! They flew into the distance. After flying for a while, the great Xia dynasty elder's body swayed and he landed below. Seeing this, everyone followed him and landed as well. There was a canyon below that was more than 10,000 miles long. At this moment, the great Xia dynasty elder entered the canyon. The 150 array formation grandmasters followed him in together. The others landed around the canyon and watched. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also followed. The 2 of them looked in the direction and frowned. That was because they had indeed sensed the fluctuations of an array formation. It was very obscure, but there was a trace of a terrifying aura. Boom! The great Xia dynasty elder landed below the canyon and waved his hand. Immediately, the vines on the mountain walls were all removed, revealing the entire 3 walls. Then, everyone was shocked. That was because they realized that the mountain walls were actually engraved with densely packed runes that looked like tadpoles. It was very mysterious. The surrounding people discussed because they couldn't understand it at all. The eyes of the saints and saintesses were also flickering. Below, the 150 array formation grandmasters also began to discuss when they saw the countless mysterious runes. They all frowned. Indeed, this array formation was very mysterious. No wonder the great Xia dynasty didn't do anything. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. It seemed to be a type of writing. An array formation grandmaster of the Yi family frowned. Writing? Are you saying that these runes are writing? The others were also surprised and looked over. They knew that the Yi family was a family of the ancients, and they definitely had an inheritance that had been passed down since ancient times. That was something that ordinary families couldn't compare to. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was shocked. Among them, the elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground asked, "What did it say?" Since it was writing, it must be a record. However, the elder of the Yi family shook his head. He only knew a few of the words and couldn't connect them at all. Hearing this, everyone sighed, their faces filled with disappointment. But then, they felt relieved. They were all the powerhouses of the peerless sects and sacred grounds. If even they couldn't understand it, one could imagine that even if it was writing, it should be very ancient. Chapter 24-21. The other saints and saintesses were also waiting silently. They knew that it would take at least a month to crack it. So it was normal that they couldn't understand it now. However, the dark red divine dragon frowned, and there was a trace of doubt in its eyes. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. "What did you see?" He had also looked at it for a long time. He could only see that there was a strong seal on it, but he didn't know if it was text. The dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission carefully. Why do I feel that those runes are a little familiar? Familiar? Could it be that you know them? Lin Xian was also surprised, and his eyelids twitched wildly. He also sent a voice transmission to ask. After all, this matter was too important, and he didn't dare to expose it. I don't know them, but I feel like I've seen them before. It looks like some kind of text formed after complexity. Formed after complexity? Lin Xian frowned, but he soon understood. You're saying that you've seen a simplified version of these runes before? You can say that. The dark red divine dragon nodded. But even if it's simplified, I've seen it before. At most, I can recognize a few words. Then what are the simplified words? Lin Xian felt that this was a clue. Demon Race's text. Demon Race. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. How can it be a demon race? Could it be that the ancient tomb of the saint belongs to the demon race? Is the demon saint buried inside? Lin Xian didn't know, but this was also one of the possibilities. After all, the dark red divine dragon suggested such a clue, so there was a high chance that it was the case. Lin Xian didn't tell the others because he felt that even if he didn't say anything, the array formation grandmasters in front would probably have a way to crack it. Indeed, the array formation grandmasters in front had already begun to discuss a way to crack it together. As for the others, some were watching, and some felt bored, so they set up camp nearby. In an instant, the surrounding 10,000 miles were all occupied by the people of the Holy Land families. The people of the Immortal Palace also occupied a valley, where they were recuperating. Among them, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon didn't return to the valley, but had been watching from the side of the valley. Among them, Murong Qingqing came to accompany them for a few days before returning. Hui Dao and the others also came a few times, but they couldn't understand it. After looking for a long time, they went back to cultivate. Tens of thousands of miles away from the valley, there were countless figures as these people's hidden auras were extremely powerful, and they were not weaker than the experts from the Holy Lands and great sects. At this moment, a light sizes as it was the scene of the valley. There were many people standing in front of the image. There were men and women, young and old. Immortal palaces, immortal IMEs, immortal palace, immortals, immortal Lin immortals. If Lin Xian were here and saw this woman, he would definitely cry out in surprise. This was because this was the Yan Rui that he had met before. She was also the Zhao Shui that Lin Xian suspected. At this moment, Yan Rui's beautiful face was looking at the screen of light before her. Then she frowned. TMST, the handsome young man beside her asked. Yan Rui's eyes flickered. Those words seemed to be the language of the demon race. Now that you mention it, it does look like it. The man in the green robe beside her also frowned. Hearing that, the elders behind were all shocked. They all stretched their heads over to take a closer look. After looking at it for a long time, they were embarrassed because they couldn't understand it. Indeed, they couldn't understand it. The man in the green robe shrugged his shoulders. The surrounding people couldn't understand it, so they looked at Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu sighed. I can't understand it either, but I can understand the ancient language. It's obviously beyond the ancient era. I don't know which era it's from. Hearing this, these people sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, their eyes lit up. Could it be that this is the tomb of the ancient sage of the demon race? It's very likely. Great. If we can get the things inside, we can definitely develop and become stronger. By then, we might even get news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, the demon race's tomb is being occupied by so many humans. I can't take it lying down. Some people gritted their teeth. Why don't we rush over and kill them all? A burly man said. His entire body was covered in scales and he looked very demonic. However, after the man in the green robe heard that, he snorted coldly. Don't be rash. Although the Demon Lord Palace is also a sacred land, there are too many great sects here this time. We must not be rash. We must let them crack the array formation first. We'll just follow behind them. Anyway, This is the ancient tomb of the demon race. We definitely know more about the mechanisms and things inside than them. When the time comes, we'll just go in and snatch the treasures." Everyone agreed to this plan. Yen Ryu also nodded slightly. However, when she saw the flash of a red snake on the screen, a glint appeared in her eyes. But very quickly she hid it. These people were from the Demon Lord Palace. The Demon Lord Palace was a very terrifying sacred land in the southern mountains. The people inside were all related to the demon race, and most of them were half-demons. They didn't expect that at this moment they would also come. And they began to plan from tens of thousands of miles away. On the other side, in the canyon, 150 array masters had already begun to take action. They used everything they had learned in their lives and began to crack the array formation. The other saints and saintesses, as well as the warriors of the Great Sage Land, were all recuperating nearby. Only a few people were watching around. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were among them. Both of them were proficient in array formations. Although they didn't make a move, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to watch. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. More than half of the array formation had been cracked, but it wasn't broken. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. It seemed that the defense of this array formation was terrifying, and it was even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. After about another half a month, there was finally a boom. Endless spiritual energy in front of them surged into the clouds, forming a strange scene. "Is it open?" All the warriors in the surrounding thousands of miles stood up and looked up at the sky. Whoosh! Their bodies swayed, and like ghosts, they gathered towards the canyon. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also stood up, their eyes shining. They had been watching the entire process. Finally, on this day, the array formation in front of them shattered. The sturdy mountain wall was engraved with mysterious runes. At this moment, a crack appeared in the middle and slowly opened. Rumble! The entire mountain range began to tremble. Finally, a pitch-black hole appeared, emitting a primordial aura. At this moment, the sky and the ground were filled with figures. They looked forward and were extremely excited. The people from the Immortal Palace also came to Lin Xian's side. Chapter 24-22. Whoosh! The Yaoguang Sacred Land cultivator waved his hand and took out several demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were about 5-star demonic beasts. At this moment, they were tied with golden chains. Go! 3 demonic wolves and 2 demonic tigers were thrown in. These demonic beasts quickly entered, and the golden chains rattled in the air. After about half an hour, the 3 demonic wolves and 2 demonic tigers returned. They were not injured. They were also in high spirits. Obviously, they had not been attacked. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there should be no danger. At least there were no traps in the entrance. Thinking of this, they all became excited. The Yi family, Yaoguang, Jade Lake, and the other elders of the Great Sage Land looked at each other, and then nodded. They could enter. With this order, these people were very excited. Swoosh! 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 Countless figures flew into the cave like locusts, for fear that the things would be taken away if they were a step slower. Let's go. The Yi family set off. Among them, Yi Wudao's figure was tall. His golden sacred domain rushed out, covering the surrounding people, and he quickly entered. After that, the people of the Yaoguang Sacred Land also entered. The auras of the elders surged, and the young cultivators followed behind the Yaoguang Sacred Son and the Yaoguang Sacred Daughter. The All Beginnings Sacred Land. The Sacred Daughter of All Beginnings entered with a group of people. The Sacred Son of All Beginnings snorted and also entered with countless experts. The relationship between the Sacred Daughter of All Beginnings and the Sacred Son was not very good, so they divided into 2 groups. Brother Xian. Murong Qingcheng looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. Follow the Sacred Land in first. We will meet again if there is a chance. Okay. Murong Qingcheng nodded. Then she and the experts of the Jade Lake Sacred Land walked in. Let's go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He, the dark red dragon, Hui Dao, Xing Tian, 3 elders, dozens of deacons, and 100 elites. They walked into the cave together. Not long after Lin Xian entered, the people from the 5 Elements Palace also arrived. They looked at the figure with gloomy expressions. This time, there was a young man in a 5-colored robe in front of them. He was very handsome and had a terrifying aura. It seemed that this was the 5 Elements Saint. Is that the kid who just went in? The 5 Elements Saint's eyes shone with a cold light. That's right, it was him. The surrounding 5 Elements Palace members gnashed their teeth in anger. When the 5 Elements Saint heard this, he sneered. What's the big deal? When I meet him in the tomb, I'll just kill him. As he spoke, he strode in with his men. On the other side, the people from 9 Heavens' holy ground had also arrived. Jioshu Seiko's face was a little pale, but it seemed like he was fine. As he watched Lin Xian's figure enter, his face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn brat, this time, I'll definitely kill you. Let's go. Jioshu Seiko quickly entered with his men. Apart from this, countless figures entered, and this continued for a very long time. Ha ha! Get out of my way! At this moment, a voice came from afar, turning into a powerful torrent that rushed forward. Boom! Many people were sent flying. Damn it! Who is it? How dare you ambush us? Are you tired of living? These people were furious. How dare someone attack us at the entrance of the cave? Why? Do you think we're easy to bully? Among these people, there were people from the sacred grounds and also people from the great sections. They turned around angrily. However, in the next moment, their faces turned green. The twin kings of Middle Ground. He was back. These people trembled, and with a schwa sound, they opened up a path for him. To be honest, they were too shocked. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that the twin kings of Middle Ground had gone crazy and left. At that time, the good one and the evil one were killing each other. They thought that they had to kill one of them to stop the fight. However, they did not expect that the other party would appear again. Moreover, the good one and the evil one existed at the same time, and neither of them were injured. What was going on? Could it be that the two of them stopped fighting? They did not know what had happened, but they knew that the twin kings of Middle Ground were too terrifying. That kid was probably going to be unlucky. Sure enough, the twin kings of Middle Ground roared ferociously as they flew. That damned kid, how dare you sow discord? You even used illusions. I won't let you off this time. I'll capture you and suppress you to the 18th level of hell. The twin kings of Middle Ground rushed into the cave ahead with a cold voice mixed with light that filled the sky. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva crazily. They knew that things had gotten out of hand. When the two sides met, there would definitely be a shocking battle. Let's go quickly. These people discussed and moved forward at the same time. Soon, the princes of the royal family and the various aristocratic families entered one after another. The entire process lasted for a long time. There were too many people. Fortunately, the ancient tomb of the saint was incomparably huge and could accommodate all of them. In fact, the space inside was far beyond their imagination. After waiting for a long time, when most of the people had entered and only a few itinerant cultivators were left, countless figures flew over from the distance again. These people dragged long streaks of light and landed in the canyon like comets. The person in the lead was Yen Ryu, whose clothes were whiter than snow. Next to her was a demonic man in a green robe, followed by a large number of experts. They were the people from the Demon Imperial Palace who were hiding in the dark. When they came to the canyon and saw the two blood-colored doors at a close distance, they all laughed. As expected, it was the language of the demon race. It seemed that this was indeed the ancient tomb of the demon race's saint. There might be ancient cultivation techniques and heaven-defying treasures inside. They had to leave quickly and not let those people get it. These people entered one after another. Inside the ancient tomb, everyone flew quickly. Armor appeared on their bodies and shields surrounded them to prevent others from sneaking up on them. Lin Xian and the others also moved quickly. Not long after, their vision gradually widened and light appeared in front of them. Speed up! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian waved his hand and the people from the Immortal Palace immediately sped up. In front of them was a very vast cave. There were countless white pillars around it, connecting the surface to the top of the mountain. There were even countless holes. At this moment, there were water droplets dripping on the ground, making dripping sounds. This was a karst cave. After entering, Peacock cried out in surprise. The others were also extremely shocked. They looked around. At this moment, someone in front of them pointed at the ground and went crazy with excitement. "We're rich! It's actually Earth's spirit liquid!" "What? Earth's spirit liquid?" The surrounding people were shocked and turned their heads. Sure enough, they saw that the liquid in the puddle on the ground was emitting a pure energy, causing their blood to boil. It was really Earth's spirit liquid. And from the looks of it, it should be tens of thousands of years old. Chapter 24-23. We're rich! Hurry up and attack! The people in front exclaimed. They reached out with their large palms and grabbed over. There was no such thing outside at all. Only ancient tombs that had been sealed for a long time would have it. They did not expect to find such precious earth spirit liquid the moment they entered. It seemed that the preciousness of this ancient tomb was far beyond their imagination. Get lost! Our unfettered sect discovered it first. In front, a few unfettered sect disciples roared crazily and attacked quickly. Beside them, multicolored light flickered. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! Behind them, a cold snort sounded. A fist quickly blasted over. It was like an ancient demon mountain that did not release any light. However, that power made heaven and earth tremble. Fortunately, this was the ancient tomb of a saint and had the saint's laws. Therefore, the surrounding buildings did not shatter. However, the entire space still shook violently. Boom! The terrifying fist shattered the unfettered sect's attack. The blood in the bodies of the unfettered sect disciples churned as they flew forward. They crashed into the stone pillar in front of them and countless fragments fell. Ah! They roared crazily. Damn it! Who was it? Soon they were stunned. For a simple sacred ground? You dare to go against our unfettered sect? Haha, treasures belong to those who are capable. What do you mean by yours or mine? This is an ownerless item. Behind them, a few burly men sneered. They were very tall and their muscles bulged with terrifying power. They were the martial artists of the four symbols sacred ground. Well said, treasures belong to those who are capable. However, the four symbols sacred ground should rest at the side. A few people with the aura of the Tao of Dragon around them walked out. They were from the royal family. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed. The experts of the four symbols sacred ground frowned. The people of the Nine Li dynasty, you want to attack too? Nonsense! Get lost if you don't want to die. The experts of the Nine Li dynasty snorted coldly. The aura of the Tao of Dragon on their bodies surged with destructive power. Courting death. The experts of the four symbols sacred ground roared and charged over. In an instant, a great battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying. Not only here, but there were intense battles everywhere because the earth's spirit liquid on the ground was being fought over by everyone. However, these people knew the severity of the situation. They controlled the battle within a certain range and did not affect the surroundings. Otherwise, the collapse of the saint's tomb was no joke. Moreover, they were even more afraid of the traps in this place. If they were to encounter a trap, a terrifying array formation would appear. Therefore, although these people were fighting fiercely, their energy was precisely controlled and did not leak out at all. Young master, what should we do? When Hui Dao and the others saw this, they were also very excited. Seeing a treasure, they naturally had to make a move. Lin Xian smiled. Let's split into 3 teams. Elder Wang, you lead a team. Elder Lu, you lead a team. Elder Li, stay by my side. Yes. The 3 elders nodded, and Lin Xian looked at the 100 elites behind him. split into 3 groups and follow these 3 elders. Ghostly, you go to Elder Wan. Ido, you follow Elder Lu. Peacock, follow me. Let's split up. If you are in danger, send out a distress signal and we will provide support. Yes. These people were divided into 3 groups. Attack! With a single command, the 3 teams transformed into 3 torrents and joined in the scramble. Little White, it's up to you. Lin Xian did not attack, but instead, he pulled out the little white monkey. The little white monkey was very excited. It hugged the small bowl and ran around. With a flash of light, all the earth essence in one of the puddles was swept away. Ah! Who is it? The surrounding people roared crazily. Damn it! Who did it? Come out now! These people were really crazy. After fighting for so long, the earth essence liquid disappeared. How could they not go crazy? Whoosh! The little white monkey came back and danced excitedly. There was a lot of earth essence liquid in its small bowl. Good, good, good! Elder Li's eyes widened into a smile. He quickly took out a jade gourd and placed all of the spirit liquid inside. The little white monkey moved and went to fight for it again. Peacock, bring some people along. Lin Xian smiled. Peacock could not wait any longer. Although she was a girl, she was very battle-hungry. At this moment, she led the elites behind her and quickly rushed to the battle. Only Lin Xian, Elder Li, and Xing Tian were left. With these 2 powerful people guarding him, Lin Xian was not worried about his safety. Roar! At this moment, a strange cry sounded in the sky. Then, a red figure rushed over. Ha ha! It's all mine! To be able to make such a sound, there was no doubt that it was the dark red divine dragon. Damn snake! Get lost! The powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird sect roared. The flames on their bodies surged into the sky and formed the projection of a vermilion bird, which enveloped the dark red divine dragon. They wanted to refine it. Bam, bam, bam! The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and slapped the projection of the vermilion bird away. Then, it slapped the powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird sect and sent them flying. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed the entire puddles. Gulp, gulp. He drank all the earth essence liquid in the puddles. Ha ha! Awesome! Delicious! The dark red divine dragon yelled excitedly. Seeing this, the eyes of the surrounding people turned red. There were at least 100 drops of earth essence liquid in the puddles, but they were all swallowed in one gulp. How could they accept this? Damn snake! Spit it out! The powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird sect roared. They rushed over again. The eyes of the people from the other sects were also red. In an instant, 3 forces surrounded the dark red divine dragon. In the distance, many elders were so angry that they vomited blood. What a wastrel! If they took those 100 drops back and refined them with spirit herbs, they would definitely be able to refine countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines. But now they were all swallowed in one gulp. That's not wastrel! What is it if not a waste? Spit it out? Sure! I'll spit it out for you! Pa 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 pa! I'll spit all over your faces! The dark red divine dragon spat crazily in the air. This was not ordinary spit, nor was it earth essence liquid. It was dragon breath. Of course, this was different from the legendary dragon breath. Legend had it that a drop of dragon breath was comparable to a peerless divine medicine and could bring the dead back to life. However, in reality, dragon breath was extremely corrosive. In an instant, all the attacks in the sky were melted, and some landed on the bodies of those people, causing them to emit sizzling white smoke. Those people were rolling on the ground and screaming crazily. Damn it, this snake is too evil! What did it spit out? Oh no, its spit is poisonous! Don't let it hit you! In an instant, all kinds of screams were heard. The cultivators in other places also twitched their mouths. Where did this terrifying monster come from? Fortunately, the snake did not have any designs on the earth essence liquid. Chapter 24:24. Lin Xian's face also darkened when he saw that. He transmitted his voice. Ruffian dragon, stop eating. I'll refine something good for you when we get back. You're too wasteful. Putting aside Zhang Xian, even Xing Tian and Elder Li's lips were twitching. They were experts of Immortal Palace and were used to seeing treasures, but they had never seen such a wasteful thing. The dark red dragon snatched another two and returned to Lin Xian's side. He looked at the three people whose faces had darkened and chuckled. What do you know? I didn't eat it. He looked at Elder Li. Old man, take out your jade gourd. What are you doing? Elder Li was puzzled, but he still took it out. The dark red dragon took the gourd, opened the lid, and started to spit into the gourd. I'm spitting, I'm spitting, I'm spitting! Damn! No! Elder Li immediately became anxious. His eyes were red. That's Earth's spirit liquid. If you spit into it, how are we going to use it in the future? Xing Tian was also stunned. What's going on? Lin Xian's face also darkened. After the dark red dragon finished spitting, he chuckled. Why are you looking at me? That's Earth's spirit liquid. Take a look if you don't believe me. Damn! Lin Xian stomped his feet in anger. It was indeed Earth's spirit liquid. It seemed that the dragon did not absorb it but stored it in its body. However, the Earth's spirit liquid was mixed with the dark red dragon's saliva. It was disgusting no matter how he thought about it. Damn it, can't you store it in another way? Lin Xian gnashed his teeth. Elder Li gave him another jade gourd and told him to put it in. Elder Li's face darkened. He gave the dark red dragon a jade gourd and snatched the previous one. He looked at the Earth's spirit liquid inside. There was indeed twice as much as before. However, when he thought about how he could use the liquid inside to refine pills in the future, he would eat it. Wouldn't that be eating the dragon's saliva? When he thought of that, he felt nauseous. Therefore, Elder Li secretly left a mark on the gourd. He decided that the pills refined from the gourd would be distributed to the other halls. He would definitely not touch them. An intense battle broke out in the cave. Other than Lin Xian's side, the other great sects of the Holy Lands were also extremely terrifying. Boom! Leaf Doubtinier unleashed his sage domain, causing terrifying light to spread out in all directions. No one dared to approach. The saintly body and the power of the remote antiquity families were absolutely terrifying. In another direction, the same light was shining. 108 Buddhas were circling in the sky. It was a terrifying sight. This was the Alcate Saint! As soon as he attacked, he immediately sent a group of people in front of him flying, causing them to be filled with terror and not dare to approach him again. There was nothing they could do about it. They realized that the Alcate Saint's son was too terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. Get lost! I'm the one who took a fancy to him. At this moment, an angry roar sounded from another direction. Immediately after, boundless demonic chi filled the sky and instantly blasted dozens of powerhouses away. What? The Central State's twin kings! He's here again? Seeing this scene, everyone trembled. They didn't expect the Central State's twin kings to appear again. Moreover, from the looks of it, they didn't seem to be injured at all. Could it be that the previous attempt to sow discord had no effect on him? As expected, everyone thought that the Central State's twin kings wouldn't die so easily. In the crowd, Lin Xian also frowned when he saw this scene. They're fine? How is that possible? He was extremely puzzled. Previously, he had successfully sowed discord between the virtuous and evil sons, causing them to fight. From the looks of it, they should be seriously injured no matter what. However, the twin kings were not injured at all. What happened in the middle? He didn't know. In addition to the twin kings of the Central State, the Jade Pool was also very terrifying. Murong Qingqing shot out a lotus flower that spread in all directions. Those people couldn't get close at all. The powerhouses of the Central State's Prince's dynasty were also extremely terrifying. Streams of dragon chi surrounded them like true dragons. There were also the divine monks of the Western Desert, and the terrifying powerhouses of the southern border. There were too many powerhouses. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They quickly divided the surrounding Earth's spiritual liquid. Boom! At this moment, a few figures suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered in all directions. At first, no one noticed it at all. After all, it was an intense battle, and it was normal for someone to be killed. However, gradually, they realized that something was wrong. That was because more and more people went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they kept attacking their companions. What was going on? Damn it, someone used an illusion technique. Was it that brat from the Immortal Palace? In an instant, countless people screamed. Many people even wanted to find Lin Xian. Lin Xian also frowned. He didn't use any illusion technique. It should be an expert who used the soul attack, right? The dark rainbow divine dragon flew back. The jade gourd in his hand also contained a lot of Earth's spiritual liquid. However, at this moment, his expression was a little serious. Not good, this place is strange. What's wrong? What did you find? Xingtian asked. Elderly also frowned as his gaze swept across the surroundings. A trace of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. In the next moment, he felt cold. That was because he found that there seemed to be a few strange things around him. Were those butterflies? Those butterflies were very beautiful and multicolored. However, at this moment, there were all kinds of lights in the cave, so no one noticed them at all. After Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, he immediately noticed them. What was even more strange was that there were things tied to those butterflies. What were those things? Lin Xian looked carefully. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. That was because he found that there was a bronze bell tied to those butterflies. The bell was octagonal, and there were mysterious runes engraved on it. They were similar to the runes on the blood-colored door outside. They were abnormally ancient. He didn't recognize them at all. However, at this moment, as the butterflies danced, the bronze bell let out a tinkling sound. Lin Xian keenly sensed that the sound carried an extremely powerful soul attack. Could it be that all the soul attacks from before were released by the bells on those butterflies? He was surprised. He looked carefully and found that there were a total of 3 bells floating in the air. Lin Xian quickly told the dark rainbow divine dragon, Xingtian, and Elderly what happened. After seeing this scene, Elderly's pupils shrank. Not good, it's Flower Protector. Hurry up and summon our people back and leave this place. Xingtian, summon all of them back. Lin Xian gave the order. At the same time, he asked, Elderly, what's Flower Protector? It's a very terrifying weapon. Elderly's expression was ugly. He said that in ancient times, there was an extremely terrifying peerless powerhouse. This powerhouse had no other hobbies except for beautiful women. Therefore, he kidnapped the saintesses of the great sage land of that time and wanted to build a huge harem. Damn, this guy's ambition is too big. Chapter 24-25. Elderly continued. Think about it, the saintesses of the sacred grounds would be like the masters of the sacred grounds in the future. How could they allow themselves to be kidnapped? And become someone's concubine or sex slave? That was unforgivable. Therefore, the sacred grounds sent out a large number of experts to kill this peerless figure. However, that person was quite impressive. He was also a devil. He created a kind of bell and sealed the dozen or so saintesses. The experts from the Holy Lands who had rushed over to help were all reduced to ashes by the bell. This bell was called the Flower Protector Bell by the Demon King. However, Flower Protector had been lost for a long time. Who would have thought that it would appear here? This was definitely a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Hearing this, Xingtian did not dare to delay and quickly called back the other 2 teams as well as Peacock's men. After hearing this, those people's faces changed. They did not expect such a terrifying thing to be here. Looking at the crazy crowd around them, they were also afraid. Lin Xian gave the order for them to move forward quickly. They had collected almost all the Earth's spirit liquid. The rest was in the possession of the great sage land. It would not be easy to snatch it again. Moreover, there was such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction here. They might as well go deeper. This was the tomb of a saint, and there were many treasures. There was no need to lose their lives here for a bit of Earth's spirit liquid. Damn it, it was Flower Protector! At that moment, the other elders of the Holy Land also noticed the bronze bell. They were scared out of their wits. After all, they were all elders of the great sage land. Naturally, they had heard of the rumors in the sacred grounds. They did not expect to see such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. In the next moment, these people snatched the Earth's spirit liquid and hurriedly ran deeper. They had no choice. The rumors said that this thing was too fierce. In an instant, everyone ran deeper into the cave. There were fewer and fewer people in the cave. However, there were still some people here. The remaining people wanted to snatch the last bit of Earth's spirit liquid. Of course, there were also some people who looked at the sky with flickering eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Lin Xian also said, "Elder Wang, Elder Lu, take your men and leave first. Elder Li, Xing Tian, you two stay here to support me." "Temple Master, what are you trying to do?" Elder Li asked. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. "You're saying that this is a weapon of mass destruction? If he could get his hands on it, wouldn't it be a very powerful treasure?" "No way." Hearing this, Elder Li and the other two shuddered. Hui Dao and the others also had a look of fear on their faces. It had to be said that their palace master was really too bold. Even the elders of the Holy Lands had to flee upon seeing this thing. And their palace master actually wanted to take one as a treasure? This made them feel dizzy. That was too dangerous. Elder Li frowned. The other two elders also had worried looks on their faces. Lin Xian said, "What's the big deal? Wealth comes from danger. Also, look at those who haven't left yet. They're probably thinking about Flower Protector." As expected, the Yi family and the Wavering Light Holy Land didn't leave. In addition, there were also a few Holy Lands, great sects, and members of the Imperial family. Their gazes were all fixed on the three Flower Protectors. From the looks of it, he really wanted Flower Protector. "Older brother Xian, aren't you leaving?" In front, Murong Qingqing asked with a voice transmission. She had a puzzled look on her face. Lin Xian pointed up with a smile. Murong Qingqing glanced at the three Flower Protectors with a worried look. "It's fine, I'm confident." "All right, be careful." Murong Qingqing and the people of the Jade Lake Holy Land left. She wasn't too worried. She knew that Lin Xian had many trump cards in his hands, and his identity was different from before. His life shouldn't be in danger. As for Flower Protector, their Jade Lake Holy Land had no interest. Therefore, Murong Qingqing left. Seeing Lin Xian insist, Elder Wang and Elder Lu took a deep breath. "All right, then, Palace Master, be careful. We'll go ahead first." The two elders waved their hands and led Hui Dao and the other two, as well as 100 elites, to the front. Only Lin Xian, the snow-white little monkey, the dark red dragon, Elder Li, and Xing Tian were left. After everyone left, the inside of the cave was already very spacious. There was a large open space. The few people who stayed here looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes. Yu Wudao looked at Lin Xian from the Yi family and smiled. "Brother Lin, which one do you like?" "This one." Lin Xian pointed at the Flower Protector closest to him. "All right, then I want this one." Yu Wudao pointed at the Flower Protector closest to the Yi family. They didn't care about the third one. Humph! Shameless boasting! At this moment, a cold snort was heard. It was from the Five Elements Saint. Around him, the Thousand Thunder Saints sneered. "Kid, I finally found you." At this moment, the twin kings of Zhongzhou also flew over. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold light in his eyes. His killing intent soared into the sky. Seeing this, Xing Tian and Elder Li's faces darkened. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. Not only the Five Elements Saint and the Twin Kings, but the Thousand Thunder Saint and other families were also lurking here. It seemed that they all wanted to make a move on them. Seeing this scene, countless gazes looked over. Among them, Yu Wudao sneered and stared at the twin kings of Zhongzhou. You claim to be invincible in Zhongzhou? Let me see what qualifications you have to say such words. As he spoke, he threw a punch. The golden fist flickered like a golden sun and rushed directly toward the twin kings of Zhongzhou. You're courting death. The twin kings of Zhongzhou were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to attack them. Boom! The evil one waved his death scythe, while the good one waved his heavenly treasure, the Dharma wheel, to contend with them. A great battle broke out. Yu Wudao let out a long roar and rushed over with his golden sacred domain. Firstly, he wanted to save Lin Xian from the crisis. Secondly, he had his own reasons. As a sacred body, he thought that he was invincible. Now that he had encountered the twin kings who claimed to be invincible in Zhongzhou, he naturally had to fight them. Therefore, the two of them started fighting in an instant. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. Among them, a few powerhouses wanted to secretly seize Yu Wudao and the nearby flower protector. In the end, they were sent flying by the energy shockwaves and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. For a moment, they didn't dare to have any ideas about flower protector near Yu Wudao. Therefore, they looked at the other two. One of them was where Lin Xian was. The situation there was the most complicated, and many people wanted to make a move. As for the third one, the wavering light saint stood out. This one is mine, the Alcade sage said faintly. Although his voice wasn't loud, there was an unquestionable tone in his words. Humph, if you want to protect Flower Protector, you'll have to ask my fist first. The four symbols Saint Child charged over and fought with the Alcade Saint Child. Chapter 24-26. The four symbols Saint Child charged over and fought with the Alcade Saint Child. At the side, the eyes of a few experts flickered as they waited for an opportunity to snatch the Flower Protector. On Lin Xian's side, the five elements saint walked out. 5 colored lights surrounded his body, making him look like a god fiend. Kid, you're the one who destroyed my 5 elements palace? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, and I'll spare your life. Hearing that, Elderly and Xingtian's faces darkened, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. However, Lin Xian sneered. You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Boom! He struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, divine palm surrounded the surroundings and pressed down from the sky. The sun, moon, and stars emitted a terrifying light as if a starry sky was descending from the sky. Once the sun, moon, divine palm was unleashed, a terrifying energy swept out, causing the surrounding people to scream. They all retreated. For a moment, no one dared to attack. Humph! The 5 elements saint shouted angrily. Others did not dare to attack, but he did. 5 elements fist! With a furious roar, the 5 elements saint threw out a golden fist with an indomitable aura and charged toward the sun, moon, divine palm. An intense collision sounded, and violent energy tore through the void, shaking heaven and earth. The sun, moon, and stars revolved, trying to refine the golden fist. The golden fist was extremely violent, and it instantly shattered many stars. Kid, I heard that you also know the 5 elements technique? Today, I'll let you see what the real 5 elements technique is. Earth fist. The earth rumbled and turned into a ferocious earth dragon. It soared into the sky and directly pierced through the sun, moon, divine palm. Then, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, charging toward Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. However, terrifying seawater appeared in the sky again, completely sealing him. Boundless waves rolled in all directions of the world. It was as if a vast ocean was surging in the void. What immortal palace master! That's all he is. Seeing that he had trapped his opponent in an instant, the 5 elements saint sneered disdainfully. Buzz! A sword light shone, splitting the seawater in the sky, creating a vacuum. Then, Lin Xian walked over. Seeing this, the 5 elements saint was stunned. Then, he sneered. Indeed, he had some strength. However, it was still not enough. Fist of fire! The five elements saint pushed out his fist, and a boundless sea of fire spread out, erupting with tens of thousands of rays of light. Sword of fire! On the other side, Lin Xian also performed the five elements sword technique. To be honest, he had just started cultivating the five elemental sword. In terms of the five elemental arts, he was definitely inferior to the five elemental saint. However, he possessed the great dragon sword soul. This was something that the five elements saint did not possess. Therefore, Lin Xian was not afraid of him at all. In the sky, an incomparably pitch-black flaming longsword descended from the sky and slashed downwards. It collided with the terrifying flaming fist. Boom! Boom! An intense collision ensued. Flames overflowed into the sky and spread in all directions. The surrounding people were so shocked that they quickly retreated. Fortunately, Lin Xian had controlled their strength, limiting the impact to a certain range. Otherwise, the entire world would be filled with boundless flames. You can actually block my fist of fire. The five elements saint frowned. In the next moment, he performed the fist of water again, wanting to destroy his opponent's sword of fire. However, Lin Xian also performed the sword of water to counter it. In an instant, the two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. How is this possible? How can his five elements technique be able to counter mine? The five elements saint's face darkened. He was the saint of the five elements palace, and his five elements technique was unparalleled. Yet, his opponent was able to counter him. This surprised him greatly, and he could not believe it. Buzz! However, at this moment, a large palm stretched out from the sky. It carried a sky full of lightning and enveloped the flower protector. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. On the other side, the five elements saint also roared in anger. Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time, bombarding the lightning palm. Boom! 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 Intense collisions sounded. Not only that, but the butterfly in the sky also flapped its wings. Suddenly, the flower protector on its body shook and made tinkling sounds. A formless and terrifying wave of energy rushed down. In an instant, it slammed into the lightning palm. The surrounding space shattered, and the lightning palm dimmed before disappearing. Lin Xian and the five elements saint exchanged 3 moves in the sky, and they each retreated to one side. Whoosh! Their eyes were cold as they stared at another place. There stood a young man in a thunder robe. At this moment, his face was also dark. He did not expect his sneak attack to fail. The Thousand Thunder Saint! Lin Xian frowned. This was an old enemy. Previously, he had fought with him in the eastern wilderness. At that time, both of them were not almighties. However, the other party was already very powerful at that time. Now that he had broken through to the almighty realm, the other party had also broken through to the almighty realm. Moreover, he had reached an unfathomable level. Needless to say, these saints' talents and resources were too terrifying. If ordinary people encountered Lin Xian's cultivation speed, they would have been left far behind. However, the Thousand Thunder Saint did not fall behind. Instead, he was advancing side by side. One could imagine how terrifying his talent was. But so what? Lin Xian would not let him go if he dared to snatch the flower protector. Whoosh! He waved his long sword, and the golden sword flew out like a bolt of lightning toward the Thousand Thunder Saint. The Thousand Thunder Saint waved his hand, and the endless power of thunder and lightning condensed in front of him, forming a thunder god shield in front of him. Clang! The thunder god shield collided with the golden sword, making an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying sword chi and thunder rushed in all directions. It pierced through the void. In the next moment, the thunder shield was blasted away. The golden sword seemed to have turned into a golden dragon. It kept attacking, and the thunder god shield kept retreating until it was sent flying. Whoosh! The golden sword slashed toward the Thousand Thunder Saint. Whoosh! The Thousand Thunder Saint disappeared in an instant, and the golden sword only cut a trace of his shadow. However, as soon as the Thousand Thunder Saint dodged the golden sword, his face darkened. Because the Five Elements Saint had also attacked him. The giant flaming hand with endless holy light fell from the sky like the palm of the fire god, and enveloped him. The Thousand Thunder Saint had no choice but to sweep out endless thunder and lightning to contend with it. In the next moment, he retreated again. He quickly said, "Brother Five Elements, I have no malice toward you. Why don't the two of us kill this guy first? Then we can fight for the Flower Protector. How about it?" That was good too. The Five Elements Saint could see that the Thousand Thunder Saint seemed to have a grudge against the other party. In this way, it would be easy. The two saints could definitely suppress the other party easily. They could even kill the other party. Chapter 24-27. No need. Ruffian Dragon, you and Little White quickly seal Flower Protector. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. That's right, he was proficient in formations. Coupled with Little White Monkey's treasure bowl, he could seal Flower Protector more easily than anyone else. Thinking of this, the two of them moved quickly. Xing Tian and Elderly did not make a move. Unless their lives were in danger, they would not make a move easily. Unless Lin Xian gave the order. Now, Lin Xian had no intention of letting them make a move, so the two of them just watched silently. Damn it, get down here! He saw the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey flying towards the Flower Protector. The Five Elements Saint roared, while the Thousand Thunder Saint held a thunder sword and slashed out. Boom! Bang! However, both of their attacks were blocked. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand emitted a terrifying light. Your opponent is me. You're courting death. Get lost. The Five Elements Saint and Thousand Thunder Saint were really angry. Lin Xian wanted to fight the two of them alone. What a joke! They were saints. The most powerful existence in the younger generation. How dare Lin Xian look down on them? In the next moment, the Five Elements Saint shouted, "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The Thousand Thunder Saint also smiled. He realized that this was the best time to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, he did not think that Flower Protector would be sealed so easily. Sure enough, Flower Protector counterattacked. The dark red divine dragon and little white monkey kept dodging. Seeing this, the Thousand Thunder Saint was completely relieved. In the next moment, he stared at Lin Xian. Today is the day you die. As he spoke, the power of thunder on his body directly pierced through the sky. The terrifying thunder rumbled like a peerless thunder god, mighty and mighty in the entire cave. At this moment, the experts lurking around were stunned. In the distance, Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, and the others, who were fighting, also looked over. They did not expect that Lin Xian would fight the two of them alone. And two saints at that. The surrounding experts started to discuss among themselves. This kid was too arrogant. Who did he think he was? That's right. Most likely, even the older generation wouldn't dare to be so arrogant as to oppose two saints. Just wait and see, he's definitely going to die. The sword in his hand was a peerless treasure sword. After he died, he would definitely snatch it back. These people had already begun to set their sights on Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and countless sword rays shot out in all directions. He held the Dragon Source ancient sword in his right hand, while a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in his left hand, emitting a terrifying aura. As soon as this sword shadow appeared, everyone's hearts jumped wildly, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Not good, this brat is going to use his trump card. Quickly subdue him. The Five Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint looked at each other, and quickly flew out. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon-shaped sword in his left hand performed the Five Elements sword art, while the ancient dragon abyss sword in his right hand performed the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. The two heaven tier sword arts, together with the peerless sword Qi, attacked. Boom! 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 After an intense collision, 2 figures were sent flying. When the surrounding martial artists saw this, they went crazy and almost bit off their tongues. One by one, they exclaimed, "Damn it! This is impossible! How did he do it?" This was because they realized that the ones who were sent flying were the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. But how was this possible? The 2 saints were unable to defeat the other party? What a joke! This scene was simply too shocking. Even the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint were shocked. Although they did not use all their trump cards, it would be easy for the 2 of them to kill the other party. However, the situation was far beyond their expectations. "Damn it! There's something wrong with his sword." The 5 Elements Saint's face darkened. The 10,000 Thunder Saint gritted his teeth. Not only his sword, but the sword shadow in his left hand was even more terrifying. This should be his trump card. It must be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send the 2 of us flying. The 5 Elements Saint sneered. This brat had used his trump card so early. It seemed like this brat was nothing special. Indeed, he was nothing special. As the saints of the sacred ground, our foundation is not something he can imagine. Let's do it. This time, we must kill him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint stood up. He snorted coldly, and the lightning on his body quickly erupted. A small blue hammer flew out from between his eyebrows. This small blue hammer spun in front of him, emitting a terrifying aura. It was covered in lightning. Thunder God Hammer. The 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had an extremely terrifying superpower. It was even more terrifying than an Earth-grade treasure. On the other side, the 5 Elements Saint opened his mouth and spat out a 5 Elements Mountain. This was also a terrifying trump card. The moment the 5 Elements Mountain appeared, the surrounding space instantly collapsed. "Brat, I'll show you our ultimate move." The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted coldly and waved the Thunder God Hammer. Boom! 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 The entire cave was trembling. Terrifying lightning spread in all directions, causing the experts hiding in the dark to escape. There was nothing they could do. This aura was too terrifying. The Thunder God Hammer shattered the void and directly enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed at the Thunder God Hammer. Clang! A fierce collision sound rang out, and cracks spread in all directions. Clang! 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 The sound made everyone's blood boil. Some of the weaker ones even spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Not good. Retreat! Those martial artists who still wanted to take advantage of the situation frantically retreated. They realized that the battle between the 2 was too terrifying. Those who had not reached the saint level could not stay here at all. Therefore, more and more people retreated. Those who remained here were all saints. Among them, there were young saints, and there were also experts of the older generation. These people all had powerful auras like gods and demons. Damn it, he blocked it again. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was shocked. He did not expect that the other party could block his Thunder God Hammer. It was really beyond his expectations. However, at this time, the 5 Elements Saint also made his move. He activated the 5 Elements Mountain and pressed forward. The 5 Elements Mountain bloomed with light like an ancient demonic mountain. It descended from the sky, and the sky trembled. Terrifying airwaves surged in all directions. This was the fusion of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! 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 Lin Xian waved the dragon-shaped sword and slashed out several sword lights at the void. Crack! The void shattered. The dragon-shaped sword she blasted onto the 5 Elements Mountain, causing a shocking collision. Boom! The 5 Elements Mountain was blasted away. There was even a terrifying sword mark on it. What? Seeing this scene, the 5 Elements Saint's pupils shrank. He could not believe it. The other party could actually hurt his 5 Elements Mountain. This was too shocking. One had to know that it was an extremely terrifying Dharma treasure. Moreover, It was the combination of the 5 elements. Its power was extremely terrifying. The other saints did not dare to take it head on. They were actually blasted away so easily by the other party. Chapter 24-28. Damn it, what is that sword shadow in his hand? The surrounding people were going crazy. The 2 saints gritted their teeth, while Xing Tian and elderly behind them were also extremely shocked. Originally, they were still a little worried when Lin Xian fought against the 2 of them. After all, they were both saints who had been famous for a long time. But now it seemed that they were overthinking. Lin Xian's combat power really shocked them. Especially that dragon-shaped sword shadow. Xing Tian and elderly's hearts were beating wildly. That was too unbelievable. Their strength was very terrifying, and there were not many things that could make them feel afraid. They did not know what that sword shadow was. But thinking about it, it must be extremely terrifying. Ha ha! Got it! At that moment, a strange laughter came from above. The dark red dragon was extremely excited. The sound attracted Xing Tian and elderly's attention. Many of the others also looked over. Damn it! They were extremely shocked because they found that the flower protector on the butterfly had disappeared. Got it! Seeing that, Lin Xian was also happy. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Let's go!" Whoosh! He stopped fighting and turned to leave. The dark red dragon and the little white monkey returned to his side. Xing Tian and elderly also moved together. Among them, Xing Tian and elderly were surprised. Previously, they were only focused on watching the battle and did not look at the dark red dragon. They did not expect that the other party would seal the flower protector so quickly. Oh my god, that's too terrifying. That's a legendary killing weapon. With a gentle shake, it can destroy the body and soul of an expert. Thinking of that, they were also very excited. They had just arrived at the saint's tomb, and they had already obtained a big treasure. They were really overjoyed. Therefore, they could not help but speed up. Damn it, stay here! Behind them, the 5 Elements Saint and the Thousand Thunder Saint were furious when they saw that. They had been fighting for a long time, but the treasure was snatched away by the other party. How could they accept that? So they chased after it frantically. Not only them, but the experts from the 5 Elements sect and the Thousand Thunders Sacred Land also chased after it. The others were also shocked. They did not expect that the first to succeed would be Lin Xian. For a moment, many people looked over. When they saw that Lin Xian was about to leave, they all had different feelings. Brother Lin, well done! Leaf Doudenier. The Alcade Saint's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. The twin kings were so angry that they abandoned Leaf Doudenier and shot toward Lin Xian. The scythe of death and the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel descended from the sky with a monstrous aura. Get lost! Lin Xian roared and struck with both swords, shattering the heavens and earth. The death scythe and the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel were all blown away. Lin Xian's qi and blood were also churning inside his body. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Central State's twin kings were furious. How could they allow the other party to leave? So they attacked again. Humph! Xing Tian snorted coldly and made his move. His fist streaked across the void, and a resplendent light tore through space. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Pung pung pung! The twin kings were forced back by the punch. Damn it! The twin kings roared angrily. They did not expect that there would be such an expert beside the other party. However, although they were angry, they did not attack again. On the other side, the powerhouses of the other sacred grounds all attacked. Flower Protector was such a terrifying weapon that it was difficult to seal it. It would be difficult for them to succeed in a short period of time. They did not expect the other party to succeed in sealing it. This was good too. It would save them a lot of trouble. They naturally had to attack. For a moment, many people gave up on the Alcade Sage and rushed toward Lin Xian. Humph, kid, let's see how you escape. Seeing this, the twin kings sneered. The 5 Elements Sage and the 1,000 Thunder Sage were also overjoyed. As long as these people stopped the other party, then they could swarm him together. In short, they must not let the other party escape with Flower Protector. Humph! Courting death. Don't hold back. Attack! Lin Xian shouted coldly. The Dragon Source Ancient Sword released 2 seals. In his left hand, the dragon traversing sword emitted an incomparable light. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Lin Xian sent 2 people flying. The 2 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. One of them was split in half, and the other exploded. After receiving Lin Xian's order, Xing Tian and Elderly also made their move. The 2 of them were peerless powerhouses. When they attacked, they were really terrifying. The remaining martial artists were terrified. They did not expect the other party to have so many powerhouses. Moreover, they were so terrifying. They could not fight against them at all. Many of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bones were broken, and they crashed into the mountain in the distance. Bang! 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 The little white monkey appeared and disappeared unpredictably. It instantly knocked out a few powerhouses who were close to it. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and sent all the dizzy experts flying. Half of their faces were smashed into smithereens. For a moment, no one could stop Lin Xian and the others. Seeing that they were about to enter the passage, the people from the 5 Elements sect and the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground chased after them frantically. However, Lin Xian and the others had already entered the cave. The few of them attacked together, and the violent energy exploded behind them. This attack was too terrifying. The few powerhouses were already terrifying. When they attacked together, the power was enough to make people tremble. Sure enough, the people from the 5 Elements sect and the myriad Thunder Sacred Land were scared out of their wits. Damn it! Dodge! The myriad Thunder Saint and the 5 Elements Saint roared crazily. They stopped and fled to the back. At the same time, they formed a defensive barrier to resist the energy in front of them. Boom! It was earth-shattering. Countless cracks appeared in the space. The powerful energy blasted them all away. The 5 Elements Saint and the myriad Thunder Saint felt their blood boiling. The other powerhouses spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were full of fear. Damn it! They escaped! They gritted their teeth, and their faces were extremely gloomy. Saint, should we go after them? An elder from the 5 Elements Palace asked. The 5 Elements Saint's face was gloomy. It was useless to go after them. There were too many powerhouses around them. What should we do? Humph! What can we do? There are still 2 of them left. Let's fight with all our might! The myriad Thunder Saint also roared and led his people to join the battle. For a moment, a great battle broke out in the cave again. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had completely left the cave. Seeing that no one was chasing after them, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, those were all sacred lands and major sections. Although they were defeated, if they counterattacked with all their might, they would be in danger. Fortunately, the attack from before had intimidated them. Ruffian Dragon, where's Flower Protector? Lin Xian stopped. He looked around and saw that there were not many people around, so he asked in a low voice. In the treasure basin, the dark red dragon said. Chapter 24-29. However, the wind chime was completely sealed. Lin Xian took the Flower Protector and placed it in the black earth. It was not suitable to use it yet. It seemed that it was the same as the sage's hand bone. They could not bear it yet. However, it should be good as a trump card. What a great harvest! I've obtained a powerful weapon! Moreover, I've obtained a lot of Earth's spirit liquid. Let's go and meet up with Yidao Peacock and the others. Lin Xian waved his hand and they quickly flew forward. They were very fast and flew quickly in the tunnel. However, not long after, Lin Xian and the others frowned. That was because they heard the sounds of fighting and screams in front of them again. What's going on? What happened? Could it be another treasure? Lin Xian was puzzled. They guessed that it was another battle over a treasure. Let's go and speed up. Thinking of this, they were excited and flew quickly again. However, when they arrived, they frowned. Their pupils even constricted. That was because they realized that it was not the case. It was not what they had imagined. In front of them, the people of the Great Sage were attacking the insects that filled the sky. At that moment, in the cave in front of them, the ground and walls were covered with black insects. The small ones were the size of bowls, and the big ones were the size of washbasins. They were pitch black and had strange patterns on them. Caw, caw, caw! The insects' teeth were very sharp and could even bite treasured sabers and swords into pieces. That was too shocking. One had to know that the treasures in the hands of these people were at least high-grade Earth-rank treasures, and many of them were even top-grade treasures. However, they were broken so easily. What kind of insects are these? Ah! A disciple of the Yunyan sect screamed. He was surrounded by countless insects, and the armor on his body was instantly shattered. Those insects began to gnaw on his flesh and blood. In the end, more than half of his body was rotten. He fell to the ground and twitched non-stop. Things like this are happening everywhere. Damn it! Get lost! A warrior from the sacred land of Dian waved his huge sword and swept it in all directions. The insects were all sent flying. However, they soon shook off the soil on their bodies and crawled over again. Damn it, how is that possible? How can they be fine? These people are crazy. Their attacks can even destroy the void. But now, he couldn't kill these bugs. They couldn't believe it. When Lin Xian and the others saw this scene, they gasped in shock. At first, they thought that it was a treasure. But now, it seemed that it was going to be dangerous. Sure enough, when they arrived at the cave, the surrounding bugs also crazily rushed towards them. Humph! Xing Tian snorted coldly and swung his fist. Instantly, the surrounding black bugs were sent flying. However, his expression was ugly. This was because he realized that the bugs were actually fine. How could this be? His fists could easily kill mighty beings. Could it be that these bugs were even more terrifying than mighty beings? If that was the case, then what was the point of fighting? The sky was filled with insects. If they attacked together, all of them would probably be finished. Elderly also waved his hand, and a huge palm of light instantly caught a few insects, wrapping them within. Then, he pulled it in front of him and looked at it carefully. Lin Xian and the others all looked over. What? They discovered that the giant palm of spiritual power was completely useless. These insects were included in the palm, and they began to crazily gnaw at the large palms of spiritual power. Many wounds appeared on the palm before it dissipated. Chi. Those bugs rushed out again. Damn! How was this possible? The dark red dragon was shocked. What kind of bugs were these? Why hadn't he heard of them before? Could they be gold-devouring bugs? He thought for a long time and thought of a name. Hearing this name, Xing Tian and Elderly's eyelids twitched wildly. No way, that kind of thing had long been extinct. How could it appear here? Gold-devouring bugs, what were those? Lin Xian frowned and asked. He held up the dragon sword domain and isolated the surroundings, forming a vacuum zone. It was a legendary bug that was now extinct. At that time, it was a terrifying existence. Legend had it that the gold-devouring bugs devoured metal as food. There was nothing that they couldn't bite. Moreover, because they devoured metal, their bodies were also very hard and difficult to break. What you said is very similar to these bugs in front of us. It seems that they should be the gold-devouring bugs. No, that's not it. Elderly quickly shook his head. The gold-devouring bugs were a disaster in ancient times. If there were such a large number of gold-devouring bugs, we would probably be finished. More importantly, even in ancient times, there weren't so many gold-devouring bugs. At most, there were 5 or 6. I've never heard of so many gold-devouring bugs. This ancient tomb was too strange. First, there were flower protectors. Now, there were bugs similar to the gold-devouring bugs. What kind of saint's tomb was this? It was too terrifying. Xing Tian's expression was grave. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I saw Peacock and the others. Let's meet up first. Okay. Elderly and the others walked forward. On the other side, the battle in the first cave was getting more and more intense. There were only 2 flower protectors left, so no one wanted to give up. The battle between Yu Wudao and Zhong Zhou's twin kings was terrifying. Both of them were peerless geniuses. Their methods were extremely terrifying. At this moment, the battle was difficult to distinguish. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. Heavens, Yu Wudao was too terrifying. It was obvious that he was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. Of course, the power of a saint physique had been passed down since ancient times. Yu Wudao's future achievements were limitless. Once he matured into a greater success saint physique, he would be comparable to a great emperor. The Yi family was too lucky. They wouldn't have to worry about the next 10,000 years. With a greater success saint physique and an extreme weapon, unless a true great emperor appeared, no one would be able to compete with them. It was too early to say that. Let's wait until Yu Wudao really matured. Someone sneered secretly. Hearing this, many people's scalps went numb. Did he want to die? How could he say such words? Was he not afraid of being killed by the Yi family? Sure enough, hearing such words, the Yi family's elders snorted coldly. Their eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the surroundings. A terrifying aura surged out from their bodies. Many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Not to mention Yu Wudao, the twin kings were also terrifying. There would definitely be supreme existences in the future. From the looks of it, there was no doubt that they would become invincible kings. They might even become saints. Many people were discussing. On the other side, the Alcade's battle was also very terrifying. The 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint couldn't do anything to him. It was unbelievable. The Alcade's Saint was too terrifying and unfathomable. It was said that no one could make him use his full strength. Chapter 2430. Sure enough, the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint could not do anything. They were so angry that they had to use the power behind their backs. However, the Wavering Light's sacred land was not weak either. Several elders joined the battle and fought. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. It was like a dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens. Hearing that sound, the expressions of those who were fighting changed. Not good, there might be a change ahead. Stop fighting, Wudao. Hurry up. Got it. Yu Wudao nodded and waved his fists. His golden fists forced the middle ground twin kings back. You're not bad. You're my opponent. We'll fight again next time, Yu Wudao said in a deep voice. You want to leave? Not so fast. Go to hell. The twin kings roared. No one had been able to fight him to a draw, so he was very unwilling. However, Yu Wudao would not fight him again. Several elders of the Yi family stepped forward and forced the twin kings back. At the same time, they used all their strength to seal the flower protector above. In the end, the Yi family obtained the flower protector. Ah! Damn it! The middle ground twin kings roared angrily. He had no choice. The Yi family was too powerful. He turned around to snatch the last flower protector. However, as soon as he flew into the air, he roared angrily. That was because the Wavering Light's sacred land had obtained the last flower protector. The Wavering Light Saint suppressed the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. He directly used his Wavering Light divine ability and cooperated with their elders to seal the 3rd flower protector. Let's go! After that, the Wavering Light Saint quickly left with his people. Behind them, the middle ground twin kings, the 5 Elements Saint, and the 10,000 Thunder Saint were furious. They followed closely behind. Roar! At that moment, the dragon's roar came from the front again, causing everyone's expressions to change. Damn it, what was going on in front? Could there be a shocking treasure? Thinking of that, their eyes burned with passion, and they sped up. In front of them, the people of the Yi family, and the Wavering Light's sacred land were also flying quickly. However, when they arrived, they were stunned. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. There was no treasure, and the sky was filled with insects crawling toward them. Bang! 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 Yu Wudao threw a punch, and a golden fist illuminated the surroundings, sending a group of insects flying. However, he frowned. Not dead? How could this be? The Yi family elders couldn't believe it. Leaf Doudenier had a saint body, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. He could shatter earth-tier treasures with his bare hands. But now, he couldn't even destroy these bugs? It was simply too shocking. 1. On the other side, the people from the Wavering Light Holy Land were also attacked. A holy light ball was formed in front of the Alcate Saint, and the terrifying light rushed in all directions. The insects were sent flying, but they didn't shatter. This scene also made the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land frown. Behind them, the people from the Five Elements sect, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land, and other experts also rushed over. When they saw this scene, they gasped. When they realized that the insects were extremely tough and could even swallow their weapons, many people screamed. Damn it, it's the gold-devouring beetles! The eyelids of the Five Elements Saint and the others twitched when they heard about the gold-devouring beetles. They had naturally heard of the gold-devouring beetles' fearsomeness. Humph! Right at this time, an elder of the All Beginnings Holy Land coldly snorted. Don't speak nonsense! Those aren't gold-devouring bugs! It really wasn't the gold-devouring beetles. An old granny from the Jade Lake Holy Land also sighed. Yu Wudao and the others looked ahead. The people in front of them were radiating light. Among them was a group of people with draconic aura revolving around them, forming a roaring dragon. The terrifying sound from before had come from these people. The Imperial Family. The Imperial Family of the Grand Xia, Nine Li, Tai Dynasty, and the others gathered together. Their draconic aura surged to the heavens, forming the aura of the Tao of Dragons that isolated the insects. Lin Xian and the others also met up with Hui Dao and the others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come so close to the Jade Lake Holy Land. Qing, if those aren't gold-devouring beetles, then what are they? Lin Xian asked. I don't know for the time being. Murong Qing shook her head. Big brother Xian, you weren't injured before, right? I'm fine. Lin Xian smiled. He had snatched a good treasure. Hearing this, the elders of the Jade Lake Holy Land frowned. Could it be that this brat had obtained a flower protector? As he spoke, Lin Xian waved the dragon sword domain, expanding it. Not only did it cover the people of the Immortal Palace, but it also covered the cultivators of the Jade Lake Holy Land. It was useless. The domain could be penetrated by them. A beauty from the Jade Lake Holy Land shook her head. They had also tried, so now they were using the Jade Lake's big magic treasure to support it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned. Not only her, but many people from the Jade Lake Holy Land were stunned. Heavens, why is nothing happening? Even the elders of the Jade Lake Holy Land were shocked. Previously, they had also used their king domains to block these insects. However, these insects could destroy their king domains. They had no choice but to take out their magic treasures to temporarily block them. These magic treasures were all heaven-grade artifacts. In fact, Murong Qing even took out a heaven-grade artifact to block the insects. But now, the other party's king domain could block these insects. It was too unbelievable. For a moment, the elders of the Jade Lake Holy Land looked around. They were surprised to find that the sword she was too sharp. It grew and multiplied endlessly, carrying an aura that could destroy everything. The surrounding black insects couldn't enter at all. What a terrifying sword she! What kind of cultivation technique was this? They thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Boom! On the other side, the Yi family also took action. Yu Wudao opened his golden sacred domain and isolated all the insects. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. Even the holy sons and holy daughters were envious. It was said that the domain of a holy physique was extremely terrifying and unique. It could even restrain other people's domains. Now it seemed that it was indeed extraordinary. Damn insects, get lost from me! The twin kings also roared. Half of the demonic chi and the other half of the golden light formed a terrifying space that blasted all the insects away. In addition, the All Beginnings Holy Land, the Grand Xia dynasty, and the various families of the great sage all used their ultimate techniques to isolate these insects. Hurry up and leave. There shouldn't be any treasures here. Many people wanted to leave. Damn it, this is impossible. At this moment, an elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land cried out in alarm, his face full of shock. For a moment, everyone looked over. Even the Wavering Light Holy Son and Holy Daughter Yao Guang were puzzled. Elder, what's wrong? Did you discover something? The Wavering Light Elder was shocked. These aren't insects. If they aren't insects, then what are they? The others frowned. Had the Wavering Light Elder gone crazy? Even the Wavering Light Holy Son and Holy Daughter were puzzled. Chapter 2431. The Yaoguang elder took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. However, his voice was still trembling. He said in a trembling voice, "These bugs are made of metal." Metal? Hearing that, the crowd was even more confused. Why couldn't they understand? At this moment, a young man from the great Xia dynasty asked. The metal-devouring bugs did eat metal. Could it be that they had grown into metal? No, you don't understand what I mean. They're not bugs. They're not living creatures. They're puppets. Someone made them look like bugs with metal. What? How could that be? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone finally understood. However, they couldn't believe it. What kind of metal could be so terrifying? Moreover, these bugs were too terrifying. They had at least tens of thousands of years of history. Could they have survived until now? They couldn't imagine what kind of means they had. Elder, are you sure? Even the Yaoguang saint was confused. Saint, have you forgotten about my weapon? The elder sighed and waved his hand. Whoosh! He took out a small black flag. The flag was only the size of a palm, and its proportions were very strange. The flagpole was very long, but the flag was very small. It looked very out of place. However, the aura it emitted made people's hearts tremble. A heaven-grade treasure! Everyone was shocked. That's right. Only a heaven-grade treasure could emit such terrifying power. That's my magic treasure. It's called the Sky Demon Flag. It's made of dark demonic gold and other metals. Dark demonic gold? It's that kind of metal. Many people exclaimed when they heard that. Then, they were extremely envious. Many people's eyes even turned red. That was because dark demonic gold was the main material for making heaven-grade treasures. It was very precious and rare. Only the great sage Holy Church had it, and there weren't many of them. The treasures made by the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were all out of place. It must be because there wasn't enough dark night demonic gold, so it was refined into such a strange shape. One could imagine how precious the metal was. However, what did that have to do with the black bugs on the ground? Everyone frowned. The Jade Lake Saint's beautiful eyes flickered. Elder, don't tell me that these bugs are made of dark demonic gold? That's right, that's what I mean. What? How could this be? When these words were spoken, everyone went crazy. Their faces were full of fear and disbelief. Even Lin Xian and the others were extremely shocked. They were well aware of how terrifying and precious a Heaven Step artifact was. Moreover, it was a precious metal like the dark night demonic gold. It could be said that there were very few of them. But now, what was the situation? Were the black insects all over the mountain made of dark night demonic gold? What a joke! When these bugs gathered together, they almost formed a small mountain. If this was true, wouldn't it mean that there was a small mountain of dark night magical gold in front of him? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned red, and their faces were filled with madness. They were too excited. This was a peerless treasure. If they could take it back and refine it, just how many Heaven Step treasures could they refine? They dared not imagine. In an instant, many people went crazy. They looked at the black bugs on the ground again. This time, it was not fear, but excitement. These were all treasures. Elder, are you sure? The Alcade Holy Son still did not quite believe it, but the elder sighed. It was absolutely true. The people of the Yi family also frowned. No wonder it was so hard. Even the Holy Son's body could not be broken. That was because it was a heaven-step material. Who could break a heaven-step treasure? When those words came out, everyone fell silent. That was right. If that was the case, what had happened before could be explained. Then they screamed. Oh my God, who is that? How could he make so many bugs with dark night demonic gold? What a waste! The elders screamed crazily. What a prodigal! Indeed, they did not even have enough materials to make weapons. Now, someone was wasting so much precious metal to make bugs. If that was not a prodigal, then what was? Could it be the work of that sage? They thought about it and found that only the owner of the ancient tomb, who was a sage from tens of thousands of years ago, could do that. The others were not worthy of his attention at all. I really want to know who that sage is. Many people were puzzled. However, many elders were even more shocked by the crafting technique. That technique was too heaven-defying. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. If they could get that technique and make other puppets in the city, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? However, most people did not think about that at all. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the bugs on the ground. Grab it! Someone shouted, and those people immediately started to grab it frantically. For a moment, many people started to fight for it again. The intensity of the fight was no less than that of the Earth's spirit liquid. Temple Master, what should we do? The eyes of Elderly and the others also flickered. They were also very tempted by the dark night demonic gold. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Don't be anxious. Let's wait and see first. There are so many bugs here anyway. Besides, I have a feeling that things are not that simple. Not only did they not move, but the people of the Jade Lake sacred ground also did not move. In the distance, the warriors of the Yi family were also discussing. The others were fighting fiercely. While they were frantically fighting for the dark night demonic gold, another group of people walked into the first cave. Those people were Yen Ryu's people. At this moment, they also arrived at the cave. When they saw the corpses and blood on the ground, they frowned. Humph! Those humans are really greedy. A war broke out so soon. The warriors of the Monster King Palace sneered. However, an elder frowned. Don't be careless. Those humans are smart. They won't fight without treasures. Look around and see what's around. As soon as he said that, they started to look around. Because at this moment, there was no one around. This is Earth's spirit liquid! A warrior of the Monster King Palace exclaimed. Damn it, they've all taken it! Those people of the Monster King Palace gritted their teeth. The Earth's spirit liquid that had existed for tens of thousands of years was definitely a treasure. No wonder those human warriors were fighting for it. The Earth's spirit liquid dripped from above. Let's see if there's any above. A few people grew wings on their backs and flew up. Soon, they broke off all the rocks above. Because there was some Earth's spirit liquid on them, they would not let it go. Some people even dug out the puddles on the ground and carefully collected them. Yen Ryu did not care about those at all. She looked around and narrowed her eyes. The man in a green robe and Huitiendu also looked around. Chapter 2432. The remaining aura in the air was too powerful. At the very least, a top-notch sky pride had made a move. Something like the Earth's spirit liquid probably wouldn't cause these top-notch sky prides to make a move. There should be something else. By you! Huitiendu shouted in a deep voice. Here! A young man in a white robe walked out from behind him. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he was very handsome. He came to the front and quickly formed a seal with his palms. At the same time, his eyes also changed incomparably. His black pupils disappeared, and his entire eyeballs turned pale as if they were in chaos. Seeing this scene, the others waited silently. After a while, Bayou's wide eyes disappeared, and he returned to normal. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and described what he saw. The spiritual energy in the sky condensed and formed images. This was what happened before. This was the Yi family's sacred body, right? He actually made a move. What exactly was that? When the crowd saw the golden light shoot into the sky, they were all shocked. Everyone knew about the Yi family's sacred body. Everyone knew the potential and terror of a sacred body. They had to pay attention. This was the Alkaid Saint, right? He was indeed powerful. His strength was probably not below a sacred body. Several elders looked at the figure surrounded by 108 gods and Buddhas with solemn expressions. Who was this kid? He was so terrifying. He could actually suppress the 5 elements saint and the 1,000 thunder saint. Many people looked at the red-robed young man and frowned. One of the elders said, "There seems to be something wrong with the 2 swords in his hands. He's not a saint of the sacred ground. I don't know him." Huatiendu looked at the figure and shook his head slightly. Yenryu's lips curled into a beautiful smile. However, when she shifted her gaze and looked up, her pupils shrank. This was? She pointed forward, puzzled. Everyone's gaze also shifted away from the saints and looked up. They realized that there were 3 butterflies. There were bronze bells tied to their bodies in an octagonal shape with mysterious and strange runes engraved on them. What was that? Huatiendu also frowned. An elder of the Demon King Palace exclaimed. Flower Protector! Damn it, it was Flower Protector! Are you talking about the legendary weapon, Flower Protector? Why would she appear here? Huatiendu was shocked. Even Yenryu was surprised. The others were also discussing spiritedly. Naturally, they had heard of the legend of Flower Protector. Wasn't this a weapon refined by a peerless devil of the human race? Why would it appear in our demon sage's tomb? Could it be that our demon saint obtained it? They could not understand. Even a weapon like the Flower Protector had appeared. It seemed that this place was more complicated than we had imagined. An elder frowned. Another person asked. Could they deduce which demonic saint it was? Yenryu and the others shook their heads. They could not tell yet. Everyone looked around again. Then, Huatiendu said, Let's go and take a look. It seems like this ancient tomb is more interesting than we thought. Looks like I can't fall too far behind. Otherwise, all the good stuff will be snatched away by those people. The other elders nodded their heads as well, and the group of them prepared to move forward. However, at this time, Yenryu suddenly frowned. The next moment, she turned her head. What's wrong? What happened? Huatiendu was puzzled. The others also turned their heads, wanting to ask. However, at this moment, a crisp sound came from above. Everyone felt dizzy, as if they had felt a strong impact. Ah! Many young warriors screamed. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace all shouted angrily. Damn it, who is it? Yenryu's gaze was like a divine rainbow, streaking across the void. Flower Protector, there was another Flower Protector here. There was actually another one. The others were shocked, but Huatiendu was wild with joy. Great, we must get it. Attack. With an order, the elders all attacked. However, in the next moment, they were pushed back by a strong energy. The blood in these elders' bodies was boiling, and their faces were full of shock. What a terrifying Flower Protector! Why did it feel like the power of the last one was much stronger than the previous ones? Indeed, when they looked at the light screen, they found that although the Flower Protector was strong, it was not too difficult for those people to take it. However, when it came to them, why was it so terrifying? So many elders attacked together, but they were all pushed back. It was unbelievable. He didn't know. Perhaps the 3 Flower Protectors from before had been sealed. Perhaps the seal of this one was weaker, so the power it displayed was greater. Yenryu's eyes flickered. Of course, this was all speculation. Clang! Clang! Just as they were discussing, a butterfly flew out from the cave above. There was a bronze bell tied to its body, and it made a clanging sound in the air. Every time it vibrated, a sound wave would sweep in all directions. The space was shattering all day long, as if there was a giant hammer smashing into the void. Quick, defend! All of you, retreat! The elders shouted angrily. They unleashed countless defensive spells in front of them to block the attack. Huatiendu roared, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. A layer of purple scales even appeared on his body. In the next moment, he stretched out a large purple hand and grabbed at the void. This large purple hand was very terrifying, and there were also rare scales on it. It carried a shocking power and directly enveloped Flower Protector. Boom, boom, boom! Flower Protector quickly attacked, and light waves blasted on the large purple hand. The strong wind was mighty, and the terrifying power made it hard for people to breathe. Damn it! In the end, Huatiendu could not hold on and retracted the large purple hand. His face was extremely gloomy. Humph! He snorted coldly and wanted to use his trump card. However, at this moment, Yenryu made her move. She stretched out her slender hand and slapped forward. This palm was extremely white, as if it was carved out of immortal jade, and appeared in the sky. Around his palm, 9 mysterious runes appeared, exuding an unfathomable power. Seal! Yenryu chuckled, and the 9 runes rotated, completely enveloping Flower Protector. Buzz! Flower Protector trembled, and a terrifying light tore through the void, shattering the surrounding space. In the sky, the 9 mysterious runes dimmed, and it seemed like they were about to shatter. Seeing this, Yenryu snorted coldly, and spat out a green light from her mouth, which instantly shot into the sky. This light was too fast, and no one could see what it was. It was like a divine rainbow, and it directly pressed on Flower Protector, causing Flower Protector to stop trembling immediately. Whoosh! The 9 runes flickered, and entered Flower Protector, completely sealing it. Whoosh! The green light turned and returned to Yenryu's body. The whole process was very fast, and the surrounding people did not even know what it was. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened. Chapter 2433. Yenryu gently waved her hand, and Flower Protector floated over and landed in her hand. Hee hee. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she shook it gently. The tinkling sounds were heard, carrying a terrifying feeling. However, at this moment, it had already been sealed and could not hurt anyone. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace were all stunned. Those young martial artists also had faces full of shock. Huatiendu narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly. Ryu, good move. Yenryu smiled and took out a red rope from her storage ring. She tied Flower Protector and hung it on her waist. Let's go. After subduing Flower Protector, Yenryu was in a good mood, so she walked forward with graceful steps. Behind her, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace quickly followed. They set off forward. On the other side, in the cave ahead, everyone had their eyes on the black bugs. Because they now knew that the black bugs were made of heaven-grade treasures, dark night demonic gold. It was an incomparably precious metal. Therefore, for a moment, these people attacked crazily. But soon they regretted it. Because they realized that these bugs could not be subdued at all. Ordinary earth-grade treasures could not cause any damage to them. At most, they would be sent flying. However, the worms waddled back. Collect! An elder of the Illusion Palace roared angrily. He threw out a purple gourd and collected the bugs around him. The purple gourd flickered and instantly collected dozens of black bugs. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, the elder was very happy. He waved his hand and took back the purple gourd. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He shook the gourd, wanting to continue collecting. Crack crack crack. Suddenly, the gourd in his hand made a cracking sound. Then, the entire gourd split into 2. The dozens of black bugs crawled out again. Damn it! How could this be? The elder of the Illusion Palace was so angry that he went crazy. He fiercely bombarded the black bugs. However, his hands were numb. These bugs could not be harmed at all because they were not living creatures at all. They were puppets. They could not feel anything, let alone feel pain. Humph, watch me. An elder of the Five Elements Palace waved his hand, and a five-colored net fell from the sky, instantly trapping dozens of black bugs. This was the Five Elements net. It was formed from the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It had been refined by the elders of the Five Elements Palace for hundreds of years. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. In an instant, he also caught dozens of black bugs and took them back. The Five Elements net released light, releasing the power of the five elements, wrapping around these black bugs, wanting to seal them. As long as he could bring it back to the Five Elements Palace, he would be able to refine it into dark night demonic gold. Then, he would be able to create a new heaven-tier treasure. Thinking of this, the people from the Five Elements Palace all laughed. Not long after they laughed, they were also stunned. This was because cracks had appeared on the Five Elements net. Dozens of black bugs had bitten through the Five Elements net and escaped again. Damn it! It could even bite through the power of the five elements? The elders of the Five Elements Palace widened their eyes in disbelief. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that this black bug was really not easy to seal. Was there really no other way? Pun! 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 Just as everyone was discussing and trying all kinds of methods, one side suddenly trembled. Then, a black shadow walked out in front of them. The black shadow was not tall. It was only about 1 meter tall, but it was unusually heavy. Every step it took made the ground tremble. What was that? Could it be that another monster had appeared? Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked forward. What? They were extremely shocked, and many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They saw a terrifying thing walking out in front of them. It was extremely black, like a tortoise, but it walked upright. There was a black tortoise shell on its back, which was full of needles. There was also a black tail behind it, which was also full of black needles. What was that? A tortoise? Everyone was surprised. No, look at its head. Why did it look like a flood dragon? A dragon tortoise. Everyone was talking about it. At that moment, the elders exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, is that guy also made of dark night demonic gold? Thinking of that, everyone swallowed hard. The amount of dark night demonic gold that the black dragon tortoise contained was comparable to all the other insects. For a moment, many people looked at it with bloodshot eyes. What was the point of snatching so many insects? They would be rich if they could just snatch the black dragon tortoise away. They did as they thought. Among them, many elders from the sacred grounds and major sects quickly made their moves. One after another, terrifying attacks were launched forward. In an instant, they landed on the black dragon tortoise. Boom! 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 It was forced to retreat. When the light that filled the sky disappeared, everyone was dumbfounded. That was because there was no injury on the black dragon tortoise's body. In fact, there was not even a crack on it. Roar! The black dragon tortoise roared angrily, and a trace of red light appeared in its eyes. Oh no, it's going to counterattack. Everyone was shocked. As expected, following the roar, a dangerous aura emanated from the dragon tortoise's body. Not only that, the surrounding black insects also began to move. They quickly attacked in all directions. For a moment, everyone screamed in pain and kept retreating. Buzz! Boom! The elder of the Five Elements Palace screamed in pain and was sent flying. He crashed into the wall and vomited blood. Even the void was smashed into pieces. Damn it, what happened? The people of the Five Elements Palace exclaimed, and the others also looked gloomy. They only saw a black shadow flash, and the elder of the Five Elements Palace was sent flying. Boom! At that moment, the elder of the Illusion Palace also screamed in pain and was sent flying. God knows how many bones in his body were broken. Damn it, it's that dragon tortoise. It attacked. This time, everyone finally saw it clearly. The black dragon tortoise leaped high into the air and spun in the air like a spinning top before charging over. This collision contained boundless power. Moreover, there were many black thorns on the dragon tortoise's body, which multiplied the power of the collision. "Watch me!" The four-symbol saint roared angrily, and his body emitted an incomparable light that made the entire world tremble. What terrifying power! Everyone was shocked. The four-symbol saint was too terrifying. For a moment, they all retreated, but their eyes were fixed on the front. Boom! The four-symbol saint reached out a palm and grabbed in front of him. Boom! 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 The black dragon tortoise resisted and broke free from the four-symbol saint's palm. It then turned into a black ray of light and charged over. Its speed was too fast. Everyone could only see a shadow and feel the surging power. In the next moment, the sound of an intense collision was heard. The black dragon tortoise and the four-symbol saint collided more than 10 times. Chapter 24:34. He wasn't injured, but his arms were numb and his body was trembling, causing his face to turn pale. The dragon turtle, on the other hand, was unharmed. What? Even the 4 sacred beasts couldn't do anything to it? The surrounding people were shocked. The 4 sacred beasts' power was extremely terrifying. Probably not many people could suppress him. If there was one, it would be the sacred physique. Moreover, no one knew if the sacred physique could completely suppress the 4 sacred beasts. After all, no one had seen them fight. However, even if they could suppress him, it would be very difficult. But now, the dragon turtle could actually force the 4 sacred beasts to retreat. Didn't that mean that the dragon turtle's power was not inferior to the sacred physique, or even stronger? Heavens! Thinking of this, everyone felt dizzy. How were they going to subdue it? Moreover, the surrounding insects became extremely powerful under the dragon turtle's command. They attacked together, biting their armor until it shattered and the protective light dimmed. Soon, they couldn't hold on any longer. The seats were up to their own luck. At that moment, the Yi family elder spoke. Buzz! 2 Yi family elders stood beside Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao opened his golden sacred domain and instantly enveloped dozens of insects. Boom! 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 The 2 elders sealed the insects, then took out 2 gourds and stored them inside. Let's go! Yi Wudao waved his hand, and the Yi family members quickly soared into the sky and flew deeper. They stopped fighting. Seeing this scene, everyone imitated them. It was impossible to bring the dragon turtle with them. It seemed that they could only bring some insects. Moreover, whether they could bring them away was still a problem. However, they couldn't care less. They probably only had one chance to attack. Therefore, they all attacked and began to fight for the black insects. Soon, there were fewer and fewer insects on the ground. Most of them had been taken away. However, it was not much use. Some people had just flown halfway when the black insects they sealed broke out of their bodies. Seeing this scene, the cultivators' faces turned ugly, but they had no choice but to give up. It seemed that they probably wouldn't be able to get the black insects. Only a few powerful sacred grounds could take the black insects away in one piece. Brother Xian, I'm going to attack too, Murong Qingqing said from the side. Whoosh! She waved her hand, and a lotus vase rushed out of her body and spun in front of her. Countless rays of light engulfed dozens of bugs. Then, the lotus vase fell into Murong Qingqing's hands. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Murong's beautiful face. Lotus vase! This was a treasure of the Jade Lake sacred ground. It was rumored that it could purify everything. Who would have thought that he would bring it along this time? The surrounding people recognized the Lotus Aquarius and were envious. That's right, the Yi clan has the golden holy body, and the Jade Lake has the Lotus treasure vase. I wonder what the others are like. 1. Heaven and earth trembled, causing the blood and chi in everyone's body to surge, and they almost fell to the ground. In the next moment, they all turned their heads to look. Then, he was scared out of his wits. A small cauldron flew out of the Alcade Saint's body and floated in the air. The cauldron was black and had an ancient aura. It was surrounded by decorative patterns that looked like two giant dragons swimming around. Dragon pattern tripod. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? Dragon pattern cauldron? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Many people cried out in alarm, their scalps going numb. Lin Xian frowned and asked, "What is a dragon pattern cauldron?" "The Yaoguang Holy Land's supreme weapon." "What? A supreme weapon?" Lin Xian's eyes widened. He knew what it meant. It meant that it was a weapon of the arch. It was absolutely terrifying. Could it be that the Yaoguang Holy Land had brought a supreme weapon? No, that was impossible. They couldn't have brought a supreme weapon. Elderly and the others shook their heads. Soon, someone shook his head in the distance. It was not a dragon pattern cauldron. It was a replica. Hearing that it was not a supreme weapon, the dragon pattern cauldron, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still extremely shocked. Even if it was a replica, it was still a replica of a supreme weapon. It definitely surpassed an Earth-grade treasure. It was very likely that it had reached the level of a heaven-grade treasure. Moreover, such replicas usually had one or two very powerful ultimate moves. More importantly, those ultimate moves were related to supreme weapons. Therefore, they did not dare to be careless. For a moment, all the sacred grounds and sects were on guard. Even those from the royal family had solemn expressions. Fortunately, the Alcade Saint had no intention of attacking those people. He shouted coldly and activated the replica dragon pattern cauldron to envelop the area in front of him. In an instant, he had also captured dozens of insects. In the next moment, he put away the replica dragon pattern cauldron and said coldly, "Let's go. Qing, you guys go first." Seeing more and more people leaving, Lin Xian said to Murong Qing, who was standing right next to him. Murong Qing nodded and left with the elders of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. "Young master, let's do it too," Xingtian asked. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Elderly and the other two started to attack. They took out a pagoda and sealed dozens of insects. Buzz! Bang! At that moment, a muffled groan came from afar. A few black-robed martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were extremely pale. The flutes in their hands also fell to the ground. "Damn it, I can't control them. What's going on?" These people were extremely shocked. One of the elders gritted his teeth. These insects contained the will of a saint. Even if they took them away, they would not feel comfortable. "Let's go quickly." These people picked up the flutes, wiped away the blood, and quickly left. They did not capture any more insects. When the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. "Contained the will of a saint? Is this true?" If this was true, then even if they took them away, it would be difficult to subdue them. They might even be counterattacked. For a moment, these people were bewildered. However, after looking for a long time, they did not see any will of a saint. Therefore, these people still chose to attack. "Who are those black-robed men?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Elderly, who had already collected a few dozen worms, said quickly as he glanced at the few black figures. "They should be from Nanling. Which family wouldn't know? But judging from their appearance, they should be beast tamers. Previously, they wanted to tame these insects through beast taming. They must have been counterattacked." "Beast taming?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Aren't they puppets? Can they be tamed? They should be able to. They are indeed puppets. Speaking of which, if they are used properly, taming them is much easier than taming beasts. After all, they have no thoughts and only know how to attack and submit." "How do you tame them? Do you use soul power?" Lin Xian asked. Elderly explained. "Yes, but it seems that this method will not work. Those people must be from Nanling. They are very powerful beast tamer families. Even they failed." Chapter 2435. I'm guessing that these bugs were created by the sage and were infused with the sage's will. If that's the case, none of us here can tame them. It's been tens of thousands of years. Is the sage's will still so strong? Lin Xian was puzzled. It had indeed weakened, but it wasn't something that an ordinary person could tame. To tame them, one would need to be at least an invincible king-level soul. Moreover, it was only a possibility. Unless? Unless what? Seeing that Elderly didn't say anything, Lin Xian continued to ask. Elderly sighed. Only someone with a heaven-defying eye technique would be able to do so. Bloodline eye technique? Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Wasn't he talking about the heavenly secret divine eyes? Although he didn't know how many terrifying bloodline eye techniques there were in this world, there was no doubt that the heavenly secret divine eyes was definitely a mysterious and terrifying one. Let's give it a try, Lin Xian thought. If his heavenly secret divine eyes could really tame these bugs, then it would be much safer and more delicious. It would be much more reliable than searching for these bugs directly. After all, no one knew if there would be any mistakes during the sealing process. If he could tame them, then it would be different. Thinking of this, a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz! Soon, he stared at a black bug nearby. The golden light swept past. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian frowned and his pupils constricted. This was because he felt that the black bug was emitting an extremely terrifying aura that was rushing towards him. This gave him a fright, but he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and burned the attack. Young master, are you trying to tame these bugs? The people around also felt a chill down their spines. Because they all felt that terrifying aura just now, as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Could this be the sage's will? Xing Tian was shocked. Although it was very faint, it wasn't something that they could fight against. The dark red divine dragon was also scared. Kid, are you reliable? If you're not, then hurry up and leave. He had lived for thousands of years and knew how terrifying the sage was. There probably wasn't another person as bold as Lin Xian who dared to challenge the sage's will. Was this the sage's will? He wasn't that strong. Of course, Lin Xian knew that after tens of thousands of years, the sage's will had been weakened. Moreover, the saint's will contained in these insects might be relatively rare. After all, in the eyes of the sages, these bugs were probably just toys. It wouldn't take too much effort. However, this just so happened to benefit Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled and said, Xing Tian, Elderly, protect me. Hearing those words, the eyelids of Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others twitched. Hui Dao, Ghostly, and the others were also shocked. It can't be. Does the palace master really want to tame these insects? They were all stunned. They couldn't believe it. The dark red divine dragon asked from the side. Kid, are you confident? Didn't you see that the beast tamers from Nanling were injured? If you get injured, it won't be a joke. That's right, Palace Master, we've already sealed quite a few black bugs, it's about time. Elderly and the others also advised. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Xian smiled. He was indeed confident. The impact that he suffered previously was probably a trace of the saint's will. He realized that the saint's will had weakened to the point that he could resist it. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to give it a try. Moreover, even if there was really danger, he had the saint's bone in his hand, which should be able to resist the saint's will. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others had no choice but to take a deep breath and secretly prepare to attack. This was because they didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. Lin Xian ignored them. Golden light bloomed in his eyes and instantly shrouded a black bug. Boom! Sure enough, in the next moment, the saint's will rushed out. However, it was already weakened, so Lin Xian used the soul ignition secret technique to resist it. Not only that, he also burned the weakened saint's will. God's guidance. In Lin Xian's eyes, the golden light formed mysterious runes that rushed out and imprinted on the black bug's body. This was also a divine ability formed by the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was used to control the other party's soul and turn them into a puppet. Sure enough, as soon as God's guidance was used, the black bug stopped struggling and became very docile. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the black bug flew over and crawled on his hand. Success! Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on his face in his sleep. What? Behind him, Xing Tian, elderly, and the others looked at this scene with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Hui Dao and the others were even more shocked. What kind of technique was this? It could actually destroy the saint's will. Although it was a weakened saint's will, no one below the invincible king level could destroy it. Even invincible kings wouldn't dare to have such confidence. After all, saints were extremely terrifying existences that transcended heaven and earth. But now, their palace master had actually managed to accomplish it. This was simply too inconceivable. Thinking of this, they were extremely excited. Even elderly, Xing Tian, and the others' eyes were shining. The dark red dragon was even more excited. Great! If we can control these bugs, no one will be our match. At that time, we'll kill all who stand in our way. Let's see if they still dare to be rude to us. Indeed, the dark red dragon was right. These bugs were equivalent to a small heaven-grade artifact. When combined, they would definitely be a terrifying killing machine. Its power wouldn't be weaker than the flower protector. Moreover, they couldn't use the flower protector now, but as long as they controlled the bugs, they could use them immediately. It's not that easy. Lin Xian shook his head. Although the saint's will was weakened, it wasn't that easy to erase it. It would consume a lot of my soul power, and I would have to imprint my will, which would consume even more. It's impossible to take away all of it. It would probably be enough to get a few dozen of them. Kid, you can first erase the saint's will and get it first. Then you can slowly plant your own will. This way, you should be able to get more. The dark red divine dragon suggested from the side. Lin Xian nodded. He also planned to do so. Therefore, next, Xing Tian and the others guarded closely while Lin Xian began to erase the saint's will of those black bugs. When he erased the 100th one, Lin Xian felt dizzy. He knew that he had reached his limit. No. He could use the heavenly secret divine eyes again, so he decisively gave up. This was already very good, and it was heaven-defying. Those sacred grounds and royal families could only capture a few dozen at most, but Lin Xian directly got 100. Chapter 2436. Moreover, the others were still in danger. Because no one knew when the sage's will would erupt. However, the 100 people that Lin Xian captured had their sage's will completely erased, so they were absolutely safe. However, Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were a little worried. Because they realized that Lin Xian's face was too pale. Lin Xian shook his head. It was fine. It was not a big deal that his soul had been exhausted. He would be fine after he recovered. As he spoke, he took out recovery pills and natural treasures. He even dripped 3 drops of Earth's spirit liquid. Let's go, Xing Tian said. Then, the group of people protected Lin Xian and quickly left. Buzz! However, just as they moved, the void fluctuated, and a fierce murderous aura rushed toward them. In the sky, a cold light flew directly toward Lin Xian's head. Damn it! Who was it? How dare you sneak attack me? The dark red dragon roared. Xing Tian shouted coldly and threw a punch. Boom! With a single punch, the rainbow-like ray of light exploded. Whoosh! A violent wind blew between heaven and earth, and the terrifying space shook the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and quickly distanced themselves. However, the people of Immortal Palace had gloomy expressions. Someone dared to sneak attack their palace master at this time. Did they want to die? Lin Xian also frowned, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He had just exhausted his soul, and the other party attacked. It was obvious that the other party had been secretly observing him, waiting for an opportunity. Who was it? He looked around. Soon, he saw the front. It was the people of Tai Dynasty. His face darkened. Needless to say, it was definitely the first prince's people. Damn it, The first prince was too despicable. He had tried to kill him time and time again. Last time, he killed General Xianying, but these people did not know how to restrain themselves. It seemed that it was time to get rid of the first prince's people. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others also noticed the other party, and immediately, cold murderous intent bloomed in their eyes. Hui Dao, ghostly, and the others were even more murderous. Someone dared to attack their palace master, and it was a sneak attack. This was unforgivable. Not good. This was the famous longbow king of Tai dynasty. His archery skills were unparalleled in the world. He was especially good at long-range attacks. We must be careful, Elder Wang reminded from the side. When the others heard this, their faces also turned cold. Indeed, the murderous aura of that arrow was too shocking. Furthermore, he appeared and disappeared mysteriously, making it hard to guard against him. If it weren't for the fact that they had so many experts on their side, with Lin Xian's current state, he might really be in danger. The Longbow King was a young man, about 17 or 18 years old. However, everyone knew that this was definitely an old monster that had lived for over 1,000 years. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He was a true peerless almighty. Longbow King, what is the meaning of this? Elder Wang shouted coldly. You dare to go against us? Don't you want to live any more? When the Longbow King heard this, a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. That brat killed General Xianying. I am here on the orders of Empress Tai to take his life. Do you think you can protect them? Even if you manage to escape this time, with Empress Tai's strength and foundation, can you escape the next time, and the time after that? So, just surrender obediently, and I can give him a quick death. Courting death. Empress Tai? Even the Emperor of Tai dynasty dares not to be rude to us. How dare you ambush us? Xing Tian also shouted coldly. Humph, you reckless thing. Who do you think you are? The Longbow King sneered. He attacked again. Buzz! 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 Arrows flew out one after another, and the arrow chi was like rainbows that tore through the void, quickly charging towards Lin Xian. The terrifying murderous aura made people's faces turn pale and their bodies tremble. The surroundings were dark and colorless, and only the 3 terrifying arrows shone in all directions. You are courting death. Xing Tian was furious. He took a step forward, and his body was like a fiend god. Xing Tian, block him. We will take the palace master away first, Elderly said quickly. Xing Tian nodded his head. After which, Elderly and the others brought Lin Xian along and flew forward. You want to leave? Longbow King sneered when he saw this. He shot out another 3 arrows. They appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and charged towards Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around Lin Xian. However, they were all shattered by Elderly, Elder Wang, Elder Lu, and Elder Zhang. Soon, Lin Xian and the others disappeared. Longbow King shouted coldly and wanted to chase after them. At this moment, Xing Tian also made his move. In the face of the 3 terrifying arrows, he roared and slapped out his palm. It was like a huge hand that covered the sky, shattering the space in front of him and forming a terrifying black hole. The 3 arrows that shone with divine light were all swallowed by the black hole. How dare you attack the young master? You are dead meat today! Xing Tian's voice was cold. It seemed that he was really angry. He was sent by the old palace master to protect Lin Xian. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack Lin Xian. Moreover, it was an elder who had lived for thousands of years. He couldn't stand it. Therefore, he had to make a move. Longbow King's face darkened when he saw that the other party had shattered his attack. When he saw that Lin Xian and the others had disappeared, his killing intent soared. How dare you block my path? Fine, I'll kill you and then kill that kid! Longbow King was also very angry, so he didn't show any mercy. Today, I'll let you see my ultimate move, the 7th God archery technique. At this point, he shouted and the power in his body suddenly erupted. A bright light shone in all directions. At this moment, he was like an immortal, making people unable to open their eyes. Buzz! A red bow appeared in his hand. As soon as it appeared, it swept in all directions with a terrifying light. The bow was like a flood dragon, coiling in the void and being held by Longbow King. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The killing intent on their bodies erupted again, shattering the entire space. At this moment, the remaining people in the surroundings quickly retreated with fear on their faces. What a terrifying killing intent! They quickly distanced themselves. At the same time, the armor on their bodies rose up to protect their bodies. Buzz! An arrow flew out, tearing through the void and returning to the front with a long ray of light. Seeing the other party's arrow, Xing Tian's expression turned solemn. He knew that the other party was a powerful opponent, so he had to fight with his full strength. But soon, his expression became even more solemn because after the first arrow, the second arrow flew over. This arrow was filled with a murderous aura and a monstrous sea of blood. Before it arrived, the murderous aura made his body tremble. 2 arrows, one sharp and the other murderous, one in front and one behind, formed a mysterious combination that was enough to destroy everything. Subheaven grade artifact. 7th God archery technique. Many of the elders in the surroundings exclaimed. They naturally recognized Longbow King, but they didn't expect him to use such a terrifying killing move. It's over, that guy is dead for sure. Chapter 2437. That's for sure. That kid must be from Immortal Palace. Humph. The people from Immortal Palace are really arrogant. They've provoked so many factions, and now they want to go against the peerless powerhouse of Tai Dynasty. I really don't know what they're thinking. The spectators sneered again and again. They didn't know Xing Tian, so they didn't think that Xing Tian could resist them. Xing Tian looked at the two peerless killing intents and shouted coldly. He threw out a punch. Boom! The space in front of him shattered, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It spread in all directions and formed a half-moon shape. The half-moon-shaped black hole was like a giant beast in the abyss. It was incomparably dark and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh! It abruptly opened its mouth and swallowed the 2 mysterious lights. It's useless. You can't swallow my 7 gods archery technique. On the other side, Longbow King sneered. The surrounding people's eyes flickered. They didn't think much of it. However, they were soon stunned. Because the 2 7 gods' arrows didn't appear again. Damn it! How is that possible? Longbow King was also stunned. His 7 gods archery technique could pierce through the void without a problem. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the black hole. But why didn't it appear this time? It doesn't seem to be an ordinary black hole. An elder from Grand Xia Dynasty frowned. It seems to be connected to a universe. Look, there are stars flickering inside. Are you saying that the black hole lured the 2 arrows into the universe? It seems to be the case. The surrounding powerhouses discussed animatedly. Spatial divine ability? Isn't that the Gu family's divine ability? What's the relationship between this person and the Gu family? They were surprised. However, some people shook their heads. Not only the Gu family had spatial divine ability. The Gu family had the Void Emperor and passed down the Void technique, so their spatial divine ability was very famous. However, other powerhouses might also have spatial divine ability, but there were fewer of them. If the person in front of them wasn't a space-type king, then he might have a space-type divine ability. They guessed right. Xing Tian had indeed mastered a space-type fist technique called Sky Shattering. One punch could shatter the void and connect to the mysterious universe. It could devour and exile everything. The previous punch was the Sky Shattering fist. Spatial divine ability. So that's how it is. But do you think you can fight me with that? Longbow King shouted coldly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a sharp aura. With a wave of his hand, blood dyed the void red, dripping onto the bow in front of him, causing a bloody light to overflow into the sky. Longbow King drew his bow again. This time, his movements were extremely fast as he continuously drew his bow and shot out 5 rays of light in a row. Presumably, these were the last 5 rays of the 7 gods' archery technique. As soon as these 5 rays of light appeared, it crushed the void. They flickered in the sky. Each one of them was like a giant dragon, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, emitting an exceptional aura. At that moment, even the faces of those exceptional almighties changed. They could feel that if they were hit by these 5 arrows, even a peerless mighty figure would die. How terrifying! Could it be the legendary heaven-tier archery technique, 7 God Arrow? The 7 rainbow piercing the sun could shatter everything. Unless he dodged, there was no way he could take it head-on. No, unless he faced it head-on, there was no way to dodge it. Someone corrected her. Just watch, he definitely won't be able to escape unless he has a heaven-defying defensive treasure. I reckon that this time, his space god art might not work. Everyone around was a top-notch powerhouse. With their knowledge and experience, they were naturally very terrifying. At that moment, they directly deduced the next battle situation. Boom! In the sky, 5 rays of light flew over, connecting heaven and earth, forming a strange scene. At that moment, the world lost its color, and only the 5 rays of light flew in the sky. Xing Tian also roared furiously. He felt a great sense of danger. Boom, boom, boom! He continuously waved his fists, and used the space-shattering fist, shattering all the surrounding void, forming terrifying black holes one after another. There were stars flickering inside, which was obviously connected to the universe beyond the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These spaces were also very direct, engulfing the 5 rays of light. Whoosh! These spaces quickly healed. Were they engulfed? The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that this person's space power had already reached such a heaven-defying level? They didn't dare to imagine. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, the surrounding space began to emit cracking sounds, as if a mirror was shattering. Countless cracks spread in all directions, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 rays of light that devoured the heavens and split the earth directly rushed out. It shattered. They really came out. The surrounding people exclaimed. It seemed that their guess was right. The other party's space power couldn't suppress the 7 gods' arrow art this time. Seeing this scene, the longbow monarch in the distance laughed. Xing Tian's face became incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect the arrows to be so terrifying that even his space-shattering fist couldn't suppress them. Humph, go to hell for me. The longbow monarch sneered. 5 rays of light burst out, and the earth-shattering rays of light flew quickly towards Xing Tian, wanting to pierce through him. Xing Tian roared as his body swayed. He changed his position and kept flashing in the sky. However, the 5 rays of light were very spiritual. No matter where he flashed, the 5 rays of light could firmly lock onto him. Ha ha! It's useless. You can't escape at all. The longbow monarch looked up to the sky and laughed as if he could already see the other party being pierced through. Since he couldn't escape, he would shatter it. Xing Tian roared. His figure was tall and his black hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he looked like a war demon. He didn't escape but stood in the void. With a roar, an unparalleled power erupted from his body. Ha! 5 rays of light appeared beside him, forming 5 huge palms. They were incomparably ancient, and looked like the hands of the heavens. These 5 palms grabbed at the 5 rays of light in the sky. Sky rock hand, dragon lifting technique. Xing Tian roared as the 5 palms shone brightly. They were like the hands of a giant, grabbing forward. The surrounding people exclaimed because these palms were too terrifying. In the distance, the longbow monarch sneered. You want to catch my 7 gods' archery technique with your bare hands? You're overestimating yourself. Just wait, you'll be pierced through soon. Boom! 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 5 rays of light flashed and danced in the air like 5 flood dragons. They emitted a monstrous aura. However, the 5 palms mercilessly grabbed at the 5 dragon-like rays of light. Boom! Boom! The two collided and an earth-shattering explosion of energy erupted. What? Caught! The surrounding experts were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The longbow monarch's eyelids twitched and his eyeballs almost popped out. Because he realized that the 5 rays of light in front of him were firmly caught by the 5 palms. At this moment, the 5 palms looked very strange. They didn't look like the palms of a human, but the claws of a demonic beast. Blotting out the sky and covering the earth, they descended from the void and grabbed the 5 streaks of arrow light. It was as if they had caught the weak spot of a snake. They were abnormally sharp and decisive. The 5 rays of light couldn't resist at all. Chapter 2438. The Longbow King's mind went blank. Heavens, how is this possible? His 7 gods archery technique was a heaven-grade archery technique. Its power was incomparably terrifying. If the 5 arrows shot out at the same time, they would be able to kill a peerless powerhouse of the same level. However, they could not do anything to the other party. In fact, they did not even cause any damage to the other party. Instead, the other party grabbed them tightly. Look, doesn't that palm look like the palm of the legendary Sky Rock? An old man asked in a low voice. The others looked over carefully, and then they were extremely shocked. Indeed, the claw looked too strange. It looked like the claw of a demonic beast. Upon closer inspection, it did look very similar to the legendary Sky Rock. The Sky Rock was one of the peerless beasts of ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that it fed on dragons. No one had truly seen it before. However, the Sky Rock dragon technique was passed down. It was said that the Golden Rocks were the descendants of the Sky Rock. They knew the Sky Rock dragon technique and could kill flood dragons. Moreover, there were also peerless figures in the human race who created a terrifying technique based on the Sky Rock dragon technique. It was probably that guy who used the Sky Rock hand and the Sky Rock dragon technique. No wonder it was so terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Indeed, the Heavenly Rock's dragon unleashing technique could even kill a flood dragon, let alone 7 arrows. Were the people from Immortal Palace also terrifying? They actually knew such a terrifying divine ability. These people were shocked. The Longbow King's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not expect the other party to break through his 7 gods archery technique. Damn it! A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Humph! It's not over yet. Go to hell! He roared angrily with a sinister expression. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, he's crazy! These people fled one after another because they had already guessed what the Longbow King was going to do. In the next moment, the Longbow King exploded the 5 arrows in a frenzy. The 5 arrows were extremely terrifying. When they exploded together, they could definitely destroy everything. As expected, violent energy instantly enveloped the entire space. The sky shook and the earth shook. This attack could definitely destroy the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles. However, this was the ancient tomb of a saint. At this moment, wisps of the saints will appeared in the ancient tomb, suppressing the entire world. That was why the saint's ancient tomb was not destroyed. However, the space in the cave kept shattering. The others no longer dared to snatch the black worms and fled one after another. Longbow King quickly retreated into the tunnel behind him. Xingtian, on the other hand, was completely engulfed by the violent energy. Humph! Let's see how you die this time. In the tunnel, Longbow King's expression was ferocious. Even though his opponent had broken through his 7 gods archery technique, the final victor would still be him. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible for them to withstand such a terrifying explosion. The experts from the other holy lands and great sects left one after another. This explosion was too terrifying. It would take a while for the energy to dissipate. There was no need for them to stay here. Therefore, they all set off towards the front. After flying for a while, a spacious hall appeared. This hall was very big and incomparably tall. The ceiling above was filled with a starry sky map. It was mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was a real starry sky. At this moment, many people had gathered in the main hall. However, it didn't seem crowded, because the palace was too big. At this moment, all the major forces had set up camp. However, they were not in a hurry to set off. Instead, they were resting and recovering their strength. Although they had only passed through 2 caves, it was extremely dangerous. The battle was very intense. Many holy lands and great sects had lost their disciples. Even the saints and elders had expended too much of their energy. Therefore, they were all recovering at this moment. Lin Xian and the others naturally took up a spot as well. When Lin Xian arrived, many people looked over. Among them, the people from Tai Dynasty were shocked. Damn it, what's going on? Why is that kid here? Did Longbow King fail? They were puzzled. They had already sent Longbow King to hide in the dark and assassinate him. With Longbow King's unparalleled archery technique, it should have been easy for him to kill the other party. But why did he fail? They couldn't figure it out. Longbow King hadn't returned yet. The others also looked over. When they saw Lin Xian's pale face, they were also puzzled. What's wrong with that kid? Is he injured? That's not right. I didn't see him attack earlier. These people were also puzzled. Among them, the 5 Elements Saint, Jiuxiu Seiko, Thousand Thunder Saint, and the others looked over with cold eyes. Humph. It's better if that kid dies. They didn't know what kind of injury Lin Xian had suffered, but seeing how weak he was now, they gloated. If he couldn't recover, they would find a chance to kill him later. Murong Qingqing naturally saw this scene. She hurried over and asked with concern. Brother Xian, what's wrong? When they left, Lin Xian was still fine. Why did he seem to be seriously ill in such a short period of time? I've exhausted my soul. Let me recover. Lin Xian's voice was weak. But fortunately, his soul had begun to recover. However, he couldn't use the heavenly secret divine eyes for a short period of time. Palace Master, here's a purple soul pill. It's used to recover soul power. Elder Wang walked over, took out a palm-sized jade gourd, and poured out a pill. The pill was the size of a walnut. It was purple in color, and had golden pill patterns on it. The moment it appeared, waves of pill fragrance floated over. It attracted everyone's attention. Then, they all cried out in surprise. Heavens! That's a purple soul pill. It's a panacea for recovering soul power. I didn't expect them to have such a divine pill. These people were envious. Murong Qingqing also ran back and asked for some panacea for one of their elders. Brother Xian, these are 2 drops of spirit congealing water. It's very beneficial for nourishing soul power. Spirit congealing water. Elderly and the others were moved. They also knew that this was a type of sacred water from the Jade Lake. It was very precious and not inferior to their purple soul pill. Lin Xian took it and swallowed it. The surrounding people were even more envious, especially the saints, princes, and the young masters of the various large families. Their eyes were red, like those of rabbits. Damn it, why does this kid have so many divine pills and miraculous medicines? Moreover, he's able to obtain the favor of a peerless saintess like Murong Qingqing. This made them jealous to death. The eyes of the people from the Jade Lake sacred ground also flickered. To be honest, they usually wouldn't give this kind of spirit congealing water to outsiders. However, they knew that the relationship between Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian was not shallow. Moreover, they also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was not simple, and was extremely mysterious. Chapter 2439. They had also realized that Lin Xian's strength was not simple. He was very mysterious. His swordsmanship had moved them. They had also heard of the immortal palace behind him, and knew that it was an organization that was not weaker than the sacred ground. Therefore, it was very beneficial for them to be on good terms with him. Especially now that they were in the saint's tomb. It was safer to work together. Lin Xian's complexion had become much rosier after consuming the 2 divine medicines and divine waters. He heaved a sigh of relief, then squinted his eyes and asked, Why isn't Xingtian back yet? Is he all right? Don't worry, Palace Master. Xingtian is definitely fine, Elderly and the others said with a smile. They were very clear about Xingtian's strength. He was a terrifying existence. Lin Xian also nodded. Since the old palace master had asked Xingtian to protect him, it meant that Xingtian's strength was definitely recognized by the old palace master. Thinking of this, he was no longer worried. Instead, he looked around. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the five elements saint and the others snorted coldly. The other saint's eyes also flickered. However, at that moment, someone exclaimed, "Damn it! What happened?" Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a gourd in the old man's arms suddenly crack open, and black worms crawled out. How is that possible? They came out again? Damn it! The old man was furious. The gourd was his secret treasure. How could it not trap the black worms? Oh no, it's the will of a saint! In the next moment, his face changed because the worms were emitting the will of a saint. Although it was very weak, it was enough to make them shudder. Caw caw caw! Not only the old man, but the five elements sect, 9 heavens sacred ground, 4 symbols sacred ground, and a large family behind him. The black worms that they had captured had all broken the seal and crawled out. Each worm carried the will of a saint. They crawled toward the cave as if they were being summoned. Damn it, how could this be? The people from the 5 elements sacred ground and 1,000 thunders sacred ground gritted their teeth in anger. Buzz! The wavering light sacred ground's saint suddenly frowned. The dragon-patterned cauldron replica suddenly floated above and trembled slightly. Obviously, the black worms inside were resisting. A sage's will was emitted. The Yaoguang saint shouted angrily. He kept slapping the dragon-patterned tripod. The 2 dragons on the replica dragon-patterned cauldron seemed to come alive. They emitted a powerful aura and sealed the replica dragon-patterned cauldron completely. Suppress! The Yaoguang saint shouted coldly, and the dragon-patterned tripod returned to his body. Whoosh! Seeing this, the people of the Yaoguang sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. However, Leaf Dao Denir managed to rise to his feet, his energy and blood surging. Golden light shone in all directions. It was unknown what method was used, but the consciousness of those sages disappeared. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also had a solemn expression on her face. Clearly, her lotus vase had also suffered from the impact of the saint's will. Fortunately, the lotus vase was an extremely terrifying magic treasure. At this moment, Murong Qingqing quickly formed hand seals to activate the lotus vase. The lotus flower was the weak will of a saint. In the end, she also destroyed a trace of the saint's will. Other than them, the other holy lands were not so lucky. The bugs broke out of the seal and flew off into the distance. Angry roars could be heard one after another. Among them, the Grand Xia dynasty used a secret technique to seal the saint again. Other than that, a few holy monks from the western desert took out a purple alms bowl and sealed it again. In the Nanling Mountains, a few people in black robes held a black jar. The black bugs inside did not come out either. However, there were less than 2 people who could seal the bugs. The other great sects of the Holy Lands really didn't have this kind of sealing treasure. Some chose not to make a move, as if they were hiding their trump cards. After all, they had only been through 2 caves. Some people did not want to reveal their trump cards too early. Therefore, the black insects they obtained all flew back to them. On Lin Xian's side, Elderly frowned. Because he realized that the bugs he sealed were starting to fight back. The saints will rushed out again. What should we do, Hallmaster? Elderly looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, then he said in a low voice, "Let them go." He also understood that the people who suppressed the bugs were Holy Land's aristocratic families with extreme-grade weapons. The weapons they used to suppress the black bugs were all imitations of extreme-grade weapons. Its power was unpredictable. Only then could they eliminate the saint's will. Some of the other Holy Land's aristocratic families did not have such weapons, and some did not take them out. Therefore those people did not keep the bugs. The immortal palace probably also had such a heaven-defying forbidden weapon that could suppress the bugs. However, Lin Xian did not plan to take it out. Firstly, he did not want to attract the attention of these people and expose his trump cards too early. Secondly, he had successfully tamed 100 bugs. This number added up to more than the Light Shaking clan and the Yi clan combined. Therefore, he felt that it was about time. There was no need to expose his trump cards for these 20 to 30 bugs. Elderly and the others naturally understood this logic. Thus, they waved their hands and released the black bugs. Sure enough, when they saw the black bugs crawling out from Lin Xian's side, the other Holy Land's aristocratic family secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the immortal palace was not as terrifying as they had imagined. The 5 Elements Saint, the 10,000 Thunder Saint, and the others also snorted coldly, feeling much better. However, these people did not know that Lin Xian now had 100 black bugs in his hands. The number was more terrifying than the 5 top Holy Lands combined. Moreover, these 100 black bugs had completely obliterated the saint's will. It could be said that they were very safe. If these people knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. Just as everyone was feeling annoyed and jealous about what had happened before, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded in front of them. When they heard this sound, they looked up. Their eyes were like divine red as they locked onto the void in front of them. They had stopped in this hall for 2 reasons. Firstly, they needed to rest and recuperate. Secondly, they needed to think about their next path. This was because there was not only one path that extended from this hall, but 3 paths. These 3 paths were exactly the same. They were extremely dark and could not be seen clearly. Therefore, they did not know which path to choose. However, at this moment, footsteps could be heard from the 3 paths in front of them. What was going on? Could it be that someone had already entered in advance? Or could it be that something unknown had walked out from inside? They did not know. Chapter 2440. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. His soul power had not fully recovered, so he could not activate his heavenly secret divine eyes easily. Therefore, he could not see clearly what was inside. However, he was not anxious because he could hear the footsteps getting closer and closer. It was obvious that someone was coming out from inside. Indeed, before long, countless lights shone from the left of the 3 passageways in front of him. Then, a group of people walked out. The first person was a girl. Her big black eyes were like crescent moons, and she looked very sweet. There were many young people and elders behind her. Obviously, this was a very large organization. Xixiao Holy Land. Why did they go in early? Someone immediately exclaimed, because they recognized the identity of these people. Lin Xian was also very surprised after hearing this. Whoosh! He also stood up and looked carefully. Xixiao Holy Land? Wasn't this the Holy Land that Xinjingqiu went to? Murong Qingqing was also surprised. She pulled Lin Xian and said, "Look, isn't that Qiu'er?" Indeed, the cute girl at the front was Xinjingqiu. She was taller than before, and her face was more beautiful. The aura on her body was also unusually strong. Xinjingqiu came out and felt the gazes of countless people. She snorted softly and ignored them. The martial artists of Xixiao Holy Land behind her were indeed a little nervous. They did not expect so many people to come to this hall. What were these people doing? Why didn't they find a passageway to go in? When did they go in? The elders of Wavering Light Holy Land were puzzled. The people of Yi family were also asking. The people of the various families and Great Sage Land were all discussing. In an instant, all kinds of questions were asked. Suddenly, in the midst of everyone's confusion, hearty laughter was heard. Qiu'er. Eh? Hearing this voice, Xinjingqiu turned around. In the next moment, she smiled, and her big eyes narrowed into crescents. Big brother Lin Xian. She turned into a bolt of lightning and came in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Then, she threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Great, I finally got to meet you. The little girl was so excited that she was about to cry. Everyone around was stunned. They looked at this scene and their minds went blank. They couldn't believe it. The people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Firmament? What happened? The holy daughter of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land actually threw herself into someone else's arms. Who was it? They didn't know who had such great charm. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they all gritted their teeth. Damn it, it's this brat again. How could it be him again? Didn't this guy have a good relationship with the saintess of the medicinal herbs sect? Why was he able to woo the holy maiden of the Purple Dawn Holy Land? Heavens, who can tell me what's going on? Strike me with a bolt of lightning. Wails of anguish rang out one after another. The people of the Zixia Holy Land were also stunned. The faces of the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also darkened. This brat was too fickle in love. Damn it, I knew that this brat wasn't anything good. In the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Zhao Zhiro gnashed her teeth in anger. In this world, it was very normal to want to have multiple wives and concubines. Not to mention having multiple wives and concubines, even having a harem of 3,000 was not a problem. However, have you ever seen someone who could flirt with 3,000 saintesses? That was simply impossible. There was no difference between having 2 and having 3,000. Every saintess was extremely proud and confident. Who would allow themselves to share a man with others? But now, such a thing had actually happened. Heavens, what kind of magic does this brat have? Hee, I guess he must have deliberately concealed it, and flirted with the Jade Lake Saintess and Purple Afterglow Holy Daughter separately. Now, this brat has exposed himself. Just wait, the Jade Lake Saintess will definitely be furious. There will probably be a great battle, and this brat might be killed. Some people gloated, while others sneered. They guessed that it must be like this. The Jade Lake Saintess must not know about this matter. They were looking forward to the upcoming battle. But soon they were dumbfounded. In fact, their eyeballs almost popped out. Because they saw that Murong Qingqing was smiling. She didn't look angry at all. Heavens, could it be that the Jade Lake Saintess already knew about this matter? That was impossible. The Jade Lake Saintess was an incomparably proud person. She even looked down on the other saintesses. How could she allow this brat to have a foot in both boats? Even if the Jade Lake Saintess was willing, then Purple Afterglow was also willing? They didn't believe it. All right, aren't we meeting now? In front, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Xin Jingqiu stood up from Lin Xian's embrace. Her little face was red and she was very shy. Big sister Qingqing, you're also here. I missed you so much, Xin Jingqiu said as she held Murong Qingqing's hand. This scene was like a clap of thunder that made everyone dizzy. Oh my heavens! What was this situation? Why were the two of them so close? Could it be that two women were really going to share a man? But damn, these were two saintesses. They had never seen such a thing. It had to be known that these holy lands and large sects had existed for many years and had produced many saintesses. But they had never heard of two saintesses falling in love with the same person at the same time. Except for that peerless demon who made the flower protector and snatched more than a dozen saintesses at once to become his harem. But he was forced to do it forcefully, and those saintesses didn't obediently agree. So, they really hadn't seen a scene like this before. Damn, who the hell was this brat? What kind of charm did he have? How could he do this? These people were all crazy. The people of the Jade Lake Holy Land and Purple Afterglow Holy Land were also stunned. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Behind them, the people of the Immortal Palace also widened their eyes. Damn! As expected of the palace master, he's really strong. I admire this method. This was what everyone thought. But at this time, an angry roar came from the distance. Damn brat, let go of our saintess. This angry roar came from none other than the Purple Afterglow Holy Land. The people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land were stunned, especially the male disciples. They were all gnashing their teeth and their eyes were filled with killing intent. One of them, a tall man, looked in the direction of Lin Xian and shouted loudly. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other disciples of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land also roared. Damn little thief, how dare you blaspheme our saintess, you don't want to live any more. That's right, how dare you be so rude, we must chop you up and feed you to the dogs. These people roared again and again. Hearing this, the people of the immortal palace couldn't take it anymore. They stood up one by one, exuding a cold aura. In the sky, invisible pressure collided and instantly tore several black holes, bobbing up and down. It was very terrifying. Chapter 2441. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all had playful smiles on their faces. The five elements saint, Thousand Thunder Saint, Chiyoshio Seiko, and the others sneered. Let's see what this kid will do. He will definitely be torn to pieces by the people of the Zixia Holy Land. The people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also frowned. However, at this time, Shinjinchio turned around and looked at the young warriors of the Zixia Holy Land. She frowned and said, "What are you shouting about? This is my brother Lin Xian. How can he hurt me?" Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. The male disciples of the Zixia Holy Land almost vomited blood. They were jealous and mad. Their saintess was actually siding with him. This was intolerable. One had to know that these male disciples usually regarded Shinjinchio as a goddess. Even some powerful young geniuses had set their goal of marrying Shinjinchio. But now, they realized that their dreams had been shattered. Someone had beaten them to it, and snatched their goddess. Saintess, you must have been bewitched by this kid. Saintess, you are so high and mighty. How can you take a fancy to this kid? The others were also gnashing their teeth. Among them, there was a man with an unusually gloomy face. He was tall and sturdy, and his brown skin gave off an unusually strong feeling. Especially his eyes, which were very sharp and carried a supreme sense of oppression. At a glance, one could tell that he was a very powerful person. At this moment, he stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get away from our saintess. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. This was because there was an endless amount of purple chi between heaven and earth. "Bailey, don't go too far." Hearing this, Shinjinchio's face turned cold. "Saintess, this guy is not a good person. You'd better stay away from him." Bailey, he was very powerful. Although he was not a saint, his talent and strength were also very powerful. Especially his identity. He was the grandson of the fourth elder of the Zixia Holy Land. The fourth elder was an elder with real power in the Zixia Holy Land. He was very terrifying. Moreover, his cultivation was terrifying, reaching the level of an invincible king. Therefore, Bailey he had been very arrogant since he was young. He did not put his peers in his eyes. Moreover, no one dared to provoke him. After all, he had an invincible king-level grandfather. No one would easily provoke him. This allowed him to develop a rather strong personality. Now, he even dared to criticize Saint Daughter Zixia. There was even a trace of unquestionable authority in his words. Her tone made Shinjinchio frown. Lin Xian also furrowed his brow. Who is this fellow? How dare he be so rude to Chiyoer? Were the people of the Purple Afterglow Holy Land so unruly? Forget it, brother Lin Xian, just ignore him. Shinjinchio shook her head. Seeing that Lin Xian was chatting with Shinjinchio and completely ignoring him, Bailey he almost vomited blood. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? In his eyes, although he was not a chosen, he did not think that he was weaker than a chosen. Therefore, he had always been high and mighty. But now, he was actually being ignored. Ah! Damn brat, how dare you ignore me? I'm going to kill you! A terrifying murderous aura surged from Bailey He's body. However, at this moment, a young man walked out from beside him. Senior brother Bailey, why do you need to kill him? I can do it. He was also a handsome young man. His eyes were long and narrow, and they shone with a cold light. Naturally, he had appeared to curry favor with Bailey. At this moment, he stood out and looked ahead with a cold smile. Brat, you're too reckless. How dare you provoke our senior brother Bailey? Go to hell! Whoosh! He dashed over. One slash. Lin Xian did not move. Instead, he shouted coldly. Hearing that, Hui Dao's body swayed and he stood out. Go to hell! The young man's face darkened. Lin Xian did not want to fight with him. Was he looking down on him? Roar! He roared angrily and a terrifying aura surged out from his body. He struck out with his palm. In the sky, a large purple palm appeared and quickly descended. The terrifying aura made people tremble and the entire void split open. Humph! Looking at this scene, Hui Dao was expressionless. When the large purple palm approached, he pulled out the full moon scimitar from his waist. Buzz! Buzz! Two crescent-shaped saber lights flew out. One of them slashed on the large purple palm, making a thunderous sound. The space between heaven and earth shattered. The large purple palm was split open by the saber. Whoosh! The second slash sent the young man flying. What? How could he be so powerful? The young martial artist from the Purple Dawn Holy Land narrowed his eyes. He did not expect his attack to be split open by the other party. And now, he was in danger of being killed. Ah! He roared angrily. The purple chi around his body surged and formed a purple shield in front of him. Bang! A low sound was heard. The purple shield shattered into pieces. The young martial artist spat out blood and flew backward. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Especially those from the Purple Dawn Holy Land, their faces darkened. Who is this person? What a terrifying saber technique! Bailey, he also roared angrily. Damn it, who are you? He did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful saber king by his side. Immortal Palace, Hui Dao. Hui Dao stood proudly. His expression became extremely gloomy. How dare you be rude to the master of Immortal Palace? Kneel down and accept your death. His voice was like thunder, exploding in all directions. You're courting death. Bailey, he was also angry. How dare he ask him to kneel down and accept his death? No one in the younger generation dared to say that. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Not only that, but a few powerful young martial artists also came out from behind him. Their eyes were cold. On the opposite side, Hui Dao sneered. Behind him, Ghostly and Peacock also walked up. The 100 elite martial artists were all overflowing with murderous aura, forming a terrifying pressure. This scene shocked everyone. Many people swallowed their saliva. Bailey, he was also stunned. How could the other party have so many experts? He did not dare to make a move. Although he was powerful, the three people in front of him each had a terrifying aura. They were not weaker than him. Moreover, there were more than 100 elites behind them. Who was this kid? What was Immortal Palace? Why had he never heard of it? In his opinion, he did not think that Immortal Palace was some kind of Holy Land level existence. Because such an existence was known in the world. No one did not know. However, he had never heard of Immortal Palace. Therefore, in his opinion, Immortal Palace should be a small sect that did not make the cut. Moreover, these people were too arrogant. They actually dared to use Immortal as their name? Could it be that they were not afraid of being attacked by a group? However, although Bailey he had never heard of Immortal Palace, the pupils of the Purple Dawn Holy Land's elders constricted when they heard this name. They were all bewildered. Chapter 2442. Could it be that Immortal Palace? Had they appeared? The elders of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were shocked. That was because they had heard some legends about Immortal Palace. Although it was very vague and there was very little information, without exception, it proved that it was an existence that was not weaker than a peerless Holy Land. Moreover, it had a long history and was very terrifying. If it was really that Immortal Palace, then they could not easily start a war with them. Because if they did not handle it well, it would be a war between the two Holy Lands. They could not bear the consequences of that. Moreover, it was not a wise choice to provoke such a terrifying force for no reason. More importantly, their saintess had a very good relationship with the immortal palace master. Thus, when they thought of this, the elders immediately came to a decision. An old woman shouted in a deep voice, "Stop! What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Hearing that, the young male warriors of the Purple Cloud Holy Land trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. Their elders had actually stopped them. What was going on? Could it be that their elders were afraid? Or was there another reason? They could not understand. Bailey's expression was also ugly. He said, "Elders, they are too arrogant." "Shut up!" The elders' faces also darkened. Although Bailey's identity was special, they could not allow him to be presumptuous. After all, no matter how powerful Bailey was only a young figure. These elders would not give him face. Bailey was so angry that he vomited blood, but there was nothing he could do. Indeed, he was arrogant, but that was only in front of the younger generation. Towards these elders, he was still respectful and reverent. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and stand back. However, his eyes were incomparably cold as he stared at Lin Xian. He swore that as long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill this kid secretly. However, the elders of the Purple Cloud Holy Land stood out. They walked forward and looked at Lin Xian. "Are you really the Immortal Palace Master?" "Yes, I am." Lin Xian nodded. He was not particularly arrogant. Of course, he was not overly modest either. His current status was even higher than these elders. "Granny Qian, he is the big brother Lin Xian that I mentioned," Xinjingqiu said from the side. "So it's Palace Master Lin." Elder Qian was too polite. Ling Xian smiled. Seeing this scene, the cultivators from the Purple Afterglow Holy Land were shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Their elder was actually so courteous to a brat. This made them look like they had seen a ghost. Even Bailey's face was gloomy. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At the front, Elderly and the others also stepped forward. They looked at Granny Gon and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist, what did you find in the tunnel? What were the mysteries behind these 3 paths?" Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Because they also wanted to know what these 3 paths were. Elder Qin said, "We only entered the leftmost path and turned back after walking halfway. Because there was a powerful formation mechanism. With just our family's power, it's very difficult to contend against them. That's why we've come back to prepare for an alliance. As for the other 2 paths, we don't know. But come to think of it, it should be about the same." Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. They knew how powerful the Purple Afterglow Holy Land was. A formation that even they couldn't contend against must be especially terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, everyone was discussing countermeasures. Which path should they choose? Should they gather their strength and take one path, or should they split their strength and take 3 paths? "Big brother Lin Xian, which path should you take? Chiao wants to go with you." Xinjingqiu looked up and asked. She had just seen Lin Xian. How could she bear to leave? Murong Qingqing, who was at the side, was also waiting. Lin Xian was smiling. He hadn't decided yet because Elderly and the others were still discussing. "Elderly, if we split into 3 teams and encounter special dangers, can we resist them?" Lin Xian asked. "No problem. We all have secret treasures on us, and I also think that we should split into 3 teams. After all, no one knows where these 3 paths will lead to. But I'm sure that one path is correct. Therefore, if we split into 3 teams, our chances of winning will be greatly increased. All right, let's split into 3 teams. We'll do it as before. Elderly, we'll take the middle team. Elder Wang and Elder Lu, you'll take the left and right teams respectively." "Yes." The 3 elders agreed. Xinjingqiu also cheered. "All right, I'll take the middle path with Big Brother Lin Xian. Sister Qingqing, why don't you come with us?" She grabbed Murong Qingqing's hand. "Okay." Murong Qingqing was shocked. 2 peerless beauties, 2 saintesses, snuggled up to Lin Xian and were so obedient. This scene made many people jealous. Even the saintesses and princes were envious. However, at this moment, Bailey he spoke again. Saintess, no, what ability does that kid have to protect you? It's too dangerous for you there. You should take the left path with us. With me here, I'll definitely protect you. The elders of the Purple Dawn's sacred land didn't say anything because Bailey he still said what they thought. Shinjingqiu was their saintess. They were indeed worried about letting their saintess go with someone else. After all, the death of a saintess was a serious matter. Even if she was injured, they couldn't bear it. How dare you question Immortal Palace? Hui Dao and the others snorted coldly and were about to refute. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the passage in front of them again. The footsteps were abnormally heavy. The others turned their heads one after another with puzzled expressions. Someone else is coming? Who is it? Isn't the majority of the troops already here? They looked over in confusion. Soon, a huge figure appeared in the passage in front of them. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his figure was tall like a god of war. His body was covered in blood. At this moment, his killing intent was still surging, shattering the void. This scene was really shocking. Who is this person? How terrifying! Seeing this scene, many people cried out in surprise. Isn't he the person beside that kid from Immortal Palace? Why did he come so late? What did he do earlier? Everyone was puzzled. They naturally recognized that the other party was one of Lin Xian's guards. Look, he's holding a head in his hand. It seems that he must have gone through a great battle earlier. Who did he fight? Everyone was discussing animatedly. The people of the Purple Dawn's sacred land also frowned. Their eyes were fixed on this figure. The tall figure that looked like a god of war came in front of Lin Xian and then said respectfully, "Young master, it's done." Very good. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Seeing this scene, the people of the Purple Dawn's sacred land were shocked. They didn't expect that such a terrifying figure was also Lin Xian's subordinate. In particular, Bailey he and the others had gloomy expressions. Chapter 2443. That was because Xing Tian turned around and threw the black object in his hand. The object streaked across the sky and landed in front of the Tai dynasty. A head. Everyone saw clearly that this thing was actually a human head. Throwing a head at the Tai dynasty? What was going on? Was there hatred between the two sides? They didn't know, but they knew that a good show was coming. The 5 Elements Saint Sun, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, and the others sneered. They felt that Immortal Palace was too arrogant. Not only did they offend them, they even dared to offend the Tai dynasty. One had to know that this was the central state. Although they were in the Great Xia dynasty, it was easy for the Tai dynasty to send an army here. Weren't these people from Immortal Palace afraid that they wouldn't be able to leave? What a reckless guy! The 5 Elements Saint Sun sneered. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun also snorted. How could a mere head scare the people from the Tai dynasty? What a joke! The others had the same thought, but they were soon stunned. To be honest, the people from the Tai dynasty were also stunned. When they saw Lin Xian return safely, they were puzzled. What was the Longbow King doing? Now that they saw the other party throwing a head at them, the people from the Tai dynasty were furious. The other party dared to provoke them in public? Did they really think that they wouldn't dare to fight? However, when they saw the head on the ground, their bodies stiffened as if they were struck by lightning. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. That was the Longbow King's head. Damn it, how was that possible? The people from the Tai dynasty went crazy. The Longbow King was killed, and his head was cut off. They couldn't believe it. Naturally, the others also noticed this scene, and they all screamed, their faces full of shock. That was the Longbow King's head. Heavens, the Longbow King was killed. You mean the famous Longbow King of the Central State, the Longbow King? That's right, other than him, who else could it be? Exclamations came one after another. When the people from the Purple Dawn Holy Land heard it, they also gasped. Especially the young warriors, their scalps went numb. That was at least at the almighty level, and a terrifying one at that. His archery skills were strong, but he was easily killed by the other party. Thinking of this, their bodies trembled. Before this, they actually dared to go against such a terrifying person? Wasn't this courting death? Bailey's expression was extremely ugly. Damn brat, you actually dared to kill Longbow King! You're courting death! The people from the Tai dynasty were furious. This time, they were all on the first prince's and the empress's side. Therefore, it was natural for them to oppose each other. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. What? You can send people to assassinate me, but I can't kill your people? This is just a warning. If there is a next time, don't blame me for killing all of you and the first prince. At this point, a cold killing intent surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. The hearts of the people around were beating wildly. The young martial artists shrank their necks. The people of the Tai dynasty had ugly looks on their faces. The other party was too domineering and arrogant. However, the other party was so powerful. They sent Longbow King because he was a long-range attacker. Even if he was surrounded, he could easily escape. But now, the other party was killed. Moreover, he was not killed by the other party. It seemed that he was killed in a one-on-one duel. This made the situation serious. They looked at Xingtian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Needless to say, this was definitely a terrifying and peerless expert. Humph! Just you wait, this matter is not over. The people of the Tai dynasty gritted their teeth. They were incomparably cold, but they did not attack immediately. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were even more shocked. The other party had already thrown the head in front of the Tai dynasty. This was a blatant slap in the face. With the strength of the Tai dynasty, they would definitely counterattack immediately. Because no dynasty would tolerate such a slap in the face. However, the Tai dynasty tolerated it and did not attack immediately. What did this mean? This meant that the Tai dynasty was afraid of the other party. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and the other members of Immortal Palace with a hint of fear in their hearts. The young martial artists of the Purple Dawn Holy Land gasped. They decided not to challenge the other party to a duel anymore. Of course, except for a few people like Bailey He. Bailey He, the Five Elements Saint, the 10,000 Thunder Saint, the Tuoba family, and the others looked gloomy. They felt that they had to find a way to kill the other party. Otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would definitely become an unimaginable enemy. The death of the Longbow King caused a huge commotion. Everyone was shocked. It was not until a long time later that everyone came to their senses. Not long after, the Yi family and the Wavering Light's Sacred Land prepared to take action and entered the 3 tunnels ahead. Among them, Immortal Palace was divided into 3 teams. Lin Xian and the others were going to take the middle tunnel. In addition to the members of Immortal Palace, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were also following Lin Xian. Previously, the people of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land were still worried. However, after the Longbow King was killed, they tacitly agreed. They would let the 2 saintesses stay with Lin Xian for a while. After going through the 3 tunnels, they would bring the saintesses back. The other sacred lands, great sects, and royal families also sent out teams. Most of them chose to take the form of 3 teams. After all, they did not want to miss any of the tunnels. Of course, there were a few extreme people who chose to take one of the tunnels. This was because their strength was relatively weaker. If they split up again, they might not have a chance at all. Let's go. Everyone moved and walked toward the 3 tunnels ahead. At the same time, in the second cave behind them, Yen Ryu and the others from Demon Imperial Palace appeared again. They wondered what would happen in the second trial. The martial artists from Demon Imperial Palace were excited, but when they arrived, their expressions changed. From all directions, from the sky to the ground, there were black bugs everywhere, pouncing toward them. Get lost! An expert from Demon Imperial Palace roared. He stretched out his palm, which was covered in scales, and sent a group of bugs flying with a slap. How dare mere bugs block the path of our demon imperial palace? This person snorted disdainfully. However, he was soon stunned. Not only him, but the surrounding martial artists from Demon Imperial Palace were all stunned. Even Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu were frowning. This was because they discovered that the black bugs that were sent flying did not receive any damage at all and crashed into the wall. Then, they crawled over again. That was way too bizarre. That strike just now was more than enough to tear an ordinary almighty being into pieces. These bugs were actually fine. This made them unable to believe it. The people who attacked were stunned. But soon, they screamed miserably. This was because a few people's armor had been bitten open, and their flesh was a mess. Chapter 2444. Damn it! Get lost! They roared angrily, and a majestic power rushed out of their bodies. Some of them even attacked crazily. However, although they could block the attacks, they could not hurt those insects at all. How could this be? Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu both frowned. Damn it! An old man cried out in alarm. This old man was very strange. He had 2 antlers on his head that were covered with mysterious runes. At this moment, he exclaimed, "Those don't seem to be insects." "They're not insects? Then what are they?" Yan Ryu was puzzled. The old man with antlers became excited. "Puppets. Those are mechanical puppets. Moreover, they're made of dark demonic gold." "Oh my God, we're rich!" "What? Dark demonic gold? Is it a material to make a heaven-grade treasure?" The people of the Demon King Palace were all excited. On the other side, an old man with a python tail shook his head. "Don't be careless. If there's really such a good treasure, the humans won't leave it behind. They'll definitely take it away. There are traps, dangers, or mechanisms here that we don't know about. Everyone be careful here." As soon as he said that, everyone nodded in agreement and became careful. Indeed, in their opinion, the humans were very greedy and would not give up such a treasure. Roar! Boom! Suddenly, an angry roar came from the front. Then, the black dragon turtle walked out again. It was like a small black mountain, and it had an aura that made people tremble. "What's that?" Yan Ryu and the others were shocked. Could it be that it's also caused by dark demonic gold? Thinking of that, they gasped, and their eyes turned red. "Go!" Under Hua Tiandu's order, a burly man walked forward. That man was also a half-demon with green scales on his body. At this moment, his claw was like a beast's claw that descended from the sky. It was like a green mountain that pressed down from the sky. Bang! The large green palm directly slapped the black dragon turtle, causing an intense collision. Ah! However, the half-demon man was the one who screamed in pain. His palm was directly pierced through. Blood dyed the sky red. What? The dragon turtle is so powerful. The people of the Demon King Palace were shocked. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom! In the sky, a black shadow flashed, and the burly man was sent flying. Damn it, let's attack together. Hua Tiandu's face sank. The experts of the Demon Imperial Palace all made their moves, preparing to subdue the dragon turtle. The others dealt with the bugs. Although the black dragon turtle and the insect were powerful, they were still suppressed by the many experts of the Demon King Palace. He was about to be subdued. However, at this moment of crisis, a majestic force rushed out of their bodies and swept out in all directions. This force caused everyone to fly backwards. At this moment those elders, Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu, all felt enormous pressure. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. The will of the sage! This was actually the will of a saint! No wonder. At this moment, they understood why the humans gave up on these treasures. This was the will of a saint! It was hard to get rid of it. Keeping it by his side was like a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it would erupt? Saint, should we use that? The elder with antlers asked. Hua Tiandu's face darkened as he nodded his head. Ha! He snorted coldly, and countless runes appeared on his forehead. Those runes all rose into the air and turned into a mysterious bell, pressing down from the sky. The Demon Emperor bell was an extremely terrifying weapon. Of course, it was not the real Demon Emperor bell, but a defensive product. However, its power was also unparalleled. In an instant, it suppressed 30 black bugs, captured them, and completely sealed them. As for the rest, they were powerless now. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace had no choice, but Yenryu's red lips opened again. The green light swept through the area and instantly captured 30 black bugs, sealing them completely. Then, they were put into a box. When the green light appeared, these people were all terrified. Even the replica Demon Emperor bell trembled slightly. Let's go. Yenryu retracted the green light and said indifferently. These people of the Demon Imperial Palace left again and set off forward. Finally, they arrived at the main hall. Looking at the 3 passageways in front of them, these people narrowed their eyes. There are actually 3 passageways. Which one should we take? These people began to discuss. They came to the 3 entrances and observed carefully. At each of these 3 entrances, there was a large amount of aura left behind. Obviously, those humans had all entered. 2 choices. Split into 3 groups and enter separately, or choose one of them. Everyone pondered. Yenryu formed a seal with her fingers, and a light appeared in her eyes as she swept across the 3 passageways. Hee hee. The corner of her mouth raised into a smile. No matter what, I must take the middle path. Is there a reason? The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace asked. They did not find anything special. The corner of Yenryu's mouth raised. There is no special reason. I just like the middle path. Hearing this, the elders' mouths twitched and they rolled their eyes. However, they did not dare to say anything. Although Yenryu was not a member of the Demon Imperial Palace, her identity was too special. They did not dare to provoke her. They had to treat her like how they treated the saints and saintesses. All right, since Ryu said so, then we will take the middle path. Huitiendu waved his hand. They set off towards the middle path. Of course, they also sent a small number of people to the other 2 paths secretly. Lin Xian and the others walked into the middle path of the 3 paths. They were wearing battle armors that shone brightly. Most of them did not activate their king's domain. After all, it consumed too much spiritual power. Moreover, no one knew when there would be a big battle. Therefore, they usually wore battle armors and released their light. Logically speaking, with so many of them, the light from each of them should be like the sun, illuminating an area. However, they could not do so in this passage. They could only illuminate an area of 1 or 2 meters around them. In the distance, it was dark as if there was a mysterious force suppressing them. The ancient tomb of a saint definitely had the means of a saint. It was not something that they could imagine. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others advanced carefully. On the right, Murong Qingqing held his arm. On the left, Shinjingqiu held his hand. The 3 of them walked in front. Behind them, elderly Xing Tian and the others followed. There were other sacred grounds in front of them, and there were also peerless sects behind them. These forces were all separated by a certain distance to prevent sudden attacks. Fortunately, the journey was peaceful and they didn't encounter any traps. Chapter 2445. Could there be something even more terrifying waiting for them ahead? They did not know. But after going through the previous 2 caves, they knew that there was more to this place than met the eye. Whoever dared to underestimate the tomb of a saint would have to face the end of their road. Ah! Damn it! What was going on? At this moment, a furious roar came from behind. Hearing this voice, everyone stopped in their tracks. Everyone, be careful, Xingtian said in a deep voice. The energy in their bodies was circulating rapidly, ready to explode at any moment. Lin Xian frowned. Shinjingqiu and Murong Qingqing also turned around. What happened? An elder from the great Xia dynasty asked. They realized that the person who screamed was from one of the clans in the Great Xia dynasty, Shui clan. Although they were strong, they were still lacking compared to the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty. We seem to have been ambushed. We are missing one person, the elder from the Shui clan replied. Missing one person? Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators from the Great Xia dynasty frowned. Among them, a cultivator from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground sneered. What a bunch of trash. You don't even know that you were assassinated. What did you say? The elder from the Shui clan was furious. They were already pissed that they were missing one person. Now someone dared to mock them? Why? Are you not convinced that you are trash? The cultivator from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground sneered. They were not afraid of the Shui clan at all. Seeing that it was the Nine Heavens Holy Ground, the Shui clan gritted their teeth in anger. However, they had no choice. They could not defeat the other party. Hence, they could only look gloomy. The elder from the Great Xia dynasty said in a deep voice. Be careful. Don't get ambushed again. After all, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground belonged to the Great Xia dynasty. Although it had nothing to do with them, it was embarrassing for them to be killed for no reason. Yes, we know. The elder from the Shui clan had no choice. They did not even know who the murderer was. Hence, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The group was ready to move again. However, at this moment, another scream was heard. Damn it! Wait, we are missing one person too. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Which clan was it? The cultivator from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground sneered again. Let me see who is so stupid to be assassinated. You are courting death. Pun! A terrifying power surged forth, causing the entire space to shake. The few martial artists who had sneered retreated, vomiting blood. Their faces were filled with terror. The rest of the people from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground roared furiously. Who was it? Did he not want to live anymore? How dare you ambush us? Humph, your Nine Heavens Holy Ground is too arrogant. An even gloomier voice sounded. People from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Seeing those people, many people shrunk their necks and did not dare to speak again. This was because the Four Symbols Holy Lands were no weaker than the Nine Heavens Holy Lands. More importantly, Jyoshio Seiko wasn't in this passageway, but the four sacred beasts were. Therefore, they did not dare to provoke him anymore. The Four Symbols Holy Grounds also had fewer people. The others did not even have the time to sneer or mock the Nine Heavens Holy Ground. Their brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? If there was one less person in the Shui family, then they might have been assassinated. This was very normal. After all, the Shui family was not very strong. But now, the Four Symbols Holy Grounds actually had one less person. This was no ordinary matter. The Four Symbols Holy Grounds was a peerless holy ground that was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, the one leading the team was the Four Sacred Beasts. There were also many elders. Who could kill under their noses? They did not dare to imagine. Even if the other holy grounds and sects could succeed, they couldn't have done it so quietly. Could it be that there was a terrifying and mysterious assassin among them? At that moment, the crowd thought of Hell, World of Man, and other terrifying assassin organizations. Everyone was in danger. These holy grounds and sects checked their own teams. Then, one by one, they exclaimed, Damn it, why are we missing one? So are we. The elders of the Great Xia dynasty had a gloomy look on their faces. Their eyes were red as they scanned the surroundings. Who was it? Get out here! They realized that their Great Xia dynasty had also lost one person. What's going on? Seeing this, Lin Xian's face also darkened. Elderly, check our people. Elderly's gaze swept across and his face froze. One young master was missing. Who was missing? A young elite martial artist. Elderly said. They were all peerless almighties. They could tell at a glance how many strands of hair each person was missing. Therefore, they were naturally able to notice the obvious absence of one person at a glance. However, this made them even more shocked. because they did not realize it before. If the Shui family did not mention it, they would not even know that they were missing one person. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's face darkened. Elderly, Xing Tian, and the rest frowned. The dark red divine dragon looked around. Beside him, Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were also dumbfounded. Could it be that the top assassins were on the move? Xin Jingqiu narrowed her eyes. She had heard that there was such a terrifying assassin as hell in this world. Could it be that they were here? It shouldn't be them. Lin Xian shook his head. Not only us, but all the holy grounds and sects in this tunnel were missing one person. No matter how terrifying the hell assassins were, they would not be able to do this. I guess it must be because of what happened in the tunnel. Damn it, we still fell into their trap. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. They had felt that something was amiss when they had been traveling peacefully earlier. How could the tomb of a sage be so safe? Now, all the holy grounds and sects were missing one person. Moreover, it was done silently. This made their hair stand on end. For a moment, no one dared to move forward. Who knew if there would be people missing for no reason? Moreover, those missing people did not even have the chance to scream before they disappeared into thin air. This method was extremely strange. Everyone, be careful. The elders of the great sage lands and sects reminded their subordinates. Then, they continued on their journey. Lin Xian also gave Ruffian Dragon a few instructions. Ruffian Dragon used the needle set. He did not activate the Dragon Sword domain, but he had the dark red divine dragon set up a defensive array. Light flashed, and the group set off again. Not long after they started walking, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in front of them. Not only that, but the light on these people's bodies dimmed as if it was about to be extinguished. Seeing this, everyone stopped in their tracks again. They were all shocked and bewildered. They looked in all directions, but they did not find anything. What's going on? Those people frowned. The dark red divine dragon also roared. Damn, the cold wind can even blow into the array. He was too shocked. The defensive array he set up was incomparably powerful. However, it could not defend against the cold wind. Chapter 2446. Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, Xin Jingqiu exclaimed and pulled Lin Xian's hand. Brother Lin Xian, look! Lin Xian turned around and saw Xin Jingqiu pointing at the ground. He looked at the ground curiously. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. In an instant, the dragon sword field expanded and enveloped all the members of the immortal palace. This scene made the people from the surrounding sacred grounds puzzled. What did this kid discover? Even Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were puzzled. However, when they looked at the ground, their pupils shrank and a chill rose in their hearts. Damn it, what is this? They were too shocked because they realized that there was something wrong with their shadows. Where there was light, there would be shadows. Normally, the shadows of ordinary people would be humanoid. Even if these people were the shadows of peerless powerhouses, they would not change. However, it was different now. The shadows under the feet of Lin Xian and the others had strange shapes and were obviously demon-like existences. This was definitely not a human shadow. In fact, everyone suspected that it was not a shadow at all. There was a mysterious thing lurking under their feet. The people from the other sacred grounds, major sects, and royal families also looked down. One by one, they exclaimed, Damn it! What is this? The people from the Four Symbols sacred grounds were even more decisive. The Four Symbols saint snorted and stomped his feet. It was as if an electric hammer had descended from the sky. The entire passageway trembled. If it was not the tomb of a saint, this stomp would have destroyed tens of thousands of miles of land. However, although it was the tomb of a saint, the space inside was instantly destroyed. Countless cracks spread in all directions. However, the Four Symbols saint did not feel happy at all. This was because he realized that the strange shadows did not receive any damage at all. Damn it, what is this thing? These people were shocked again. They realized that the strange shadows under their feet were moving together with them. It was as if they were really their shadows. However, how was this possible? Some of the shadows were clearly in the form of demonic beasts. Humph! The people from the great Xia dynasty snorted, and the aura of the Tao of Dragons surged towards the terrifying shadows. Whoosh! The people from the Five Elements Palace spat out terrifying flames that enveloped those shadows. The people from the other sacred grounds and sects also made their moves. Lin Xian also coldly snorted. Countless sword qis slashed towards the strange shadow. The sword qis slashed the ground, creating a clanging sound. Even the void was shattered. After a series of explosions, the surrounding space boiled. When the light disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief. They found that the strange shadow had disappeared. What was this thing? Were the people who went missing related to this thing? The martial artists of the Great Sage Land were discussing this matter. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and instructed. All of you, keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't get ambushed by these things again. Although they had chased away the freak's shadow, everyone's heart was heavy. They did not dare to be careless. Who knew what was waiting for them ahead? After walking for a while, he didn't find anything. The strange shadow on the ground didn't appear again. This allowed Lin Xian and the others to heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, another scream came from behind. This scream was very terrifying. It sounded like the roar of a malicious spirit. Everyone's scalp went numb. Even Xing Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing's faces turned pale. The two of them were a little angry. Who was that? Why was it wailing like a ghost? Lin Xian turned back. Everyone turned back to look. In the next moment, they all frowned because they found that the scream was actually from the Shui family. What was going on this time? The elders of the great Xia dynasty also frowned. The elders of the Shui family trembled, and their faces were full of fear. What was going on? This scene caused the surrounding people to be puzzled. Could it be that something terrifying had happened again? They looked around and found that everything was normal. There were no strange shadows on the ground at all. Those people were also not injured. Could it be that there was one less person? At the thought of this, they looked defeated and quickly counted their own people. When they did the inventory, everyone froze. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. A chill rose in their hearts. These people were mighty figures and powerful kings. Some of them were even peerless mighty figures and peerless geniuses. However, at this moment, the chill in their hearts was spreading uncontrollably. Big brother Lin Xian, what happened? Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were the most surprised. Because the two of them did not bring any subordinates, they did not know what had happened in Lin Xian's immortal palace. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them were puzzled. However, the others were solemn. Lin Xian's expression was not good either. Xing Tian. The eyes of elderly and the others flickered. There was one more person. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. Although he was considered an old monster, he had never seen such a strange thing. He was scared. Damn it, why is there one more person? What? One more person. Hearing this, Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were also shocked. Murong Qingqing narrowed her eyes. She was a little worried about the people of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The people of the Jade Lake did not enter this passage. Instead, they entered the other two passages. But she did not know what strange thing had happened. It should not be too peaceful. Xin Jingqiu exclaimed and hugged Lin Xian tightly. The people of the other sacred ground sects and dynasties also had solemn expressions. They realized that the same thing had happened in their team. There was one more person. To be precise, there was not one more person. Wasn't there one less person before? Now, their number had returned to its original number. The person who was missing had returned. What was going on? At this moment, countless gazes were like heavenly blades, staring at those figures. To be honest, these geniuses and elders of the sacred ground had never encountered such a thing. For a moment, they surrounded that person and asked carefully. On Lin Xian's side, elderly and the others also asked coldly. Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? The young warrior who had disappeared and returned looked at the strange gazes around him and was stunned. Elders, what's wrong with you? What did I do wrong? He had a blank look on his face. Humph! Xing Tian snorted coldly. Still not telling the truth? Speak! What are you? At this point, the void above the young man suddenly shattered, and a large palm firmly enveloped him and completely sealed him. As long as he made any movements, this palm would mercilessly fall on him. Sensing the shocking change, the young man's face turned green. He said with a trembling voice, I didn't do anything. I've been with you all this time. With us? What a joke! Peacock also snorted coldly. Chapter 2447. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Xinjingqiu were also puzzled. However, that youth felt very wronged. I didn't leave at all. I've always been with you guys. He wasn't the only one. The other sacred grounds, great sects, and the disappeared cultivators also said the same thing. This made everyone extremely puzzled. They've always been together? But previously, they had clearly counted that one person was missing. These people couldn't have been mistaken. So, they also didn't know what had happened. For a moment, many people used their divine abilities to investigate the other party. Some people even used eye techniques. However, they couldn't see anything? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had no choice but to activate the heavenly secret divine eye. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz! He looked at the youth who had disappeared. Buzz! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He shouted coldly, Hurry up and attack! Elderly, Xing Tian, and the others didn't know why Lin Xian said that, but Xing Tian still made a move. The huge palm above suddenly slapped down, enveloping the youth who had disappeared. No, Temple Master! You can't kill me! I didn't do anything wrong! The youth's crazy roar alarmed all the people from the other sacred grounds and sections. For a moment, everyone looked over. The cultivators from Immortal Palace also had serious expressions. Many of them even turned pale. Although the situation was strange, they didn't know why Lin Xian didn't figure it out and directly attacked. Boom! Xing Tian's large palm slapped down, directly turning the youth who had disappeared into a bloody mist. Blood exploded and splattered in all directions. Many people cried out in alarm. However, they soon screamed. The reason for that was because countless black rays of light suddenly flew out from the blood mist and swept out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! A few of Immortal Palace's cultivators were instantly entangled. Elderly and Xing Tian roared. Damn it! There was indeed a problem. Majestic power rushed out of their bodies. Terrifying divine abilities surged forward and directly enveloped all the Immortal Palace's cultivators. Not good! Seeing this scene, the cultivators from the other sacred grounds and sects also roared angrily. They turned around and wanted to attack. Those disciples who had disappeared had a strange smile on their faces. Boom! Countless black rays of light shot out from their bodies like sharp black swords, piercing in all directions. The great sage lands, the great sects, and the imperial clans were all affected, and quite a few people were injured. Damn it! Attack him! Catch it! Capture him alive! Furious roars rang out one after another, as these experts attacked one after another. Boom! Boom! On Immortal Palace's side, Xing Tian continuously released more than 10 palms, blasting apart the void. Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying energy enveloped the surroundings. All of the black lights were sent flying and exploded in the air. They couldn't withstand the impact at all. Whoosh! The piercing black light quickly retracted, like a black waterfall. Ah! Some of the weaker ones had their necks wrapped around. Breathing was painful, and there were even traces of blood. The necks of the 2 Immortal Palace disciples were directly snapped. Not only the Immortal Palace, but the cultivators of the other holy lands and great sects were also killed. This scene infuriated everyone. Damn it! It was her hair! These black things were actually hair. Someone roared angrily. Lin Xian also noticed the situation. They discovered that the black light was indeed hair. It was densely packed and endless. It was nauseating. Countless strands of hair enveloped everyone from Immortal Palace. One of them rushed towards Lin Xian, Xin Jingqiu, and Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and raised his hand to release a sword light. Pooh! The strange hair was cut apart. Xin Jingqiu released a purple mist and completely enveloped all of the shattered hair. The hair disappeared without a trace. Purple chi from the east. Xin Jingqiu quickly formed a seal. Countless purple chi formed around her and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The black hair couldn't get close at all. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others quickly took action. Although the hair was strange, the people here were all experts, and many of them were peerless powerhouses. Therefore, the hair quickly retreated. They fled into the distance and disappeared. Chase after them! Everyone roared. Lin Xian also chased after them with his people. They ran all the way and arrived at another hall. When they arrived at the main hall, they realized that the hair had disappeared into the void. It was as if it had never appeared. Damn it! The people from the Immortal Palace roared. Xing Tian even shattered the void with a punch, but it didn't appear again. What's going on? Did it disappear? Everyone was puzzled. They looked at the hall and wanted to investigate the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless white figures appeared in the surroundings. There was a white figure standing in every direction. The white figures were strange and hazy. They were facing the crowd. They were dressed in white and had long hair that reached their waists. They seemed to be women. There were many similar white figures. They appeared at the edge of the hall and formed a circle, surrounding everyone. Damn it, what are these shadows? They were puzzled. Many of them didn't even see how they appeared. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. What the hell? Die for me! A martial artist from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground roared. He swung his saber and a terrifying saber light slashed forward. It instantly hit the white figure. No! At this moment, an angry roar was heard. However, it was too late. The saber light had already hit the white figure. Humph, let's see how you die. The martial artist from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground sneered. However, in the next moment, his body stiffened and the saber in his hand fell to the ground. His eyes widened and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Bam! He fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Damn it, what's going on? What happened? Everyone was stunned. The people from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground roared crazily. Who was it? Who did it? They were about to go crazy. Because no one saw it clearly. This person wasn't attacked at all. How could he be killed? What was even more strange was that the young disciple who attacked was a genius. His strength had reached the almighty level. It wasn't easy to kill such a person. Soul attack. This was the first attack that came to everyone's mind. Because only soul attacks could appear and disappear mysteriously, and kill people without leaving a trace. The people from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground looked at Lin Xian immediately. This was because they knew that Lin Xian was a terrifying soul power expert. Many of them were furious and wanted to rush over. However, the elders of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground shouted coldly. Don't be rash. It wasn't them. There was something wrong with the white figure in front. Since the elders had said so, the disciples of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were unwilling to accept it. They asked, Damn it, what's going on? Chapter 2448. Damn it! What's going on? Do those white figures know soul attacks? So what if they do? A beauty from the Xiaoyao sect snorted. Whoosh! She opened her mouth and spat out a pagoda, which floated above her head and protected her soul. This was a treasure, and it was an exclusive treasure for soul defense. With it, one could block soul attacks. Break! The beauty from the Xiaoyao sect quickly attacked after her soul was protected. A long rainbow streaked across the void and charged forward. Soon, it pierced through a white figure. Everyone looked over with rapt attention. Many people's eyes were twinkling. Some of them even released their soul power. They wanted to see how strange Yi Chen's soul power was. Eh? The pink light pierced through the white figure. However, in the next moment, the beauty from the Xiaoyao sect froze and widened her eyes. Her face was full of fear. With a plop, he fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Dead? Everyone was stunned. The people from the Xiaoyao sect looked even worse. Junior sister. Many of them rushed over and checked carefully. They found that the opponent's life force was already gone. What's going on? The others looked even more serious. They didn't find any soul power. They wanted to check carefully. Even if the opponent used his soul power, they would be able to detect it in an instant. More importantly, it was the pagoda worn by the beauty from the Xiaoyao sect didn't receive any attack at all. He was killed just like that. This meant that it wasn't soul power. Or maybe the opponent's soul power was so strong that they couldn't believe it. Impossible. They could feel the soul power of an invincible king. What kind of technique was that? They were going crazy. If they could not decipher these white figures, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives, unable to leave. Lin Xian frowned. He also found that it wasn't a soul attack. What were those things? Were they ghosts? Xin Jingqiu was a bit scared, and Murong Qingchen's face was also cold. While everyone was confused, some people in the crowd spoke. They were resentful spirits. They didn't use soul attacks. They used resentful spirits, which were even stranger than soul attacks. What? Resentful spirits. Everyone turned around and looked. They found that the ones who spoke were a dozen monks from the Western Desert. Grandmaster, can you explain it in detail? That's right, Master. Is there any way to break it? The elders from the great sects all inquired. They thought they saw hope. That was because the monks of the Western Desert all cultivated some Buddhist divine powers, which were perfect for restraining these ghosts and evil creatures. With their help, they might really be able to subdue these vengeful spirits. The monks from the Western Desert nodded. It's indeed possible. Amitba, Avalokitesvara. The monks began to chant scriptures. These were not ordinary scriptures, but the great success of Buddhism of the Western continent. It was very profound and profound. Coupled with the cultivation of these people, it could be said that its power was boundless. At this moment, everyone thanked themselves for calming down and stabilizing their mental states. How magical! These people were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he had never interacted with the monks of the Western Desert, he could tell that these people were indeed extraordinary. In fact, it could even be said to be extremely terrifying. Between heaven and earth, the sound of Sanskrit rang out, bringing with it a mysterious and unfathomable energy. When the white figures heard this, they all let out miserable cries. Their bodies quickly melted like snow under the sun. Then, they disappeared. Seeing that scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Fortunately, the monks of the Western Desert were there. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them to attack on their own. After all, resentment was an existence that was even more bizarre than souls. If they were not careful, they might be directly killed if the resentment was added to their bodies. It was just like the two prodigies from before. Let's go quickly. Everyone did not dare to delay. Lin Xian also led the people from the Immortal Palace forward. However, they had only walked halfway when they stopped in their tracks. That was because another figure appeared in the main hall in front of them. It was a white figure, just like the previous ones. However, this time, he did not have his back to the crowd. Instead, he was facing them. His jet black hair covered his face, and his eyes were white. It was a very strange sight. His face was even paler. It was a ghastly sight. Many female disciples cried out in surprise. Xin Jingqiu also cried out in surprise. She grabbed Lin Xian's arm and did not dare to look again. Murong Qingqing frowned. This wraith seemed to be more powerful than the previous ones. Oh no, it's a 10,000-year-old wraith. The few people from the western desert also turned pale with fright. Those white figures from before were all 1,000-year-old wraiths. Their cultivation was not high. They could be subdued. However, they had encountered a 10,000-year-old wraith. It was an extremely terrifying existence. As expected, they chanted Buddhist scriptures. Mysterious Sanskrit characters floated in the sky, forming a light screen that pressed forward. However, when it was 3 meters in front of the white figure, it stopped and could not go any further. Boom! In the next moment, the white 10,000-year-old wraith raised his head. A strange red light appeared in his eyes. All the Sanskrit characters in the sky shattered. Several western desert monks also took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock. How terrifying! As expected of a 10,000-year-old wraith. Seeing that, everyone else was shocked and retreated one after another. If even the western desert monks could not deal with it, things would be troublesome. Whoosh whoosh. Everyone took out their treasures and prepared to attack forcefully. Lin Xian also called Xingtian, elderly, and the others to get ready to attack at any time. He had the great dragon sword soul that could destroy everything, so he was not too worried. Even if the opponent was a 10,000-year-old wraith, he was confident that he could kill it with his great dragon sword soul. However, before he could make a move, another figure walked out from among the monks behind him. It was a young figure. He seemed to be a young prodigy of the western desert. "Elder, let me try," the young monk said with a smile. "All right." Seeing that the figure walked out, the monks heaved a sigh of relief. However, the people from the sacred grounds and major sects frowned. What's going on? Even the elders can't deal with it. How can a young monk defeat a 10,000-year-old wraith? They did not quite believe it. Therefore, they were still prepared. If the other party failed, they would use force to attack. The young monk walked up with a smile on his face. It was a confident smile. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on him. The young monk walked in front of everyone and looked at the 10,000-year-old wraith in front of him without saying a word. He stretched out his fingers. One of them pointed to the sky and the other to the ground, forming a very strange Dharma idol. Chapter 2449. Woo! Just as everyone was in a daze, the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit in front of them suddenly revealed a look of fear. In the next moment, she knelt on the ground, her head touching the ground as if she was prostrating herself on the ground. Even her body was trembling slightly. "Leave quickly, don't look back, don't look at her!" When the other monks saw this scene, they all called out to everyone. Heavens, what was going on? At this moment, the prodigies and elders of the great sage land, the great sects, and the royal family were all stunned. Wasn't this little monk too terrifying? He made a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit kneel just by putting on a Dharma idol? This was a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Even the eminent monks of the western desert could not deal with it. Now, it actually knelt to a little monk? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. At this moment, after hearing the reminders of the Holy Lands, Lin Xian and the others quickly walked forward. The people of the other Holy Lands also left one after another. However, at this moment, everyone felt a strange feeling behind them, as if someone was watching them. Some of the weaker martial artists even heard someone calling their names. Lin Xian also had the same feeling. Their faces were gloomy, and Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. Because he remembered that the mysterious little monk had told them not to look back. He did not know why they should not look back, but he knew that if they did, they would definitely be in danger. However, at this moment, they had a strong feeling of turning back in their hearts. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, elderly, and the others were powerful, so they were fine. However, those young martial artists were probably not going to make it. No matter how strong they were still a little lacking compared to the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Therefore, those young martial artists of Immortal Palace were almost unable to control themselves. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. The great dragon sword soul in his body rushed out and circled above their heads, letting out a loud dragon roar. Roar! The great dragon sword soul enveloped all the immortal palace martial artists. Tens of thousands of sword lights descended, cutting off all connections. The immortal palace martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that the strong calling in their hearts had disappeared. This made them feel a lingering fear. They did not dare to look back and quickly walked forward. But others were not so lucky. A few five-element sect cultivators could not help but turn their heads around. Ah! Not only that, the entire Five Stars Palace was under attack, and so were the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. In addition, the Illusion Palace, the Unfettered Sect, and the other Sacred Land clans were also affected. A terrifying power of resentment swept out in all directions. Not good. The Western Desert monk's expression changed. The young monk's expression was grave as well. Unexpectedly, these people still couldn't hold back. Sigh. He sighed and pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. But this time, he could only protect the people of the Western Desert. 1. The imitation dragon pattern cauldron rushed out from the Wavering Light Holy Land, stabilizing the sky and protecting the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land. In the Grand Xia Empire, dragon-shaped auras also rushed out from the bodies of the elders, forming the true dragon diagram. He resisted the resentment. Other than that, the Five Elements Palace unleashed the Five Elements Mountain, while the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor formed 9 cauldrons that floated in the void. At this moment, the various families of the Great Sage unleashed their ultimate techniques one after another. They fled crazily. The vengeful spirit roared and pounced forward. 1. A ball of Buddhist light appeared on the young monk's body. Amitabha! A loud Sanskrit voice sounded between heaven and earth, shocking the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Using this opportunity, everyone was able to escape. When they completely left the temple, the terrifying resentment behind them disappeared. Everyone stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Among them, most of the forces were affected. Only the Western Desert, Lin Xian's immortal palace, the Wavering Light Holy Land, and the Empire of Great Swords were unharmed. Other than that, everyone had more or less lost their disciples. This made these people's expressions very ugly. They were afraid that this was only the early stage of the saint's tomb, and there were already such terrifying things. Who knew what kind of heaven-defying existences were deeper in? On the immortal palace's side, Elderly and the others stood out and bowed slightly in the direction of the Western Desert. The others also expressed their gratitude. They had no choice but to thank the people of the Western Desert. Especially the young monk, who had intimidated the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. Otherwise, the impact they received would have been even more serious. In fact, they might have been completely wiped out. "May I ask your Dharma name?" an elder from the Wavering Light Holy Land asked. "Senior, you are too polite. I am a disciple of the Lanruo Temple. My Dharma name is No Flower." Lanruo Temple, No Flower! Everyone silently remembered this name in their hearts. Needless to say, this was definitely a saint-level prodigy. Moreover, the other party's physique and bloodline were probably not simple. It was very likely that his background was frightening. That was because a Dharma idol could intimidate a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. This was definitely not something an ordinary monk could do. Everyone guessed that the other party should be like the Yi family's sacred physique, possessing a peerless bloodline. However, no one knew what kind of physique and bloodline it was. Western Desert, No Flower. Lin Xian also took a few more glances at the other party. He had to admit that this No Flower was too mysterious. Murong Qingqing also said that the Lanruo Temple in the Western Desert was also a sacred place. However, they had never heard of this No Flower before. They did not expect him to display such heaven-defying means as soon as he appeared. It seemed that this was indeed a golden age with geniuses emerging in large numbers. I still think that Big Brother Lin Xian is the most powerful. Xinjingqiu, who was at the side, squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and said, Indeed, she was not wrong. Many people looked in Lin Xian's direction and were extremely surprised. This was because, other than the Western Desert, the Wavering Light Holy Land, and the Great Xia dynasty, only Lin Xian's immortal palace was intact. However, the Western Desert had the mysterious No Flower, the Wavering Light Holy Land had the dragon-patterned cauldron replica, and the Great Xia dynasty had the aura of the Tao of Dragons. What kind of means did the immortal palace use? They also seemed to see a huge dragon hovering above their heads. What was going on? Did the immortal palace also have the aura of the Tao of Dragons? They could not understand. Especially the Great Xia dynasty. When they saw the other party's dragon-shaped sword qi, they were even more shocked. This was because the dragon-shaped sword qi gave them a very shocking feeling. These people were not simple. The people of the Great Xia dynasty attached great importance to Lin Xian and the immortal palace. Among them, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty stared at Lin Xian with a flicker in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Let's go. The elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land sighed and led the people away. Everyone followed. Lin Xian also led the people of the immortal palace forward. A tunnel appeared in front of them again. However, this time, the tunnel was wider. It was like many caves connected together. It was still dark and the ground was uneven. When everyone stepped on it, cracking sounds could be heard. Chapter 2450. Relying on the light on their bodies and armor, they looked down and realized that there were countless bones. Some belonged to humans, some belonged to demonic beasts, and they covered the ground. They were as white as snow. This was probably not a good place to be. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They could feel that the resentment in this place was deeper. Could there be 10,000-year-old vengeful spirits? These people were extremely nervous and could not help but gather in the direction of No Flower. Along the way, everyone was shocked. These bones were very fragile and turned into powder when stepped on. It seemed like they had existed for countless years. Among these bones, there were bones that were shining. This was even more shocking. After tens of thousands of years, these bones were still shining. How heaven-defying were these people's cultivation base when they were alive? No one dared to imagine. This made them even more careful. In front, their field of vision gradually widened. However, everyone's expression became more and more unpleasant because there were countless corpses piled up in front of them. Some of these corpses had already decomposed into bones, some had not yet decomposed and still had flesh on them. They were densely packed and piled up like a mountain. It made one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian and the others knew that these were not ordinary corpses. Any one of them was probably a powerhouse. Why did these people die here? They did not know. Could it be that there was a great battle here? Or was it because of other reasons? These people were all guessing. In elemental grass. At this moment, Peacock exclaimed in surprise. What did you find? Lin Xian asked. Temple Master, I found in elemental grass. Peacock pointed to a few black plants in front and said, I heard Ghostly mention this before. It's a very rare spiritual medicine. It has great benefits for those who cultivate the Ghost Tao. Ghost Spirit Wood. The martial artists from South Ridge also exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes were burning with passion because on the other side, there were a few purple trees growing near the corpses. They must be treasures of the Yin elemental Ghost Tao. Ha, then I won't hold back. A martial artist in a black robe sneered. He struck out a palm that covered the sky and grabbed forward. Humph! A sneer was heard. A fist like a meteor crashed into the land. Rumble! The heavens shook and the earth shook. The surrounding space cracked as the sky-covering hand was sent flying. The meteor-like fist also disappeared in the sky. Damn it, who is it? A black-robed man stood out, his voice cold as his gaze swept across the surroundings. What? You want to fight now? Ask me if I agree or not. A middle-aged man from the Four Symbols Holy Grounds stepped forward. Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. The black-robed man frowned when he saw this. Humph! Your four symbols' holy lands reaches too far. This is a death-type treasure. It's useless for your four symbols' sacred grounds to have it. Useless? Who said it was useless? You also said that this is a treasure. How can it be useless if you sell it or exchange it? That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, although they didn't practice the darkness element, they could still trade for it. Presumably, after taking it out, those kings who cultivated the ghost Tao of darkness would be more than willing to trade it with them. However, the faces of the warriors from the south ridge darkened. There were many black-robed men among them. They were probably cold ghosts. How could he possibly agree to that? To them, this was a supreme treasure. Scram! Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The black-robed man shouted coldly. You can try. The middle-aged man from the four symbols' holy grounds was fearless. Boom! He directly raised his hand and slammed his palm down. That palm transformed into a huge mountain, pressing down from the sky with boundless power. Courting death. The black-robed man was enraged when he saw this. With a wave of his sleeve, endless black gas transformed into a huge snake in the air. It opened its mouth and bit at the mountain above. Boom! 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 In the sky, cracks appeared on the huge mountain. Then, it collapsed and scattered in all directions. These black-robed men were so powerful. They could actually break through the four symbols' holy grounds mystique. The surrounding experts were also shocked. They were from the myriad poison cult. Stay away from them. They all carry lethal poison on them. Even a peerless mighty figure would probably die. Many people reminded him softly. Hearing this, the surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. With a whoosh, they distanced themselves. However, the black-robed men sneered. Since you know we're from the myriad poison cult, why don't you scram obediently? All of these things are ours now. The surrounding experts' faces darkened when they heard this. What kind of joke was this? Although the myriad poison cult was powerful, it was only a peerless sect. Everyone here was a peerless sect or a peerless holy ground. Why should they fear the myriad poison cult? However, no one made a move. They wanted to see how strong the myriad poison cult was. What was there to be arrogant about? On the other side, Xinjingqiu pursed her lips. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Peacock, do it. Bring those stalks of Yin travel grass over. Yes. Upon hearing the order, Peacock stepped forward. She formed a seal with her palm, forming a green bottle that floated in the sky. Whoosh! Endless light flew out of the bottle, forming a silver river that swept towards the stalks of Yin travel grass. Courting death. This is what the myriad poison cult wants. The myriad poison cult martial artists were enraged when they saw this. One of the black-robed men attacked again. In the sky, a black light lit up and directly cut the silver river in half. Whoosh! A black-robed man walked out. Girl, it seems like you don't understand our words. Very well, let me teach you a lesson. His voice was filled with boundless arrogance. Judging from his voice, he seemed to be from the younger generation. Courting death. Peacock also shouted. She was also a sky pride. How could she allow others to humiliate her like this? Boom! She directly attacked. Whoosh! With a wave of her sleeve, thousands of rays of light scattered and directly tore through the void. Those rays of light were like sword chi, soaring into the sky and slashing towards the black-robed man. Humph, I'll show you the power of Luo Yen today. The black-robed young man shouted coldly. He pulled out a white bone sword and directly attacked. Clang! The white bone sword collided with the rays of light in the sky, creating a deafening sound. The terrifying sound wave shook the surroundings. It shattered the entire space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The martialists in the surroundings quickly activated their battle armor when they saw the two young geniuses clashing. They activated their defenses to resist the shockwaves of the battle. At the same time, the disciples of Five Elements Palace, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and other forces also flew out. They wanted to snatch the Yin travel grass and ghost spirit wood. In an instant, an intense battle broke out. On Peacock's side, the white bone sword was extremely powerful. It cut through the rays of light in the sky. Humph! The black-robed young man, Luo Yen, sneered. How dare you go against the myriad poison cult with such little strength? You're really courting death. Chapter 2451. No one knew what kind of beast bone was used to make this white bone sword. It was abnormally sturdy. Moreover, it carried a demonic energy. As soon as it appeared, a cold aura blew over as if hell had appeared. It made one's scalp tingle. Humph! Peacock snorted coldly, and a blurry shadow appeared behind her. Peacock spread tail. Whoosh! The terrifying energy swept in all directions like a wave, and the white bone sword was instantly blasted away. Not only that, Peacock even slapped out with her jade-like hand, an endless divine light shrouded Luo Yen. The palm was too terrifying. It roared in the sky like a huge wave, and it covered the entire sky. The two of them fought fiercely. Luo Yen also used his ultimate move. His sword she carried a strong corrosive effect. There was even poisonous gas coming out of his body. The poisonous gas could easily poison and kill a powerful being. That scene made everyone retreat, and they did not dare to get close. Fortunately, the illusory figure behind the peacock shone with 1,000 rays of light, isolating all of the poisonous gas. 1,000 demon eye. Boom! In the sky, the black spots on the peacock's tail rotated, forming demon god eyes, and they emitted a strange and unpredictable energy. Pfft! The black-robed youth, Luo Yen, suddenly vomited blood and was sent flying. His face was abnormally pale. Defeated! Seeing that, everyone exclaimed. Luo Yan's strength was terrifying, and his body was covered in poison. It could be said that he was very difficult to deal with. But now, he had been defeated so easily. The Immortal Palace's prodigy was too terrifying. These people were shocked. What kind of divine ability was that? It was so terrifying, like the demon god eyes. This woman was incredible. She seemed to have the bloodline of Mahamyuri. No wonder. No wonder she was so powerful. Everyone was shocked. Peacock snorted and looked at the poisoned sect. Who else dares to fight with me for the Een traversing grass? Come and die. You're courting death. The other prodigy could not stand it anymore. His body swayed, and he rushed over again. This time, he used a black chain as his weapon. Like a poisonous snake, he attacked Peacock. The two of them fought again. Just as the battle was going on the other side, the people from Demon King Palace also walked over. Along the way, they had also encountered a terrifying shadow. Furthermore, there was also one person missing. This scene caused the faces of the people from the Demon Imperial Palace to turn gloomy. Yen Ryu and Huatiandu both had grave expressions on their faces because this place was truly too strange. Especially the elders of the Demon Imperial Palace, they all frowned. That's not right. Why does this mechanism not seem to belong to the demon clan, but to the human clan? They were extremely puzzled. They originally thought that the ancient tomb of the demon race would be much easier for them, but now, things were beyond their expectations. The mechanisms and formations along the way did not seem like they belonged to the demon race, but more like they belonged to the human race. But this shouldn't be the case. The two gates outside the ancient tomb were written in the ancient language of the demon race. How could it be a human ancient tomb? This made them extremely puzzled. Along the way, they fought off the strange hair and arrived at a large hall. They also encountered the white vengeful spirits. Not only that, but the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit also appeared in an instant. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body emitted a monstrous aura, causing the martial artists of the Demon Imperial Palace to tremble. The elders' faces were even more solemn. Damn it, it's a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. How could there be such a terrifying thing here? The martial artists of the Demon Imperial Palace snorted coldly. Let's attack together and kill him. These people were all hot-tempered. However, one of the elders shook his head. Don't be rash, don't attack. Vengeful energy was very strange. They couldn't fight them head on. They had to think of another way. Let me do it. Yenryu stepped forward. She looked ahead with a calm expression. Poof! She bit her finger and flicked a drop of blood in front of her. Buzz! The drop of blood was crystal clear, and there were even strange patterns on it. It was obvious that this was not ordinary blood. Ah! As expected, something strange happened. When the blood appeared and floated in the sky, the surrounding vengeful spirits all let out miserable cries. They all knelt down. The 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit in front of them also knelt down, his body trembling. This scene was very similar to the situation with No Flower, and it seemed to have caused an even greater commotion than No Flower. If the martial artists of the sacred land saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim in shock. Who was this woman? She was too terrifying. A drop of blood made a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit kneel. What kind of blood was this? Even the blood of a sacred body probably couldn't reach this level, right? The people of the Demon Imperial Palace were also shocked, but they soon became excited. Sure enough, Huitiendu also laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, the group quickly walked forward. Soon they left this palace. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Xian and the others. On Lin Xian's side, Peacock defeated another 2 people, making the myriad poison cult gnash their teeth. They didn't expect that a mortal palace only sent out a young woman to suppress their myriad poison cult. This face slap was really loud. The surrounding people also sneered, looking like they were watching a show. Humph! You're very strong, but you dare to provoke my myriad poison cult? You're courting death. Now go to hell. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded. A woman in a black robe walked out. This woman was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were even more soul-stirring. Myriad Poison Saintess. It was unknown who cried out in surprise. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Myriad Poison Saintess to make a move. This time, there was a good show to watch. Peacock's expression was also serious. She could naturally sense the other party's strength. Sister Peacock, come back. I'll beat her up. Shinjinchio released Lin Xian's arm from behind and stood out. What? Peacock turned around and looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look. Lin Xian asked. Is Chioro okay? She's fine. I've wanted to make a move for a long time. Shinjinchio was also very excited. Indeed, there weren't many opportunities for her to make a move. Now she finally had one. Moreover, it was the vicious Myriad Poison Saintess. How could she let go of this opportunity? Let her try. Anyway, we're all here. Nothing will go wrong. Murong Qingqing, who was standing to the side, also smiled. All right then, Peacock, come back. Yes. Peacock retracted her 1,000 demon eyes and returned to Lin Xian's side. She stood respectfully behind him. Shinjinchio, on the other hand, stood up excitedly. She pointed her jade-like fingers forward. You're the saintess of all poisons? What moves do you have? Bring it on! Little girl, you really don't know what's good for you. Look at how cute you are. When you turn into a skeleton later, it will be a beautiful scene. I've decided to seal your skeleton and make it part of my collection. Ah, what a vicious woman! Take this. Chapter 2452. Although Shinjinchio looked cute, she was not careless at all when she attacked. After all, she was Saintess Xixia. Sure enough, as soon as the divine ability was used, everyone around exclaimed. The saints and saintesses also frowned. Her strength was not weaker than theirs. The saintess of all poisons sneered. Let me see what kind of ability you have. As she spoke, her figure flashed and she rushed over. In an instant she dodged the purple palm. At the same time, she waved her 2 black sleeves, drawing out 2 poisonous snakes that circled in the air and attacked Shinjinchio. The 2 black pythons in the sky spun and stirred the void, exuding a cold aura. In an instant, they came to Shinjingchio's side and coiled around her. Little girl, your combat experience is not very good, the saintess of all poisons sneered. The others were also discussing. They could also see that Shinjingchio's combat experience was obviously insufficient. This saintess Xixia did not live up to her reputation. She fell into the opponent's trap so easily. It seemed that the opponent had not fought many battles. This time, she was probably out of luck. Voices of discussion sounded. Shinjingchio's small face was cold. She snorted and formed a seal with her palms. A cloud of purple gas rushed out of her body and wrapped her up. It spun quickly and formed a purple vortex. The purple vortex spun, and a terrifying energy surged in all directions like a stormy sea. This energy knocked away all the attacks. Seeing this, the people of Immortal Palace breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's expressions also eased a lot. The martial artists and elders of the other sacred lands were also discussing. It seemed that although she was not very experienced, she was still a saintess. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Indeed, the strength Shinjingchio displayed was definitely at the saintess level. It was just that her combat experience was a little weaker. However, unless a real saint or saintess attacked her, it would be difficult for others to suppress her. However, this time, the one who attacked Shinjingchio was indeed the saintess of all poisons. The myriad poison saintess was surprised to see her attack deflected. Then she sneered. Not bad, little girl. You actually managed to dodge it. However, even if you can avoid it this time, can you avoid it the next time? Humph! Shinjingchio snorted coldly and quickly made her move. Purple chi revolved around his body, forming 9 purple moons above him. The 9 purple moons rotated, stirring up the void, and 9 purple vortexes appeared. The space around her shattered, and the 9 moons radiated boundless divine light as they charged toward the saintess of all poisons. 9 moons connecting the skies. This was a great divine ability of the purple afterglow Holy Land. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. Sure enough, the 9 moons spun in the sky. The saintess also stopped smiling. She felt a great pressure. It was as if the sky was pressing down on her, and all the bones in her body were making cracking sounds. Humph! The myriad poison saintess decisively took action. Her body was suffused with multicolored light that shot into the sky. These were all different types of poisonous gas. As soon as they appeared, they melted the void and surged upwards, wanting to melt the 9 suns together. Boom! 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 The two collided with earth-shattering sounds. A wave of energy swept out in all directions. Everyone retreated, putting some distance between them. At the same time, their armor lit up. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stared fixedly at the battlefield. Fortunately, they were relieved to see that Shinjingchio and the saintess of all poisons were evenly matched. The saintess of all poisons snorted coldly. A dozen black vipers appeared behind her, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged. They clashed with the 9 suns. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle. However, no one noticed that the situation around them had changed. The shockwaves of energy entered the corpses, as if they were being absorbed. Boom! 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 At first, nothing happened. However, after absorbing enough energy, the mountains of corpses emitted low rumbling sounds, as if a peerless demon was slowly awakening. An abnormally cold and frightening power emanated from his body. The martial artists of the various holy lands and great sects trembled as they felt a chill run down their spines. However, they did not think too much about it. In their opinion, it was probably the shockwaves of the battle between the two saintesses that made them tremble instinctively. However, the elders frowned. Something was wrong. This aura was not right. On the Immortal Palace's side, Xing Tian and Elderly also frowned. Something was wrong. Hearing this, Lin Xian hurriedly said, "Chior, come back!" In the sky, Shinjingchio controlled the 9 moons to contend against the saintess of all poisons. When he heard Lin Xian's words, he launched another earth-shattering attack. The 9 moons connected into one, shooting out a half-moon purple light that directly cut the void in half. The purple light slashed toward the saintess of all poisons, wanting to cut her in half. The saintess of all poisons used 5-colored poison gas to block this earth-shattering attack. She wanted to attack again, but Xinjingqiu had already returned to Lin Xian's side. Big brother Lin Xian, what's wrong? I can still fight. Don't attack first. The situation is not right. Lin Xian stopped Xinjingqiu and looked around with a serious expression. On the other side, the saintess of all poisons also felt a trace of cold aura, but she did not attack. The other people who were fighting also looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. Listen, what is that sound? A martial artist of the 9 Li dynasty said with a frown. Roar! Boom! Sure enough, everyone heard an unusual sound, and it was getting louder and louder. Damn it, it's coming from the corpses! The martial artists of the 9 heavens sacred ground were terrified. What? Inside the corpses? Could it be that there's something alive inside? Is it a zombie? These people were facing a great enemy. These were the corpses of ancient experts. If they turned into zombies and came back to life, it would be extremely terrifying. They did not want such a thing to happen. However, things did not go as they wished. The mountain of corpses suddenly cracked open, and then a few figures stood up. Oh no, they really turned into zombies! Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the great sage land felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian and the others frowned. Armor appeared on their bodies, and their eyes shone. They were ready to attack at any time. What made them heave a sigh of relief was that there were not many people who stood up, only 7 figures. However, these 7 figures did not seem to be skeletons. They wore worn-out armor that looked very ancient. It was full of cracks, as if it would break at any time, but they were wearing it. This strange scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. In their hands there were sharp and broken blades. Some were bronze spears, and some were long spears. There were even long blades that were 2 to 3 meters long. Chapter 2453. What were those? Were they ancient people? They frowned and thought that they were zombies or that the bones had mutated. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Could it be that they were Yin soldiers? An elder of the Yi family frowned. Yin soldiers! The others also changed their expressions. After Lin Xian heard this, he also frowned. He knew that this kind of thing was a very terrifying existence. Although they were dead, they had temporarily come back to life under certain circumstances. What was even more terrifying was that these people might have retained their combat strength and divine abilities from when they were alive. Once they attacked, it would be extremely terrifying. He didn't expect that there would be Yin soldiers in the ancient tomb of a saint. Looking at the murderous aura on their bodies, they were definitely not ordinary people. They must have been very powerful kings when they were alive. Buzz! 7 Yin soldiers stood there like statues with sharp blades in their hands. Gradually, a trace of sharpness appeared in their grayish-white eyes. Then, the endless death aura around them gathered towards their bodies. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Roars came from their mouths. The 7 Yin soldiers seemed to have come to life and moved slowly. Buzz! Among them, one of the Yin soldiers waved the long spear in his hand and stabbed forward. His target was the 5 Elements Palace. Because at this moment, the people of the 5 Elements Palace were the closest to the Yin soldiers. Courting death. The few young martial artists of the 5 Elements Palace roared. So what if they were Yin soldiers? How dare they attack the dead? They struck out with the power of the 5 elements and blasted forward. These were all young geniuses. At this moment, they were absolutely terrifying when they attacked together. Boom! However, what happened next surprised them. All of their power of the 5 elements was instantly pierced through. A long spear broke through the void and directly came in front of them. No! These people screamed, their faces were full of horror, and wanted to escape. Puff, puff, puff. Time seemed to have stopped. The three young geniuses of the five elements sect stiffened. Their bodies were pierced through by a bronze-long spear. They were nailed in the void as if they were candied haws. Drip, drip. Blood dripped, making a muffled sound that made everyone's scalp tingle. So powerful! They were too shocked. These Een soldiers were too terrifying. They killed three geniuses in an instant. What kind of method was this? They didn't dare to imagine. Damn it, let's attack together. Kill them all. He absolutely could not allow them to absorb any more death energy. The elder of the Yi family roared. Although Leif Daudenir wasn't present, the elders and disciples of the Yi clan were still terrifying. They were the clan of the ancients, which was absolutely terrifying. Now that he had struck out, it was truly enough to cause the entire world to explode. Not only the Yi family, but the Wavering Light's sacred land had also made a move. Other than that, the Five Elements Palace, Four Symbols Holy Grounds, Grand Xia Dynasty, Nine Li Dynasty, Nine Heavens Holy Ground, etc. Everyone attacked together, and a terrifying power spread out in all directions. Boom! Immortal Palace's people also took action. In an instant, the few Een soldiers in front of them were submerged by the berserk energy. When the energy dissipated, the 7 Een soldiers ceased to exist. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The warriors from the Holy Land sneered. What kind of Een soldiers are they? They have no power to fight back against us. That's right, there are so many of us. What can a mere 7 Een soldiers do to us? These people threw their heads back and laughed. However, before they could finish laughing, a low voice suddenly sounded. An even colder aura appeared. Then, all around them, figures stood up one after another. They wore broken armor and held sharp blades in their hands. The cold aura on their bodies swept through the world, causing people to tremble. 1, 2, 3, the more they looked, the more frightened they became because at this moment, there were hundreds of Een soldiers around them. Although they didn't have as many people as they did, the Een chi that they emitted was too terrifying. Moreover, it seemed that more Een soldiers were awakening. Damn it! Run! This seems to be a place to hide corpses. Countless powerhouses were buried here. These people seemed to have been killed, and their resentment was very strong. Now that they were resurrected, who knew what kind of crazy things they would do? Run! An elder of the Toba family roared crazily. The elders of the other families also changed their expressions. At this moment, no one dared to stay here and left one after another. However, among them, a few people from the myriad poison sect used black chains to shroud the ghost spirit wood. It seemed that they were reluctant to part with it. Not only them, but the people from the 9 Heavens Holy Lands and 5 Elements Palace also attacked the Een-shaped grass. However, Lin Xian was faster. He asked the little white monkey to snatch the Een-shaped grass. Whitey's figure flashed and directly pulled out 3 Een-shaped grasses, and then disappeared into the void. Ah! Damn monkey! I'm going to kill you! The people from the 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Holy Lands roared crazily. On the other side, the people from the myriad poison sect sneered. Because they had snatched 2 ghost spirit woods. Buzz! Crack! However, at this moment, one of the ghost spirit woods strangely broke, and 2/3 of it disappeared into the void. Damn it, what happened? The people from the myriad poison sect were stunned. Ah! They roared crazily. Who is it? Come out! They naturally knew that someone was secretly snatching the ghost spirit woods. But what kind of method was this? Appearing out of thin air and snatching more than half of the ghost spirit woods. They didn't even know who the enemy was. At the front, Lin Xian revealed a smile. The little white monkey held more than half of the purple ghost spirit woods and kept jumping. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept all these things into the black earth. Let's go! He brought Shinjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the people from Immortal Palace and quickly left. Boom! Boom! The corpse storage ground was too big. There was a long passage in front of them, and there were corpses on both sides, surrounded by endless resentment. At this moment, Een soldiers crawled out from the corpses one after another. It was only now that Lin Xian and the others realized that these Yin soldiers were too strange. The battle armor they were wearing wasn't real battle armor. Instead, it was formed by cold resentment through the power of some kind of life. Even their weapons were the same. It was as if the bones of the vengeful spirits were bound by some kind of powerful force in the armor, forcing them to fight. What kind of power was this? This kind of power was beyond their imagination. Soon, the Yin soldier army moved and scattered all the holy lands and sections. These forces were separated by countless Yin soldiers, and they could only fight on their own. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out. Everyone fought with the Yin soldiers, and the battle was earth-shattering. However, no matter how they fought, they were at a disadvantage. These Yin soldiers were not living creatures. They could still condense after death. And these cultivators of the Holy Lands, the geniuses of the great sects, could only die here after being killed. Chapter 2454. It was the same for Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian unleashed the Dragon Sword Realm, which enveloped everyone and transformed into an azure dragon. Inside, Xingtian, Elderly, the other elites, including Brother Murong, channeled all their energy into the azure dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, invincible. All the Yin soldiers in the way were sent flying. Their speed could be said to be extremely fast. It was the same for the Yi family. Countless geniuses and elders of the Yi family shone with a golden light that shot into the sky, forming a golden giant. They sent the Yin soldiers flying. On the other side, the Wavering Light's sacred ground had the Wavering Light sage leading the way. The dragon-patterned cauldron above their heads emitted a myriad of auras. It could kill even gods. The Yin soldiers in the sky were sent flying. The other sacred grounds and sects also joined forces and left quickly. These were not ordinary people. After the initial panic, they organized an effective counterattack. However, it didn't take long for Lin Xian and the others to slow down. Finally, they stopped. This was because there were 5 figures in front of them. These 5 figures were very similar to the Yin soldiers from before, but there were some differences. The armor on their bodies was more solid, and there were even ghostly patterns on it. 2 of them were even riding on war horses. However, they were not living creatures. They were Yin horses. They were formed by resentment. Damn it! These are not Yin soldiers. They are Yin generals. Their abilities are far above the Yin soldiers. As expected, the 5 Yin generals forced everyone to retreat as soon as they attacked. Buzz! The dragon-patterned cauldron trembled and let out a dragon roar. Lin Xian's azure dragon shadow also roared into the sky. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave swept across the entire space. If they wanted to move forward, they had to kill these 5 Yin generals. Elderly, Xingtian, defend yourselves. Qingqing, Qiu'er, don't move. I'll go and kill him. Lin Xian's body swayed as he charged over. Elderly and the rest stayed where they were, fighting against the Yin soldiers around them. On the other side, the Wavering Light Sage also charged over. On the Yi family's side, an elder of the Yi family attacked. Of the 5 Yin generals, only 2 remained. From the Grand Xia Empire, a white-robed young man walked out. He was a prince of the Grand Xia Empire. At this moment, he also made his move and charged towards a Yin general. Qiu'er, you wait here. I'll deal with the last Murong Qingqing. Her figure flashed, and she charged towards the last Yin general with light that filled the sky. 5 powerful experts against 5 Yin generals. All of a sudden, the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, this was the tomb of a sage after all. Such a violent attack did not cause any damage to the surrounding mountain walls. Everyone was amazed. Everyone knew that only a saint would be able to do something like this. Lin Xian soared into the air and killed a Yin warrior in front of him. That Yin general had a tall and straight figure. He wore a black battle armor with ice-cold runes flickering on it. An incomparably powerful force erupted like a volcano. Sword of Fire! Lin Xian was the first to attack. A black flaming sword slashed down from the sky, and a vast aura crashed down like waves. Evil beings were afraid of fire. Hence, Lin Xian thought that the Sword of Fire should be able to restrain the other party. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations. The Yin general was indifferent. He waved the black spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The black light was like the river Styx. It met the attack head-on. The two of them exploded, and an aura of ice and fire blended together. Soon, the Sword of Fire was blocked. The Yin general stabbed his spear again. The terrifying spear light turned into a black dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It tore through the void and charged forward. Sword of Water. Lin Xian swung his sword, and water filled the sky, trapping the black dragon. Sword of Earth. The ground cracked open, and 3 stone swords pierced out from the ground, charging towards the Yin general. Boom! 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 The Sword of Earth slashed on the Yin general's body, and a sonorous sound could be heard. It was earth-shattering, and it tore through the void. However, the other party's black battle armor was very strange. Its defense was very strong, and it forcefully blocked the impact. Humph! Sky-shattering! Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. He did not use the 5 elements sword again. Instead, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword. The void in front of him exploded. An unparalleled force rushed towards the Yin general, trying to tear his body apart. Boom! This time, it was finally effective. The Yin general retreated 7 or 8 steps. The black battle armor on his body exploded. More than half of it was shattered, and half of his body was swallowed by the black hole. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He realized that there was nothing under the battle armor. There were no skeletons or corpses. What was going on? What was this Yin general? He was stunned. He had thought that there would be at least a skeleton or a rotten body inside. However, the situation was far beyond his expectations. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. At this moment, the shattered armor was slowly recovering. The endless cold ghost chi in the surroundings converged towards this side. Mysterious black runes formed and slowly healed. In the end, it was as good as new. Roar! The Yin general let out an angry roar, shattering the void. The cold and powerful aura exploded once again. Damn it, how could this be? Lin Xian frowned. He was not the only one. The great Xia Prince, the Alcade Sage, the Yi family's elder, and Murong Qingqing were all in the same situation. They were all peerless experts. When they attacked, they injured the Yin general. However, the Yin general did not die. Instead, he absorbed the Yin Qi and recovered. Could they not be killed? The 5 of them retreated and confronted the Yin general. They quickly discussed. Could it be that they could not be killed? Murong Qingqing frowned. The surrounding Holy Land martial artists who were fighting against the army of Yin soldiers had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw this. Not only were the 5 Yin generals unkillable, but the surrounding Yin soldiers were also unkillable. Even if they were destroyed, they would soon reassemble and crawl over. It was endless and made them feel hopeless. Impossible, there was nothing that could not die. Even a sage could fall. Needless to say, these Yin ghosts were nothing. The great Xia Prince said in a deep voice. There must be a way, but we have not found it. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had no choice but to activate his heavenly secret divine eyes. Soon, he said in a deep voice. Attack its heart. That was its weakness. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the few of them turned cold. Originally, they wanted to attack its head. This was because its weakness was usually the head. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to say that it was the heart. Although they had their doubts, they still nodded when they thought about what Lin Xian had done previously. They would attack its heart. Yi Tian, come here. The Yi family's elder did not continue to attack. Instead, he called a young man over. He felt that this was a good opportunity to train the Yi family's prodigy. Behind them, a young man flew over from the Yi family's crowd. This young man was very handsome. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was burly and full of power. Chapter 2455. Yi Tian roared angrily as his body emitted light and crackled. The void beneath his feet instantly collapsed. This scene shocked everyone. This young man was so powerful. He seemed to be no weaker than the saint. Kill! Yi Tianlu roared. Like a demonic god, he quickly rushed over. He threw out a punch as light bloomed. The roars of dragons and tigers could be heard, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Boom! This punch was aimed at the heart of the Yin general. However, the Yin general dodged quickly and his head exploded. However, it was useless. The shattered head slowly reassembled, and the armor returned to its original state. Seeing this, the Alcade Saint, Murong Qingqing, and the prince of the great Xia dynasty's eyes flickered. Indeed, the vital point was not the head. From the looks of it, it should be in the heart. At the thought of this, they did not hesitate and charged forward. Yi Tian also attacked again. Lin Xian also held the ancient dragon abyss sword and emitted a terrifying sword Dao aura. The 5 Yin generals on the other side were obviously enraged. They launched fierce attacks as ghostly chi surrounded the sky and countless resentful spirits accompanied them. Whoosh! A black light tore through the void, and a Yin general appeared in front of Lin Xian. The black spear in his hand slashed down like a heavenly blade. The void shattered and split into two. Lin Xian's body turned cold as he sensed the threat of death. The Yin general's strength was even more powerful than before. However, so what? Lin Xian snorted as tens of thousands of sword chi rushed out from his body and blocked the black spear. At the same time, his eyes were like a peerless divine sword that pierced through the void and pierced forward. Crack, crack, crack. 2 rays of sword light pierced through the Yin general's body. It was sent flying. Roar! The Yin general let out a furious roar. The ghostly chi in the sky circled around and tried to repair it. However, it did not succeed this time. The 2 rays of sword light stabbed into its body and could not be destroyed. Not only that, the sword light was destroying the Yin energy in its body. What a terrifying sword chi! What kind of sword technique was that? Everyone was shocked. Even the prince of the great Xia dynasty and the Alcade Saint were shocked when they saw this scene. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Most people would have been killed by his 2 sword lights. The other party was actually fine. As expected, due to the fact that it wasn't a living being, it didn't feel any pain. Even if it was injured, its fighting prowess wouldn't fall. It was indeed troublesome. Buzz. On the surface of the ancient dragon abyss sword, a mysterious rune was unraveled, and the power of the sword chi exploded once again. Demon Sealing. Battle Song. Chaotic Pattern. Sky Shattering. The 4 ultimate moves were unleashed, and everything in front of him was instantly destroyed. The Yin general was beaten to the point of hovering between life and death. His body was shattered dozens of times. However, the place where his heart was still intact. Therefore, after a dozen times, his body was once again in perfect condition. However, the Yin chi in his body had decreased by more than half. Clearly, he was not unkillable. Every time he died, his Yin energy would be depleted. Even with the replenishment of Yin energy in the surroundings, it was impossible for him to return to his peak state in a short period of time. Roar! The Yin general roared in anger. His eyes shone with a cold light as Yin chi circled around his body. He charged over like a madman, and another fierce battle ensued. God punishing! Lin Xian shouted coldly and unleashed the 5 ultimate moves of the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword. Between heaven and earth, a mysterious sword light flashed and enveloped the Yin general in an instant. In the next moment, the Yin general's body was cut into hundreds of pieces. His heart, which was the most important part, was also pierced through by the sword. Roar! The Yin general let out an indignant roar. The black armor on his body began to disappear like smoke and quickly melted. Clang! A black bead fell from the sky. There was no corpse, only a black bead. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and summoned the black bead in front of him. His eyes flickered as he looked at it carefully. He saw that the black bead was covered with mysterious patterns. They looked like strange ancient characters. He couldn't understand what they meant. Lin Xian unleashed the great dragon sword soul and unleashed countless sword chi to envelop the black bead. Then, he put it away. He would study it in the future. Anyway, with the great dragon sword soul, he could destroy everything. The black bead wouldn't be able to do anything. After doing all this, Lin Xian looked around. The other 4 battles were almost over. The dragon-patterned cauldron above the Alcade Saint's head opened and closed. The terrifying power blasted the Yin general's back. In the hand of the prince of the skyscraper, there was a golden sword that was extremely sharp. Yi Tian was like a god of war. His fist technique was unparalleled. Murong Qingqing was like a fairy. There was a lotus flower under her feet, surrounded by countless petals. She was exceptionally beautiful. But at the same time, she was extremely terrifying. In the end, the other 4 Yin generals were also killed. That was great! Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists of the great sage all heaved a sigh of relief. They blasted away the surrounding Yin soldiers and quickly advanced. Boom! They had just advanced 1,000 meters when a black fist suddenly appeared in front of them. It crushed the void and crashed toward them. The Yi family and the others were walking in front, so the fist directly enveloped them. Yi Tian roared and punched out. Bang bang! The 2 collided and made an earth-shattering sound. Then Yi Tian was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. How was that possible? The Yi family martial artists were shocked and could not believe it. The surrounding people also sucked in a breath of cold air. They all stopped in their tracks and looked ahead in bewilderment. Although Yi Tian was not a saint or a sacred body, he was a young prodigy of the Yi family. His strength was absolutely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than the saint. Coupled with the Yi family's bloodline and the terrifying body-tempering technique, no one could compete with him in close-range combat. However, the black fist in front of them directly injured Yi Tian. Who was that person? They did not dare to imagine. Lin Xian, the great Xiao prince, the Alcade saint, and the other prodigies also frowned. Whoosh! Their eyes were red as they looked ahead. The void in front of them was torn apart by a pair of large black hands. Then, a figure walked out. The figure was surrounded by endless black runes. There was even a nether river flowing under his feet. Yin King! The pupils of an elder of the Yi family constricted. He did not expect that in addition to the Yin soldiers and Yin generals, there was also a Yin King. The Yin generals were already so terrifying. They did not dare to imagine how powerful the Yin King was. Needless to say, he was definitely stronger than the saint. Otherwise, he would not be able to send Yi Tian flying with one punch. The Yin King was not wearing armor. He was wearing an ancient robe that was also an ancient item. Some parts were broken. His skin was dry and black. It was very sturdy, like black gold. He had a body. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that this was not the same as the Yin soldiers and Yin generals. The previous Yin soldiers were only wrapped in armor but did not have a body. Chapter 2456. Boom! Just as they were confused and discussing, the Yin King in front of them made his move. He slapped out with his palm, and the Styx River under his feet surged. It was incomparably roaring, like a black ocean surging over. It was going to swallow everyone. Quick, defend! An elder from the Wavering Light's sacred ground exclaimed. These people did not dare to be careless and attacked one after another. They collided with the black Styx River. In the sky, intense energy exploded, and one black hole after another appeared. Finally, they managed to block the terrifying palm. However, the elder's expressions were ugly. This Yin King was too terrifying. He actually retained the divine ability from when he was alive. They could tell that the palm from before was an ancient technique. Thousand waves palm. The palm was like thousands of waves superimposed. It was very powerful. Humph! The wavering light saint snorted coldly, and Yi Tian's eyes lit up. I don't believe that I can't defeat him. Let's attack together. Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword again and took a step forward. At the same time, Murong Qingqing beside him also came out. Xinjingqiu also wanted to go up, but thinking about her lack of experience, she decided not to. She could only cheer from the side. Brother Lin Xian, Sister Qingqing, you guys can do it. On the other side, the wavering light saint Yi Tian and the great Xiao prince also walked out. The 5 peerless geniuses surrounded the Yin King in front of them. The surrounding people kept retreating, creating a battlefield. They knew that a shocking battle would erupt. At this moment, everyone was silently watching. Because this was a peerless battle. The 5 peerless geniuses were all saints. How spectacular would the scene be when the 5 of them attacked? The young disciples of the great sage were extremely excited. Even the older generation figures were full of anticipation. Whoosh! The Yin King in front of them did not speak, but his body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Buzz! Lin Xian and the other 4 tensed up. They felt a great pressure pressing down from the sky. It was as if the universe was going to tear their bodies apart. Boom! The Styx River under his feet suddenly spun like a black tornado, sweeping in all directions. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the other 4 moved to defend themselves. However, the water droplets flew in all directions even though the Styx River was torn apart. Some of the Holy Land martial artists were touched by these water droplets and immediately screamed. They were actually killed by a drop of water. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood dyed the ground red. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with horror. They retreated as if they had gone mad. At the same time, they activated their armor and their strongest defense. Damn it, how could it be so terrifying? They screamed. Initially, he had thought that he would be able to kill the other party with the help of the 5 geniuses. But now, it seemed that the situation was far beyond their expectations. A single drop of the black nether river beneath his feet could kill a genius from a sacred ground. This method was too terrifying. Even the elders of the Holy Lands had ugly expressions on their faces. They set up layers upon layers of formations that enveloped everyone. Immortal Palace. Elder Li and Xingtian also took Xinjingqiu and the other martial practitioners and quickly retreated. Xingtian's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice. This Yin King was too terrifying. When he was alive, he must have been a world-shaking peerless figure. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The wavering light saint and the others also had gloomy expressions. They did not expect the Yin King to be so terrifying. In the next moment, they decisively made their move. Sky shattering! Lin Xian swung his sword, and the integrated void completely exploded. The nether river was swallowed by the spatial cracks. In the distance, the people from the Holy Land heaved a sigh of relief after the nether river's impact was stopped. The other saints also made their move. The Yin King roared, and the air waves on his body surged into the sky. The terrifying power made everyone's scalp tingle. A cold murderous intent shot into the sky. Humph! Lin Xian swung the dragon source ancient sword, and the sword chi on his body erupted. He used the god's sword technique again. In the sky, the cold ghost chi was cut into pieces. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist! At this moment, Yi Tian also made his move. His fist seemed to be able to overturn the universe. With a punch, the void collapsed, and a violent force surged forward. It was as if a dragon was roaring. Sacred Light Technique. The Wavering Light Saint used the Wavering Light Holy Land's great ability, and the sky was filled with light, rushing forward. Golden Sword. The great Xia Prince's aura of the Tao of Dragon shone brightly, and the golden sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. It was like a peerless heavenly sword, splitting the sky in half. Flying Flower. Murong Qingqing stepped on a jade lotus, and countless flowers danced around her, forming the long saber, and slashed forward. The 5 great prodigies' attacks completely destroyed the void in front of them. Was it settled? Behind them, the Holy Land's martial artists were watching with rapt attention. In front of them, a disdainful sneer came from the sky filled with energy. This voice made everyone's scalp tingle, and they all looked forward. They saw that the violent energy was extinguished by a large black palm. Boom! The large black palm did not stop, but turned into 5 palm prints, and slapped toward Lin Xian and the other 4. It was as if 5 dark clouds were pressing down with the power of 10,000 das. Lin Xian and the other 4 looked solemn, and they felt that the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Obviously, this palm was too terrifying. Although it was just palm shadows, they could not take it head on. Sword of water. Dazzling light shrouded the sky. Wang Jinjian. Dragon mutual slaughter. Water moon lotus platform. Lin Xian and the other 4 unleashed their strongest moves once again, and attacked. In the sky, the sound of an intense collision could be heard, and the 5 large black palms were mercilessly torn apart. The terrifying divine power rushed toward the Yin King once again. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 more black palms slapped over, and the 5 divine powers in the sky were extinguished. In the sky, a terrifying explosion could be heard, and a storm swept out in all directions. The void collapsed, and the entire passageway was shaking. Lin Xian and the other 4 retreated, but the Yin King stood in the sky like a demon king, and thunder rumbled in all directions. He was not injured at all. Damn it, how could it be? How could he be so strong? Who exactly was he? Could he be an invincible king? The people from the Holy Land were horrified. Even the elders had serious expressions on their faces. They even wanted to attack together and kill the other party quickly. However, they did not do so, because in front of them, Lin Xian and the other 4 attacked again. Buzz! Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul circulated crazily, and the 5 elements sword technique was displayed to the extreme. The power of the 5 elements flashed in the sky. Those sword lights were filled with killing intent. Bang! 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 The sword lights were extremely sharp, and like 5 heavenly swords, they descended from the sky and completely enveloped the Yin King. Ha! The Yin King was forced back, and the ghost chi on his body surged rapidly. What a powerful sword technique! Everyone behind was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian's sword technique could become stronger. Mountain Embracing Seal. Chapter 2457. The shadow of a huge mountain appeared in his arms and quickly condensed in the sky. This mountain was too terrifying. It was like a demonic mountain. It was covered with rocks and lush trees. The moment it appeared, it crushed the void and headed towards the King of Yin. Ancient technique, Mountain Embracing Seal. At this moment, it was used by Yi Tian and was extremely powerful. Furious Dragon Sword Technique. The prince of the great Xia dynasty held a golden sword surrounded by the aura of a true dragon. He struck out a golden sword light that turned into a giant dragon roaring in the sky. Holy Light Ball. The wavering light saint raised his hand and struck out a terrifying golden light ball. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was too terrifying. The power on it made even the elders' eyelids twitch wildly. This was the ultimate technique of the wavering light's sacred land. Catoptric Deflection. Murong Qingqing used the Jade Pool's great technique. 3 mirrors appeared between heaven and earth. They transformed into 3 half-moons and formed a triangle. The void was mercilessly cut open in an instant. The great techniques of the 5 people once again enveloped the Yin King. Bang! Bang! The Yin King was beaten until he was forced to retreat. His body was filled with ghost chi. Even his cold aura had weakened a lot. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely excited. But soon, the faces of the older generation turned ugly again. Because they found that although the Yin King was suppressed, His body was not damaged at all. Even his robe was not damaged at all. How could the other party's defense be so strong? Could it be that he was really an invincible king? They were extremely shocked because the strength of Lin Xian and the other four was definitely at the level of a peerless mighty figure. And they were very terrifying existences among the peerless mighty figures. When the five of them joined forces, even a peerless mighty figure could not resist. Unless they had surpassed the realm of a peerless mighty figure and reached the realm of an invincible king. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. An invincible king was far beyond the realm of a peerless mighty figure. It was impossible to defeat him. Don't worry, he shouldn't be an invincible king. The elder of the Wavering Light's sacred land shook his head. If he was really an invincible king, his aura would be completely different. His current aura was still at the realm of a peerless mighty figure. Thinking about it, he must have a special ability. Or there was something wrong with that ancient Taoist robe. Hearing that he was not an invincible king, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as they weren't invincible king tiers, they could be defeated. He believed that with the strength of the five geniuses, it was still possible for them to kill the other party. 1. In front, Yin King stopped retreating. He clapped his palms together and tore apart the energy storm. At the same time, his turbid eyes suddenly lit up with a white light. 2 white flames were emitted and pulsated. It was extremely strange. It looked like a flame, but it was emitting a cold aura. Spectral bone fire. Damn it, he actually managed to condense such a flame. Could it be that he could still cultivate? Seeing this scene, the faces of the surrounding elders turned incomparably ugly. Lin Xian and the other four were also shocked. That was because the impact of the 2 white flames on them was too great. A deathly threat instantly arose in their hearts. They knew that this was an extremely terrifying flame. They definitely couldn't resist it head-on. They had to think of a way to dodge it. Their opponent's white flames posed a great threat to them. 1. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain appeared, completely enveloping him. Pung pung pung. A low sound rang out. The white flames that filled the sky collided with the dragon sword domain, emitting the sound of ice and snow colliding. Fortunately, the dragon sword domain was formed by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Therefore, although the white flames were terrifying, they were still unable to break through the dragon sword domain. However, the other party's powerful strength made Lin Xian feel even more pressure. On the other side, Murong Qingqing, Yi Tian, the great Xia Prince, and the Alcade Saint all used their ultimate skills to block the terrifying spectral bone fire. Everyone's faces were solemn and abnormally ugly. When the various elders of the great sage saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and their scalps went numb. The 5 geniuses were actually suppressed. This made them unable to believe it. These were 5 geniuses, all of whom were at the level of saints. Any one of them could suppress a group of heroes. But now, the 5 of them were actually unable to deal with Yin King in front of them. Just what realm had this Yin King reached? What strength was he? They didn't dare to imagine. This person must have been an incomparably terrifying peerless figure when he was alive. Many elders were shocked. Whoosh! Just as they were discussing, the white flames that filled the sky also pounced towards them. These people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. Hurry up and defend! They all raised their battle armors to resist. At the same time, the turrets, shields, and all kinds of lights lit up. But it was useless. In an instant, many people let out miserable cries. All their defenses melted under the white flames. Many experts' bodies melted and were burned clean, not even leaving behind ashes. Damn it, retreat! Everyone shouted and retreated frantically. They were extremely terrified. Only now did they know what kind of pressure Lin Xian, Alcade, and the Alcade Saint were under. That was way too terrifying. So many experts were killed in an instant. The power of the white flames was truly terrifying. Elder, should we go and help? A cultivator from the Yi family asked. They looked ahead and were a little worried. The Yi family's elder's eyes flickered as he shook his head slightly. There was no need, their lives were not in danger yet. Not only the Yi family, but the people of the Nacrolite Sacred Ground, Immortal Palace, and the Great Xia Empire also didn't make a move. They knew that the strength of these geniuses was even more terrifying than they imagined. They were afraid that these people had not used their full strength yet. In front, Lin Xian and the other four blocked the white flames and began to counterattack. Their strength gradually increased. Lin Xian's sword chi soared into the sky. The huge sword chi was like a divine pillar that pierced the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. The terrifying light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Not only was it spectacular, but it was also extremely sharp. The surrounding white flames were actually extinguished by the sword chi. This scene shocked everyone. This guy was so powerful. He was actually able to extinguish such terrifying flames. Look, the Alcade Saint also made a move! Everyone exclaimed. In front, the Alcade Saint's dragon-patterned cauldron was above his head, and thousands of auras drooped down. He waved his hand to activate the dragon-patterned cauldron, and the 2 dragons on it roared. Countless rays of light scattered down, shattering the surrounding white flames. The great Xia Prince's body was surrounded by the aura of the Tao of Dragon, and the giant golden sword in his hand was even more powerful. A vacuum area appeared beside him. Ah! Yi Tian's aura was violent, and his black hair fluttered. A huge golden giant completely enveloped him. The golden giant walked in the white flames, not afraid of the terrifying flames at all. Chapter 2458. The golden giant walked in the white flames, not afraid of the terrifying flames at all. The raging flames surrounded him, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist! He pushed the golden giant and punched out one terrifying fist after another, shattering the void. Countless flames were suppressed in an instant. Murong Qingqing stepped on a lotus flower, countless petals dancing around her. Her hands formed a seal, forming a blue bottle above her head. A stream of silver water descended and surrounded her, extinguishing the white flames around her. The 5 geniuses walked quickly in the white flames and charged forward. In an instant, they arrived near the Yin King. The Yin King roared angrily. He felt provoked. Whoosh! The aura on his body erupted again, and it was incomparably sharp. The extremely cold aura made people tremble. So terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know that in the passage behind them, a group of people had also stopped. They were Yen Ryu and the others from the Demon King Palace. They had already seen light in front of them, and wanted to speed up. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering aura suddenly came from the front. It made everyone stop in their tracks. So terrifying. Whose aura was this? Could it be that the human race had such an expert? The faces of the warriors from the Demon King Palace turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Yen Ryu and Huitiendu's expressions were solemn. It was obvious that this aura brought them a great threat. The elders also frowned. Their eyes were like divine lamps, streaking across the void and looking into the distance. This! They were extremely shocked. It wasn't the human race. The others also saw it. This distance was nothing to them. Moreover, without the array, they could see the situation in front of them clearly in an instant. Soon, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Yin King! Yin soldiers! Damn it! How could there be so many Yin soldiers? There was actually a Yin King! They were about to go crazy. Didn't this kind of thing only exist in legends? This was probably a place to hide corpses. Look at the corpses on both sides. Something must have happened to kill all these people here. Among them, there was no lack of powerful ancient experts. An elder's eyes flickered. Huitiendu looked around. There were human corpses everywhere. There were no corpses of the demon race. Let's not go up first. Let's wait here for those people to deal with the Yin King first. The elder suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. There was nothing he could do about it. The aura ahead was simply too terrifying. Yenryu's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. However, her gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance. In front of him, Lin Xian and the other 4 geniuses were all using their trump cards to get rid of the Yin King. Heaven-destroying finger! Yi Tian roared. He stretched out a finger and pressed it forward. Boom! A gigantic golden finger appeared between the heaven and earth, crushing down on the void like a huge golden mountain pressing down from the sky. This golden finger was incomparably huge, and there were countless mysterious patterns on it. It was as if it could really destroy the world. Hand of Heaven! Murong Qingqing waved her hand. Her palm was like white jade, extremely sharp, and carried a wave of immortal Tao runes. It was as if the palm of a deity was rapidly approaching. This was a great divine ability that was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that it could shatter everything. Divine Dragon 7 steps. The royal family of the Great Xia also made their move. The phantom of a golden dragon appeared beneath his feet, and with every step he took, heaven and earth crumbled. This was a terrifying pace. Sure enough, with every step he took, the Yin King retreated a little. Mixed Yuan's sacred light technique. The Alcade Saint Sun shot out a terrifying light. Behind him, 108 godly demons circled around him. He looked like a god. This ray of light was simply too sharp. How old was the elder that felt his scalp go numb? 5 elements sword, 5 elements as one. Lin Xian did not hold back either. He combined the 5 elements sword into a divine sword and directly rushed over. The power of the 5 elements surrounded it, and coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was truly terrifying. Boom! Boom! The Yin King was finally beaten back. The white flames on his body and the terrifying Yin Qi had dimmed by a lot. It would be extinguished at any moment. That's great. I've finally suppressed it. When the cultivators of the sacred grounds saw this scene, they all cheered. In front, Lin Xian and the other 4 were also chasing after the Yin King. Lin Xian held the Dragon Source ancient sword in his hand and swung it. Every sword light carried a dense power of the 5 elements. Pun! 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 The long sword slashed on the Yin King, and a sharp sword light shot into the sky. Murong Qingqing and the other 3 also charged over. The 5 experts surrounded the Yin King. God Punisher! On the 30th move, Lin Xian changed his sword technique. A sharp sword light, like a sword from the gods, cut through the void and pierced towards Yin King's throat. Puff! The Yin King roared and his body spun. At the same time, the white flames and terrifying Yin Qi in front of him condensed into 2 powerful defenses. Clang! The terrifying defenses were broken, and the Dragon Source ancient sword pierced towards the Yin King. However, it did not pierce the Yin King's head. Instead, it left a terrifying sword mark on his body. Black blood flowed out instantly, and it was incomparably smelly. Lin Xian and the other 4 frowned. Roar! An angry roar sounded. The Yin King was furious. He had never been injured before. Pun! Another terrifying attack on the Yin King's head sent him flying again. There was even more black blood on his body. The Yin King struggled to stand up, wanting to counterattack. The mixed origin sacred light technique struck his body again, sending him flying. Roar! Roar! The Yin King charged over like a madman. In the sky, the hand of heaven slapped down mercilessly, sending him flying. The heaven-destroying finger landed on his body, causing cracks to appear on his ancient clothes. His body was sent flying. After a series of attacks, the Yin King was heavily injured, but he did not die. Not only that, he became even more violent. Whoosh! The Yin King pulled out a black long blade from the void. It was more than 10 meters long. Ghostji surrounded it, as if it was pulled out from the world of death. Whoosh! 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 5 blade lights were shot out. They were incomparably black, like the river Styx. They fell from the sky, bringing with them dense death energy. Not good, It's the death demonic blade! Disperse! The great Xia prince exclaimed. The others also defended and dodged. Lin Xian frowned. Why did the death demonic blade sound so similar to the blade technique Hui Dao used? That's right, it was indeed an ancient blade technique. The death demonic blade was a blade technique that belonged to the demonic blade. It was extremely terrifying. The Yin King definitely retained some divine abilities from when he was alive. The previous Thousand Waves palm and the current death demonic blade were probably his best techniques when he was alive. The great Xia prince explained at the side. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in understanding. As they spoke, their bodies drew thousands of afterimages in the air. It was impossible to tell which one was real. Chapter 2459. The death demonic saber was too terrifying. The black saber light enveloped the entire space, destroying all the afterimages. Humph! Clang! A saber light slashed towards the Alcade Saint, but was blocked by the Alcade Saint's dragon-patterned cauldron. Another slashed towards Murong Qingqing, but was blocked by the lotus jade platform under Murong Qingqing's feet. The third slash was blocked by Yi Tian's golden giant. The great Xia prince used the divine dragon steps and dodged quickly. In the end, only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian did not dodge and rushed forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand slashed open the void and collided with the death demonic saber. When the two collided, the sound of thunder was endless. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and black thunder fell from the sky. The energy was like a wave, slapping in all directions. Is this guy crazy? What is he trying to do? Does he want to fight the Yin King alone? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were also worried. No, the young master wants the Yin King to use the Death Saber technique. Xingtian frowned. Elder Li's eyes flickered. It seemed like that was the case. The Death Demonic Saber technique was Hui Dao's saber technique, but it was not complete. Now, the Immortal Palace Master saw the complete Death Demonic Saber technique. He must want the Yin King to use it completely. Does he want to restore the saber technique? Xingtian also took a deep breath. Not only were the two of them shocked, but the elders and experts of the Great Sage Land were also shocked. They naturally realized Lin Xian's intention. But soon, some people sneered. An elder of the Five Elements Palace sneered. This kid is too greedy. Although the Death Demonic Saber technique is an ancient saber technique, it is extremely terrifying. But it is not so easy to master. Yes, an elder of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground snorted. This is a heaven-class cultivation technique. So what if you see it once? It is impossible to unleash the essence and power of the Death Demonic Saber. One must have the corresponding cultivation technique and path to use the Death Demonic Saber. Who does this guy think he is? He wants to restore the ancient saber technique? The people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land also sneered. Up ahead, the Yaoguang sage, the great Xia prince, and Yi Tian also frowned. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, looked worried. After blocking the Death Demonic blade, they also quickly rushed forward, ready to kill the enemy. This was because they did not think that Lin Xian would be able to gain anything from it. Brother Lin, use your final trump card. The prince of the great Xia dynasty said in a deep voice. Good. Lin Xian nodded. His eyes suddenly burst with an incomparably sharp light, and the sword chi on his body rose again. One dragon after another appeared in the sky, letting out loud dragon roars. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. The members of the royal family were especially terrified. No way, this is the aura of the Tao of Dragons. How could he have the aura of the Tao of Dragons? Moreover, it was so terrifying. It was even related to swordsmanship. They were all dumbfounded. The other party was not a member of the imperial family, so how could he know this kind of cultivation technique? The prince of the great Xia dynasty was also surprised. However, He quickly regained his senses. He used the divine dragon's 7 steps to the extreme, and the last step pressed down from the sky. It was so powerful that it directly shattered the entire void. The death demonic blade's radiance was shattered, and King Yin retreated. Whoosh! Lin Xian made his move. A dragon's roar and a sword's cry rang out. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow, the power of the 5 elements, and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword rushed over together. Boom! The power of this sword was too terrifying, and it directly destroyed a large number of the death demonic blades. Between heaven and earth, the sword chi rushed in all directions, making everyone unable to open their eyes. The Yao Guang sage and Murong Qingqing also used their final trump cards. Thousands of rays of light shrouded the front, and the terrifying energy kept bombarding. It was not until a long time later that the bright light in the sky disappeared. In front, the storm also gradually subsided. Everyone looked forward carefully. They wanted to know what happened to King Yin. Great, he was killed! Many warriors of the sacred land of life cheered because they found that King Yin was lying on the ground, motionless, and had no breath. The white flame in his eyes had disappeared, and the yin qi on his body had also disappeared. He became a corpse again. However, the elders of the sacred land gasped. Such a terrifying attack, but the opponent's body did not completely shatter, and only a few wounds appeared. It was too horrifying. But fortunately, the opponent was killed. Sure enough, when King Yin died, the surrounding Yin soldiers and Yin generals also quickly retreated. They entered the corpse one after another and lay down again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces were wild with joy. Great, they finally chased away these Yin soldiers. In front, Lin Xian and the other 4 figures also swayed and returned to their respective camps. Young Lord! Palace Master! Seeing Lin Xian return, the people of Immortal Palace were also very excited, because their palace master was too handsome. Xinjingqiu was even more excited, and she waved her pink fists. It's not good to stay here for long, let's leave quickly, Lin Xian said. Then, he led the crowd forward quickly. The people of the other sacred lands also left quickly. In the passage behind, when the people of Demon King Palace saw this scene, they also said, "Let's go." They also followed closely behind. Otherwise, if the Yin soldiers resurrected after the other party left, they would be in trouble. They quickly moved their bodies and followed after him. When the people of Demon King Palace appeared, the people of the great sage sects in front frowned. Because they felt a new power joining them. For a moment, countless gazes looked over. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. He was stunned because he saw Yan Ryu. However, when he saw the strangely shaped cultivators that resembled demons beside the other party, he couldn't help but frown. Elderly said, "Palace Master, they are from Demon King Palace." Demon King Palace. It was a sacred ground in the South Mountain. Most of the people there were related to the demon race, but they were basically half-demons or the descendants of mutated species. Most of these people knew the demon race's great abilities, and they were abnormally terrifying. Moreover, their physiques were very strong, and they were not weaker than the warriors of the 4 symbols sacred ground. They were here too! Many people from the sacred lands exclaimed. They did not notice Demon King Palace before and thought that they did not come. They did not expect them to be following behind. The friends of Demon King Palace were very free. An elder from the Great Evolution's sacred ground snorted. You want us to lead the way while you reap without sowing? There was no such thing in the world. The people of 5 Elements Palace also darkened their faces. The eyes of the others flickered. They were also not very friendly to the newcomers from Demon King Palace. Firstly, they were humans, and the other party was a half-demon with the bloodline of the demon race. Naturally, they were seen as aliens by the sacred lands. Moreover, the other party was too cunning. He followed behind them and reaped the benefits without suffering any harm. Chapter 2460. Humph. This is the tomb of the demon race's saint. How dare you humans come in here? At this moment, the Demon King Palace's martial artists also roared. Hearing this, the great sage frowned. Demon Saint's tomb? They didn't think so. Who told you that this was the tomb of the demon saint? An elder of the 9 heavens sacred ground said with a cold expression. That's right. Look at this place, it doesn't look like the tomb of the demon race at all. This is obviously the tomb of the human race's saint. Boolsh *T. The gate at the beginning was written in the language of the demon race. How dare you say that this is not the tomb of the demon race? The Demon King Palace's martial artists couldn't take it any more and roared. Scales even began to appear on some parts of their bodies. Terrifying demon chi spread out from their bodies. Okay, stop arguing. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave first. The Yi family's people stood out. The Wavering Light's Sacred Grounds elder also said, Let's leave first. After saying that, they led their disciples and walked forward. Seeing this, the other sacred grounds also left. Indeed, who knew if those Yin soldiers would come again? It was better to leave first. Many people snorted and looked at the Demon King Palace with a trace of coldness in their eyes. The people of the Demon King Palace also glared. Lord, let's go. Elderly asked. Yes. Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't move immediately. Instead, he looked into the distance. He looked at Yen Ryu. What a coincidence, we meet again. Yes, I didn't expect to see you here. Yen Ryu also smiled. Her smile stunned everyone around her. Even those Holy Land martial artists who were hostile to the monster emperor before couldn't help but gulp at this moment. What a beautiful woman! Who is she? Is she the saintess of the Demon King Palace? They didn't know, but she was definitely not ordinary. The young man beside her was the saintess of the Demon King Palace. How did this kid know someone from the Demon King Palace? They looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled face. Even the people of the Immortal Palace were surprised. Lord? Elder Li's eyes were filled with doubt. Lin Xian smiled. All right, let's go. He gave Yen Ryu another look, and then, together with Xinjingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others from Immortal Palace, walked forward with large steps. Ryu, who is this brat? Hua Tiandu frowned as he watched Ling Xian and the others leave. There was a cold gleam in his eyes. An old friend, Yen Ryu said indifferently. She didn't say anything else. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu's brows furrowed even tighter. Old friend? How could the other party have an old friend? The other party's old friend should also be a member of their demon group. Why would it have such a strange relationship with a human boy? Go and find out who this brat is and what his identity is. Hua Tiandu sent a sound transmission to the people beside him. Whoosh! The 3 experts from the Demon King Palace behind him disappeared in a flash. This scene was naturally captured by Yen Ryu, but she did not say anything. Soon, the people from the Demon Monarch Palace also walked forward. After leaving the place where the Yin soldiers were, the main hall appeared in front of them again. And this time, the main hall was clearly divided into many areas, and every place seemed to have an ancient aura. There was something. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warriors from the great sage land lit up. They moved quickly. The main hall was so big that it was unimaginable. Therefore, these warriors from the Holy Land could not help but speed up. There were fragments here. Not long after, a cry of surprise was heard. One of them was holding a broken shadow in his hand. It seemed to be a fragment of a weapon, and it was very broken. One could tell at a glance that it was from a long time ago. However, everyone was extremely excited. Because there were Dao patterns on the weapon. This was definitely something good. These Dao patterns were passed down from ancient times. If they could comprehend them and engrave them on their weapons, the power would definitely increase by several times. Therefore, at this moment, everyone went crazy. They quickly searched the surroundings. Peacock, elderly, bring some people with you, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Soon, Peacock and elderly led the warriors from the Immortal Palace behind them to search the secret rooms. Xing Tian stayed beside Lin Xian. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also stayed here. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go take a look too. Xin Jingqiu was also very excited. Okay. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The group also walked forward. Although there were only 4 of them, the strength of the 4 of them was simply too powerful. 3 saints, 1 super expert, and the Crimson Divine Dragon were enough to fend off an army of thousands. That woman again! I'm not going in. Xin Jingqiu saw a figure in front of her and pouted. She was very unhappy. She pulled Lin Xian. Big brother Lin Xian, don't go in either. You little girl, are you jealous? Lin Xian smiled and pinched Xin Jingqiu's little face. Xin Jingqiu was very unhappy. Yes, I'm angry. It turned out that Yan Ryu and the others were standing in a secret room not far away. Xin Jingqiu was very jealous when she saw Lin Xian and Yan Ryu's expressions. However, Murong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, knew something. She asked, Big brother Xian, is this Yan Ryu really an old friend of yours? It should be close. I just don't know what her identity is now. What identity can she have? She must be a demon. Didn't you see her with the people from the Demon Imperial Palace? Chior, don't talk nonsense. Murong Qingqing shook her head. Oh, okay. Xin Jingqiu was unwilling, but she didn't say anything. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and didn't go in immediately. Because he discovered that there was a conflict between the people from the Demon Imperial Palace and the Sacred Land. The people who were in conflict with the Demon Imperial Palace were the people from the 5 Elements Palace. The martial artists of the 5 Elements Palace snorted coldly. People from the Demon Imperial Palace, get out of here! This place belongs to our 5 Elements Palace. Get out? Your 5 Elements Palace is too arrogant. You actually dare to show off in front of our Demon Phoenix Palace? Could it be that you want to die? The experts from the Demon Imperial Palace shouted coldly. One of the elders even snorted coldly. This is the ancient tomb of our demon saint. The ones who should get out are you humans. Demon saint's ancient tomb? What a joke. Don't flatter yourself. What kind of place is this? Does it show the aura of the demon race? This is clearly the ancient tomb of our human race's saint. Look at these ancient ruins, do you think they belong to your demon race? Other than you demons, I can't see any other demons here. Humph, you humans always know how to quibble. However, my Demon Imperial Palace will not be afraid of you. If you want to start a war, then fight. Chapter 2461. Let's fight then, why should I be afraid of you? The people of the 5 Elements Palace did not back down. No matter what, they were still a peerless sect. How could they be afraid of these demons? Humph, go to hell. A disciple of the 5 Elements Palace attacked. It was a young man. He punched out, and countless stone hands appeared in the sky, blasting towards the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. Courting death. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace were also angry. The other party actually dared to attack them. He was really courting death. At this moment, Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu did not attack. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace also did not attack. The bronze bull who spoke before made his move. Boom! He stomped his foot and swung his head. His 2 horns suddenly enlarged, turning into dozens of meters and directly smashing into the void. Boom, boom, boom! It shattered all the stone hands in the sky. Not only that, but its sharp horns also charged forward. Boom! The disciple of the 5 Elements Palace who attacked was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and many of his bones were broken. What 5 Elements Palace? Trash! If you dare to be arrogant again, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The Oxhead's voice was cold and carried boundless killing intent. Courting death. Another expert walked out of the 5 Elements Palace. It was a woman with a beautiful appearance and wearing colorful clothes. At this moment, her jade lotus was cold, and her beautiful eyes were filled with endless coldness. Xiao waved his hand, and blue light bloomed on her body, forming a continuous wave. Rain fell from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the earth, sprinkling forward. This was no ordinary rainwater. Every droplet was sparkling and translucent, carrying boundless killing intent. They formed a large blue net that enveloped the Minotaur. You want to hurt me with mere rain? The ox head sneered. He punched out, completely tearing the entire sky apart. The rain that filled the sky was impacted by the energy and kept shaking in the sky. However, this was the power of water, and it carried endless killing intent. Soon, the rain pierced through the void and blasted the ox head's body. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds like thunder rang out one after another, and the ox head kept retreating. However, he was not injured. His physique was simply too strong. Ha ha! You want to hurt me with mere rain? You're overestimating yourself. Bitch, go to hell. The Minotaur stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. Ah! The woman's face was pale and her body swayed. However, at this moment, a golden light appeared within the blue light on her body. A golden saber light burst out of his body and slashed forward. Puff! This saber slashed apart all of the attacks and cut open the opponent's palm. Blood dyed the sky red, and the Minotaur cried out in pain. Damn it, how dare you hurt me! Demon Ox Fist! He was truly enraged. Countless terrifying fists appeared in the sky, smashing down like meteors. The entire sky shattered and shrouded the woman. Boom! The golden saber swung and closed, sweeping in all directions. As the two collided, countless sparks erupted. Damn it! Go for me! Seeing this scene, the people from the demon royal palace roared in anger. Several powerful demon kings rushed over. Seeing this scene, the people of the Five Elements Palace also shouted coldly and sent out their experts. Everyone fought together, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire secret chamber was shaking. Fortunately, there was a strong barbaric aura above the secret chamber, which blocked the terrifying energy impact. Otherwise, not to mention the secret chamber, the entire ancient tomb would be destroyed. Hua Tiandu, come and fight! The Five Elements Saint stepped out, and the power of the Five Elements spread out from his body. Behind him was a Five Elements mountain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hua Tiandu stepped out, and the demonic power on his body surged like a vast ocean, shattering the void. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people retreated and distanced themselves. The martial artists from the other sacred grounds and sects also looked over when they saw this scene. Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Hua Tiandu, the saint of the demon royal palace. They wondered how strong he was. Whoosh! In front, the Five Elements Saint made his move. Five Elements light flickered under his feet, and his body rushed over like lightning. He struck out with his palm. The golden palm was like a raging wave, shattering the void and shrouding Hua Tiandu. You want to fight me in close combat? You must be tired of living. Hua Tiandu let out a long roar, and a purple light circulated around his body. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out, colliding with the terrifying golden palm. The battle between the two was very intense, and the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched. Lin Xian also looked over with rapt attention. Wasn't this Hua Tiandu's physique too strong? Did the demon clan all have such strong physiques? The battle ahead was very intense. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he scanned the battlefield. Then, he looked at a wall. There was a picture on the wall. It was a stone painting with Tao patterns on it. There were a total of 6 Tao patterns. That was really incredible. That was because an ordinary broken ancient treasure would at most have 1 or 2 Tao patterns on it, and that was enough to make everyone go crazy. But this stone painting had 6 Tao patterns on it, which was absolutely shocking. No wonder the people from the Five Elements Palace and the Demon Royal Palace were fighting. No matter who saw it, they would probably go crazy. Moreover, under the stone painting, there were a few fragments, which were also ancient treasure fragments. Little White, take out those ancient treasures first. Lin Xian grabbed Little White Monkey, and Little White used Treasure Bowl to take out the 2 fragments. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Haha, there were indeed Tao patterns. Among the two fragments, one had one Tao pattern, and the other had 1.5 Tao patterns. These Tao patterns were extremely mysterious and different from now. It was obvious that they were from the ancient era. If they could understand the secrets and profoundness inside, it would definitely increase their strength greatly. Little White, go get that stone painting and see if you can take it down, the dark red divine dragon said. Little White tried and found that it was impossible. He reckoned that with the Snow White little monkey's current strength, he could at most retrieve 2 Tao patterns from thin air. He wouldn't be able to retrieve any more. It seemed that they could only snatch it. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Xinjingqiu was also very excited. She blinked her crescent-shaped eyes. I'm so excited. Hurry up and do it. I can't wait anymore. This little girl liked to fight now. After all, although she was powerful and had reached the saintess level. But normally, she didn't have many opportunities to fight. Therefore, her actual combat experience wasn't that strong. Now, the little girl urgently wanted to fight to improve herself. Alright, let's go all out, Lin Xian added. After all, the people around him were all at the level of saints. In addition to Dark Red Shenong and Xing Tian, they were definitely incomparably powerful. Although such a team had few people, they weren't weak at all compared to the 2 major forces inside. Let's wait and let the people inside exhaust themselves. When they're almost done fighting, we'll go. Chapter 2462. The battle in front was extremely intense. No one from the 5 Elements Palace or the Demon King Palace was willing to back down. After all, the temptation of 6 Tao patterns was simply too great for them. In an instant, the sky was filled with dazzling light as terrifying auras filled the air. All kinds of weapons collided in the sky, making intense sounds. Every collision tore the sky apart, causing huge cracks to appear one after another. Those who passed by felt their scalps go numb when they saw such an intense battle. They didn't dare to get close at all and stayed far away. Therefore, they didn't know that there was a stone painting with 6 Tao patterns inside. Among them, the 5 Elements Saint and Huitiandu were the fiercest. Both of them were saints and were extremely powerful. If they attacked now, they would definitely be able to destroy one side. The martial artists who were close to them exploded into a bloody mist. Boom! An elder from the 5 Elements Palace was caught off guard and was hit by the shockwave. Half of his body instantly split open. He screamed as his scalp went numb. He immediately retreated. Half of his body was already broken, and his internal organs were exposed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elder from the 5 Elements Palace used a secret technique to quickly heal his broken body. Soon, he was back to normal. However, the elder's face was extremely pale. At their level, they could recover from ordinary injuries. At the Invincible King level, they were even more powerful. As long as their soul wasn't destroyed, they could be reborn. It was said that at the Saint level, they were even more terrifying. Even if their physical body and soul were destroyed, they could be reborn as long as there was a drop of blood. Although they couldn't do that now, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, they could still recover. It was just that the consumption was greater. The elder recovered and let out a furious roar. He led the 3 young disciples and charged forward once again. This time, they stared at Yenryu. Because they realized that there was no one around her. Kill! The elder was an almighty, and the 3 young disciples behind him were also almighty geniuses. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked together, and the scene was extremely terrifying. In an instant, they tore through the void and arrived in front of Yenryu. Yenryu raised her head to look at this scene, and the corners of her mouth curled up in disdain. Buzz! Countless amounts of energy gathered behind her. It formed a pair of golden wings. She gently fanned them. Swoosh! The light in the sky turned into golden divine swords that pierced through the void. Boom! Boom! The golden swords that filled the sky enveloped the 4 people. Ah! Damn it! The elder from the Five Elements Palace was sent flying again. There were 6 golden divine swords piercing through his body. His entire body was covered in cracks, and he almost fell apart. As for the 3 disciples behind him, they were killed with a single slash. Damn it, how could she be so strong? The elders of the Five Elements Palace were stunned. Who was this person? Holy Maiden of the Demon King Palace? But that shouldn't be the case. Even if she was the Holy Maiden, it was impossible for her to severely injure him in one move. When the others saw this scene, they were all stunned. Everyone in the 5 Stars Palace looked at Yenryu, their scalps going numb. Originally, they had wanted to kill this peerless beauty, but now, they no longer dared to do so. The strength this woman displayed was even more terrifying than Huitiandu's. In the distance, Lin Xian and the others who were hiding in the void cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Yenryu to be so powerful. She had probably surpassed the average saint and reached the level of a top saint. This girl was so fierce. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Those golden divine swords made it tremble a little. It carefully sensed it and then said, "Boy, this girl is not simple. The bloodline in her body is not ordinary. I feel that her bloodline seems to be even stronger than that of the Demon King Palace's saint. But I don't know what it is exactly." Murong Qingqing and Xing Jingqiu also had serious expressions. Beside them, Xing Tian's eyes flickered. He suggested, "Young master, it's best for us to launch a blitzkrieg attack. We can't be entangled with them." He realized that there were too many powerhouses from the 2 holy lands. No matter how powerful they were, if they were trapped, it would be difficult for them to escape. "Okay, let's wait a little longer. When they're almost done fighting, we'll make our move. Ruffian Long, set up the array first. Let's work together and not separate. We'll take the treasures directly. After that, we'll use the array to teleport. Also, don't use the ultimate techniques of your holy lands. Don't expose our identities." "Got it." Everyone nodded. "You've made me excited." The dark red divine dragon chuckled and took out 5 or 6 arrays. The battle in front of them was almost over. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Everyone turned into a torrent and rushed over. The people from the Five Elements Palace and the Demon King Palace who were fighting in front of them suddenly frowned, and their expressions became extremely unsightly. That was because they discovered that a powerful and violent force was surging toward them. "Damn it! Oh no! Someone is coming!" They wanted to counterattack, but soon, they were all blasted away, flying backwards. Many people's bodies directly split open. The weaker ones were directly blasted into a bloody mist. The stronger ones were also injured. In an instant, a vacuum appeared in the hall. "Damn it! Who's that?" those people roared angrily. They did not expect that someone would dare to come and snatch the treasures. "This is unforgivable!" However, they could not see clearly at all. There were countless black clouds in front of them that enveloped everything. The souls and eyes of those elders could not escape at all. "Damn it, get lost!" Seeing the other party rushing over, a green figure from the Demon King Palace flew up. He had a pair of lightning wings behind his back, and his body was surrounded by a sea of lightning. There were scales on his face. It was a thunderbird. At this moment, he was charging toward the black mist in front of him. Before he got close, his body emitted crackling sounds, and countless lightning bolts fell in all directions. The sky was directly shattered, and the violent sea of lightning shrouded the black mist. "Humph! Go to hell!" This Thunderbird was also a powerful sky pride of the Demon King Palace, and he had the bloodline of a mutated species. Boom, boom, boom! A low voice sounded, and a palace appeared in the black mist, soaring into the sky. The palace was very hazy, like a demonic palace, and it emitted a monstrous aura. As soon as it appeared, it tore the sea of lightning apart and floated in the sky. "Damn it, what is that?" Everyone was shocked. However, a ray of light shone from the Black Palace and directly hit the Thunderbird, sending him flying. Poof! The Thunderbird spat out blood and flew out, smashing the void. Damn it, why is it so strong? This is the superpower of the nine heavens' holy ground. Everyone looked at the Black Palace and frowned, especially those from the Five Elements Palace, whose faces were gloomy. Chapter 2463. The people from Five Elements Palace looked gloomy. Damn it, you're from the Nine Heavens' sacred ground. They roared crazily with ferocious expressions. However, a sneer came from the black mist. No one answered. The black mist rushed toward the mural at an even faster speed. The power was so terrifying that it directly shattered the void. Damn it, this is bad. His target is the stone mural. Everyone exclaimed and tried to stop him. Soon someone screamed. Damn it, where are the two fragments of the ancient treasures? They found that the two fragments at the bottom of the mural were gone. This made them go crazy. After all, those were ancient treasures with Tao runes inscribed on them. They did not know that Lin Xian and the others had taken them away. They thought that someone from both sides had secretly taken them away. If they knew the truth, they would definitely vomit blood. That's right, Lin Xian and the others were in the black mist. They didn't use their best skills, but concealed their identities. Among them, Lin Xian was more skilled. The great dragon sword soul simulated everything. He had seen Jiuxiu Seiko fight before, so he could simulate some of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground skills. Damn it, get lost! Countless people attacked crazily. However, a terrifying array formation appeared in the black mist and shrouded the surrounding people. These were all terrifying killing arrays. As soon as they appeared, flames, lightning, and storms all swept over. This caused the people who had just arrived to dodge and defend themselves. Boom! In an instant, many people did not have time to care about the black mist. However, there were also experts among them. A man with an elephant trunk rushed over and punched out. At the same time, his elephant trunk rolled up and the sky exploded. A terrifying storm swept over. This was the giant demon elephant. He had the bloodline of an ancient giant demon beast. The power of his attack was unimaginable. His strength had reached the level of a prospective saint. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian and the others this time. And it was not just one person. 3 geniuses and 2 peerless experts attacked together. Boom! The giant demon elephant's body exploded into pieces in an instant. What? The giant demon elephant was killed? The Demon King Palace's people were all stunned. How was this possible? Who was it? Could it be that he was an invincible king? The giant demonic elephant was extremely powerful. Even if the opponent was a holy prince or an elder, it was impossible for them to kill it with a single palm strike. Not good. They were not alone. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace roared in anger. They realized that the other party's strength was strong, but it was obvious that they were not of the same attribute. Evidently, a lot of people had made their moves. For a moment, these elders also stepped forward to resist. The people from the Five Elements Palace also joined in the fight. The Five Elements Saint and Huitiandu also stopped attacking. The two of them also tried to intercept him. Many experts blocked the black fog. Within the black fog, Lin Xian growled and attacked. Xing Tian was the first to attack. He moved his fist, and a terrifying light illuminated the sky. This punch was a type of lightning fist. It was called the Thunder Tiger Fist. The lightning that filled the sky interweaved to form a lightning tiger, shattering the void. The terrifying light pierced through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian also made his move. He controlled the black palace in the sky and pressed it down. It was like a demonic mountain, shattering the void. The qi and blood in the bodies of those cultivators were surging. Their internal organs were severely injured. It was too terrifying. Who was this person? They resisted madly. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon made his move. The dragon blood in his body surged and transformed into a few giant pythons. He did not transform into a dragon because he wanted these people to think that it was the myriad poison sect who had attacked. As expected, the giant pythons carried his dragon blood and were extremely corrosive. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they attacked the people from the Five Elements Palace and the Demon Imperial Palace. Sizzling sounds came from those people's bodies. Their flesh and bones melted quickly as if snow had encountered the sun. These people screamed and rolled in the air. The others roared in anger. Damn it, it's poisonous! It's the Myriad Poison Sect! Could it be that the Myriad Poison Sect and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground had joined forces? Humph! Huitiendu snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. He slapped down with his palm. Countless demonic runes shone in his palm, as if the palm of a heavenly demon had descended from the sky. It completely enveloped all of the black mist. Huitiendu was extremely terrifying. As the saint of the Demon Imperial Palace, not only was he powerful, but he also had a top-notch bloodline power. The Five Elements Saint also made his move. He struck out a Five Elements mountain and collided with the demonic palace in the sky. Huitiendu faced Xingtian, while the Five Elements Saint faced Lin Xian. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, until now, they still did not know who was inside the black mist. At this moment, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu also made their move. Another two waves of violent energy surged out, causing everyone's expression to change. Damn it, how could there be so many experts? These elders were stunned. The Five Elements Saint and Huitiendu also had gloomy expressions. This was because they realized that the two new forces that appeared were definitely not weaker than them. They were at least at the level of a saint or a peerless expert. How could the other party have so many experts? They had joined forces. Which sacred grounds and sects had joined forces? They did not know. They roared like crazy. However, they could not defeat Lin Xian and Xing Tian, not to mention attacking Xinjingqiu and Murong Qingqing. In addition to the violent array formation around them, the battle was very intense. However, although these people were angry, they still heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they realized that they had stopped these people. Although these people were strong, they did not have many people. If both parties attacked together, it would be enough to stop the other party. As long as they controlled the other party and restrained them, they could slowly make the other party reveal their true forms. However, this was a good idea, but they did not see it. Behind them, near the mural, a white light flashed. Immediately after, a white little monkey appeared in midair. It looked at the mural in front of it and grinned. In the next moment, Little White waved its little paws and grabbed the stone engraving. Then, it used its strength and broke it off the wall. Whoosh! It kept it in the treasure bowl. The whole process was very fast. In addition, no one thought that someone would secretly steal it. Therefore, when they came back to their senses, they only saw a flash of white light. Ah! Damn it! The treasure map was stolen! What? Hearing this, the people of the Five Elements Palace and Demon Imperial Palace stopped attacking. They all turned their heads to look behind them. They realized that the wall behind them was empty. The treasure map with 6 Tao patterns had disappeared. Damn it, how could this be? Everyone roared crazily. Ah! Chapter 2464. Huitiendu was equally shocked. His purple hair fluttered like a devil as countless purple lightning bolts appeared on his body. Once the lightning bolts appeared, it instantly enveloped the entire space and sealed off every inch of space. A cold voice rang out. No matter who you are, you must die today! No one in this world can save you if you dare to touch what I want. Hearing this voice, some people felt a chill in their hearts. Yenryu's eyes flickered, but she did not make a move. Actually, she wanted to make a move, but she saw the little white monkey. She even saw the entire process of the little white monkey stealing the treasure map. Therefore, she did not make a move. Instead, her eyes flickered and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. So it was him, Yenryu said indifferently, then she stood aside. Her body emitted rays of light that blocked all the energy and waves. However, she had no intention of making a move. Boom! The battle ahead was still ongoing. However, it was obvious that the five-star saint and Huitiendu were both provoked. Especially Huitiendu, who was extremely furious. His body was filled with murderous intent because he could not tolerate that someone dared to steal the treasure he wanted in front of him. His eyes emitted purple lightning that pierced through the void, but it could not pierce through the black mist. Go! Seeing that the little white monkey had succeeded, Lin Xian was overjoyed in the black mist. Whoosh! They turned around and retreated backward. You want to leave? Not so easy! Huitiendu was furious. He was like a thunder god as the lightning bolts on his body spread in all directions and completely sealed off the entire sky. Buzz! His eyes stared at the black mist. How dare you use lightning in front of me? Go to hell! His opponent was Xing Tian. Previously, Xing Tian had used the Thunder Tiger Fist, which formed a lightning tiger in the sky that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. As for Huitiendu, he had not used the Thunder Fist technique previously. However, he finally could not hold it in anymore. His body was surrounded by lightning bolts. He was a lightning-type martial artist, and his lightning was extremely terrifying. It was his inheritance and bloodline. Today, I will let you know what the true divine lightning is. Huitiendu's voice was cold. As his eyes moved, the purple lightning split the void and formed a sea of lightning. With a palm strike, thousands of lightning bolts roared and countless lightning runes flickered on his palm. In the sky, Xing Tian's lightning tiger was swallowed in an instant and then torn into pieces. This guy's lightning was very special. Xing Tian also furrowed his brows. He wanted to change his cultivation technique, but at this moment, Lin Xian said, "Don't fight him head-on. Let's leave first." If he wanted to fight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yes. Xing Tian didn't attack again. Instead, he defended together and prepared to retreat. Ruffian Dragon, it's all up to you now. Don't worry, I've already prepared it. The dark red dragon took out a set of array formations. 1. The formation enveloped them completely. The void split open, and everyone disappeared. Seeing that the other party did not attack again, Huitiendu sneered. He thought that the other party was afraid. Indeed, no one could surpass him in terms of lightning. But in the next moment he frowned. That was because he discovered that the other party had actually torn through the void and disappeared. Damn it, he escaped. Purple lightning purgatory. Lock it down! Huitiendu bellowed as 100,000 lightning bolts surged forth, forming a lightning purgatory that completely sealed off the entire space. He wouldn't give the other party any chance to escape. However, the space created by the dark red dragon was indeed mysterious and extremely fast. Therefore, Huitiendu's purple demon purgatory couldn't lock down the other party at all. The Five Elements Saint also raised his hand and struck out with the Five Elements Mountain. It covered a corner of the sky as he tried to suppress the space. But he also failed. Damn it, he managed to escape. The Five Elements Saint gritted his teeth. Huitiendu roared at the sky as the lightning bolts on his body shot out in all directions. Those from the Five Elements Palace vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it, I don't care who you are, I'll definitely kill you. 9 heavens holy ground, 10,000 poison sect, I'll remember you. The elders from the Five Elements Palace also shouted angrily. Let's go. The Five Elements Saint waved his hand and was about to leave with a gloomy face. But in the next moment he frowned. That was because he discovered that Huitiendu was blocking his way again. Get lost! The Five Elements Saint shouted coldly. He was in a bad mood. However, Huitiendu was filled with killing intent. Damn it, it's all because of you idiots from the Five Elements Palace. How dare you stop me? You made me lose my treasure. All of you must die. As he spoke, Huitiendu cast the Thunder Purgatory again and enveloped the Five Elements Saint and the people from the Five Elements Palace. You're courting death. The people from the Five Elements Palace were also furious. The Five Elements Saint even shouted coldly. How could they be blamed for Huitiendu's entry? They were the ones who found the treasure first. If anyone were to be angry, it should be the Five Elements Palace. Huitiendu, you're too arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Five Elements' power on the Five Elements Saint burned fiercely as the terrifying Five Elements mountain appeared behind him and emitted a terrifying aura. Boom! The two of them started fighting. The people from the Demon King Palace and the Five Elements Palace started fighting again. This time, it was even more intense than before. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others used the space array to tear open the void and teleport out. Whoosh! They appeared in a corner. They looked around and realized that not many people were paying attention to them. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and these people moved again and changed many positions. They then stopped. The black aura on their bodies dissipated, and everyone smiled. This thing can't be separated. Let's quickly comprehend it. Lin Xian took out the treasure map. In the next moment, Murong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, and the others all sat down. The dark red divine dragon formed countless defensive arrays. The group quickly comprehended the treasure map. Among them, Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing looked even more solemn. Mysterious runes flickered in their eyes, and the aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying. The most important thing for them was to completely memorize the 6 Tao patterns on the treasure map. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were quickly memorizing the treasure map. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! He decisively made his move. With a wave of his hand, the sword Qi light pierced through the distance. Boom! Boom! 2 deep sounds rang out, and 2 figures were shaken out. Their faces were filled with fear. They didn't expect the other party to discover them. Demon race? Seeing the 2 figures, Lin Xian frowned. Beside him, Xing Tian's face was also gloomy. Why were the demon race following them? Were they planning to launch a sneak attack? Xing Tian, you continue to stay here and protect us. I'll go and deal with these 2 guys. Yes. Xing Tian stood up and protected Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he quickly chased after them. Chapter 2465. The 2 demon race powerhouses saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly fled. Whoosh! However, their path was blocked because a figure was faster than them and directly blocked their path. So fast! The person on the left exclaimed, while the demon race powerhouse on the right snorted coldly and quickly attacked. Bang! The pitch-black claw lashed out with a terrifying aura, shrouding Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! Lin Xian's gaze was cold as he struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars revolved in his palm and collided with the terrifying black palm. A terrifying power erupted. In the next moment, the demon race powerhouse screamed because his black palm was directly obliterated. Not only that, the sun-moon divine palm also enveloped him. Damn it! The demon race powerhouse roared and charged in all directions. However, he could not break through at all. Whoosh! 2 black wings suddenly grew out from his back and his face became ferocious. Many black patterns appeared on his body and he looked like a human-shaped bat. Bat King! This was an expert from the demon race. With a furious roar, he opened his bloody mouth and directly crushed the stars in the sky. Want to trap me? You're overestimating yourself. Bat King sneered and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying palm slapped down and directly smashed his body, shattering all his bones. With a bang, Bat King fell to the ground and was completely enveloped by the Sword of Earth. If you dare to move again, I can guarantee that you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. He turned his head and stared at the other person. When the other person saw this scene, he roared and the scales on his body rapidly grew. A tail appeared on his back and a single horn grew on his forehead. That was Giant Snake King! When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately shattered the void and wanted to leave. That was because the other party's methods were too terrifying, far beyond his imagination. Lin Xian sneered and shattered the void with a punch. Then, his finger reached into the black hole and grabbed Giant Snake King. He exerted force in his palm and crushed all the bones in Giant Snake King's body. He also sealed his power and threw him to the ground. The two powerful demon kings were struggling furiously, but there was nothing they could do. They could only stare angrily in front of them. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. He turned his head and looked at another void. There was no one there. However, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Come out, I know you are there. Kid, I have to say, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations." Another figure appeared from the void. This was also a demon clan powerhouse. His aura was even stronger than that of Bat King and Giant Snake King combined. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the other party's aura was very strong, not weaker than the Holy Sun's. "Brat, you're dead meat." Although Lord Mengqi was not the saint, he was the youngest elder. "His strength is beyond your imagination." "That's right, our master Mengqi possesses the bloodline of the ancient Qiongqi. Do you really think you can stand a chance against him?" The two demon kings below roared angrily, trying to scare Lin Xian away. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The youngest elder? The bloodline of the ancient Qiongqi? No wonder he had such a strong aura. "Brat, now you know how powerful I am. Let go of my people obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Mengqi said coldly. He looked to be in his 30s and was extremely handsome. At this moment, he stood in the sky, exuding a strong aura. He was very confident and proud. Although he was not the Holy Son, he was an elder. Moreover, he was the youngest elder. He did not even care about the other holy sons and holy daughters. This was because he felt that no one could compare to him. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the ancient Qiongqi. That was a peerless ancient beast. After hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. "That's all? You want to scare me? You think too highly of yourself. You only possess a trace of the bloodline of the Qiongqi. You're not the real Qiongqi. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me? As for letting the two of them go? That's impossible. Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Mengqi's face darkened. His cold eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. When he struck out his palm, a terrifying light lit up the sky. The entire space shook. It had to be said that Mengqi was very powerful. He was definitely not weaker than the Holy Sun. At this moment, the power of his palm was terrifying. This was a flaming palm. It was like a cloud of fire rolling over. "Humph! A mere elder of the Demon King Palace dares to attack me?" Lin Xian sneered. He waved his palm and struck out as well. Boom! 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 The two collided and the surrounding space instantly shattered. The flames in the sky surged like a sea of fire rushing in all directions. At this moment, the terrifying fight alarmed the people in the vicinity, causing them to be terrified as they watched. Who are they? Why are they fighting here? How terrifying! Could it be that they're snatching something? Let's stay away. This is at least a battle between holy sons. It's not something we can participate in. Discussions broke out and the crowd instantly distanced themselves. Nearby, the dark red divine dragon set up an array to defend. This prevented the aftermath of the energy from affecting Xinjingqiu and Murong Qingqing. After the attack, Mengqi was surprised because he realized that the other party had blocked his attack. It really surprised him. "I didn't expect you to know fire-based techniques. However, this little fire of yours is nothing in front of me. Today, I'll let you know what real fire is." Mengqi's voice was cold. As he opened and closed his eyes, there was a mysterious flame that instantly melted the void. The terrifying temperature made people tremble. Boom! Another punch split the sky and earth. This flaming fist directly shattered the void. Ordinary mighty figures couldn't survive under his fist at all. They would probably burn instantly and turn into ashes. Even a peerless mighty figure wouldn't dare to resist. Buzz! Lin Xian's aura surged. Sword Qi circled around him. At the same time, the dragon sword's spiritual domain rose and fell, enveloping him. The sword Qi quickly evolved and formed a fire Qilin. Roar! This time, the tremor went straight to the 9 heavens. The entire hall shook. Space cracks crawled in all directions like pythons. Everyone around was shaken to the point that their blood was boiling. Many people even knelt on the ground, unable to stand up. How terrifying! What kind of people were fighting against each other? It was normal for people to fight. This was because there were fights in no less than hundreds of places in the entire hall. Some places were also fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. They were all fighting for the fragments of the ancient treasure. However, it was rare to see such an earth-shattering fight. These were obviously 2 peerless experts. Who were they? They were all stunned. Chapter 2466. Their eyes lit up and turned into rainbows. They looked into the void and pierced through the flames. When they saw the 2 figures fighting in the flames, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. It was them. He saw 2 figures. They knew Lin Xian very well. However, they didn't know the expert from the Demon King Palace. But from the other party's skills, he was definitely a top existence. I recognize him. He's the youngest elder of the Demon King Palace. His name is Meng Qi and he seems to have the bloodline of Qiong Qi. What, the bloodline of the ancient peerless demon beast, Qiong Qi? Heavens, this person is too terrifying. Judging from his young appearance, he was definitely a top-notch expert. That's right. That kid from the Immortal Palace actually provoked the people from the Demon King Palace again. He's really bold. Where are the experts around him? Why aren't they here? Why did he attack himself? They were probably fighting for the Dao pattern. Didn't they see that the people from the Demon King Palace didn't appear? Only Meng Qi was there. But thinking about it, that kid shouldn't be able to resist this time. After all, the bloodline of Qiong Qi wasn't a joke. It would be best if he was killed. This way, they would have one less enemy. Many people sneered. However, the elders were frowning. Would Lin Xian be killed so easily? It was hard to say. However, they didn't think that Lin Xian was 100% confident that he could defeat the other party. After all, Qiong Qi was an extremely terrifying existence. Although Meng Qi only had a portion of Qiong Qi's bloodline, he was still incredible. Moreover, he was talented and became an elder at such a young age. This was definitely a recognition of his strength. Just as these people were discussing, Lin Xian and Meng Qi had already exchanged dozens of blows. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Bang! 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 Another shocking attack. The 2 of them retreated and confronted each other. Kid, your sword Qi is not bad. It's very sharp, but it's still not enough in front of me. I'll let you know what a peerless divine fire is. Meng Qi raised his right hand. In his palm, a purple flame jumped. Every time it jumped, those elders' eyelids would tremble violently. Could this be the fire of Qiong Qi's bloodline? It must be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me such a huge shock. The elders swallowed their saliva. It seemed that the power of Meng Qi's bloodline was much stronger than they had imagined. Even the Qiong Qi's bloodline flame could be condensed. This was heaven-defying. Brat, provoking me is your biggest mistake. Now go to hell. Meng Qi waved his hand, holding Qiong Qi's flame of bloodline, and charged at Yifutian. The purple flames danced and turned into a long purple saber that slashed down. Boom! The sky split open and flames danced. The entire space was enveloped by purple flames. This saber strike was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the saber of a deity had descended. It had the power to look down on the world and destroy the world. From the looks of it, he wanted to kill Lin Xian with one strike. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, his expression incomparably cold. Whoosh! He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. He waved the ancient sword, and a terrifying sword light shot up into the sky. It was like a divine sword piercing through the void. It clashed with the purple flames and the saber light. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, causing the sword chi to dance together with the black flames. These were all swords of fire, extremely terrifying. The two of them fought again, and all the elders around were stunned. What was going on? How could the other party resist Xiongqi's flame of bloodline? How did this brat do it? What exactly was that black flame of his? How could it be so powerful? How could this brat have such a terrifying flame? It was no weaker than Xiongqi's bloodline. These elders widened their eyes in disbelief. No! An elder from the sacred ground's eyes flickered, and there were mysterious runes on his body. His power did not seem to be flames. Could it be that he was using a great divine power to simulate a terrifying flame? He was trying to slap Meng Qi in the face. In front of him, Meng Qi's expression also changed because he did not expect the other party's flame to be so powerful that it could compete with his flame of bloodline. This was too unbelievable. Humph! He snorted coldly, and the purple flames shone even brighter. It even formed a blurry shadow that crashed forward, trying to kill the other party. However, it only pushed the other party back a few steps and did not hurt him at all. Damn brat, I don't believe it! Go to hell! Meng Qi roared crazily. The purple flames on his body jumped and gradually condensed into a Xiongqi. It seemed that he wanted to show his great divine power. Xiongqi roared, and the purple flames formed a shadow of heaven and earth that floated in the air. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and let out a horrified roar. This roar contained a strong bloodline power, as if the real Xiongqi had been resurrected. The roar shook the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth shattered. The terrifying energy swept in all directions, and the surrounding martial artists were all sent flying, vomiting blood. Even the elders were pale and kept retreating. What a terrifying pressure, what a terrifying bloodline power. It's over, that brat is dead. At such a close distance, he can't dodge at all, and he probably can't fight back either. The others were discussing. That was Meng Qi's goal. He did not believe that the other party could withstand it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt the pressure. Bang! A loud dragon roar came from his body to fight back. Roar bang! The roar shook the 9 heavens. Everyone vomited blood again and retreated, their faces full of horror. Damn it, what is that sound? These people were crazy. In the sky, 2 sound waves collided, tearing everything apart. A huge crack appeared in the void, causing the entire sky to tremble. At this moment, everyone could not stand still, and their blood was boiling. They stopped fighting and looked into the distance in shock. In another side hall, the people of 5 Elements Palace and Demon King Palace were fighting. Suddenly, a furious roar roared, shaking these people until they vomited blood. The people of 5 Elements Palace changed their expressions, and the martial artists of Demon King Palace were even more shocked. It was Elder Meng Qi. He actually used the Xiongqi roar. What happened to him? The people of Demon King Palace were also stunned. The Xiongqi roar was a great divine power. With Elder Meng Qi's strength, he would not use it under normal circumstances. They thought that he must have encountered a great enemy. However, they were not worried. No matter who the enemy was, as long as they used the Xiongqi roar, the other party would definitely be destroyed. However, immediately after, a loud and clear dragon roar completely overturned them. These people's expressions changed. Dragon roar! It's the royal family! It must be the royal family! They roared crazily, but they did not know which royal family it was. This time, the 4 royal families were here. The experts of Great Xia, Jiuli, Tai, and Divine Wind all had the aura of the dragon. Which royal family was it that fought Elder Meng-Chi? They did not know. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.